Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Deku Like Op had Bizzare Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. She bit her lip as she watched the first year's train down below, watching one first year in particular as the sun beat down on him, sweat trickling down his forehead and neck. A sight that made her eyes dilate when she watched his muscles flex as he did his pull-ups before continuing to run through the drill. It made her mind run wild about what she could do to her fiery little Kohai. How she could tame him with just her proximity and make such a maverick submit and bow to her. She shuddered at the thought of him kneeling on the floor, looking up to her those red eyes, his voice whiny as he begged her to let him come. "Please, mommy." She smirked as she made up her mind, deciding that he would be the first of her co-ace that she would claim. Her plan was all in place. A simple note slipped into his desk during lunch would act as a catalyst, and she couldn't wait to see him under the bleachers in the gym, and as she waited she couldn't keep herself from getting excited as her extremely creative imagination roamed about all the ways she could get Bakugo Katsuki to be her little beach. And when she heard footsteps approaching she turned slowly and smirked as her prey walked towards her, one hand gripping his bag, the other in his pocket. "You the one that left the note?" he asked in an uninterested tone. She had to keep herself from biting her lip. Oh, had she loved to make the fiery one's horny little slots. "Yes, I am," she replied, stepping forward and activating her quirk, letting the pheromones consume the air and rush towards him. After a few moments, she could see his brow twitch a bit and she took a step towards him. "Are you a virgin, Baku?" He growled a bit. "What? Are you a virgin?" she repeated, a mischievous smirk crossing her face as Katsuki shifted, a hazy glaze glassing over his eyes. "Why the hell do you want to know?" She moved closer, pressing an open palm to his chest, biting her lip when she felt the firm muscles underneath his clothes. "Well, I want you to play with me," she confessed before moving her mouth to his ear, watching his face contort as her breath ran across it. "And it's so much more fun when I get to play with cute little versions." Then hand on his chest then glided down as she pushed him towards the cement wall, and when her hand gently moved over his pee-pee, he let out a little whimper, and when she pulled away she felt her core light up with the SBMSV hot and bothered look across his face. His cheeks burned red as he breathed slightly, his red eyes locking onto her own. She chuckled. "So what's it going to be, Katsuki?" she started as her hand pressed a little harder against his pee-pee, making him bite his lip and his neck tilted upwards. "Are you going to be my little slut?" He didn't answer as she continued to grind her palm against his hardening pee-pee through his jeans while her mouth moved to his neck, kissing softly as her eyes watched his face getting more and more heated with every little whimper that she choked out of him. And when she slipped her hand into his breathes, he let out throaty as her warm hand wrapped around his length for the first time. "Katsuki," she said softly, "look at me." He tilted his head downwards, his face red as she looked into his eyes as she rubbed his pee-pee slowly. "Are you my little slut?" she asked again. He hesitated for longer than she liked and she started to pull out, but his hand locked around her wrist as he bit his lip, a pleading look crossing his face. "Please, don't. Don't stop." She smirked again, and leaned to his ear to whisper, "Then call me mommy," she said in a sultry tone before she started to lick and nibble at his ear, making him whine as he rutted into her still hand. She knew that he didn't have a choice, especially if he was riding the high on her hormones. No one could resist her scent, especially when she had a hand wrapped around their hard, stiff and aching pages. "Please just make me come," he whimpered, trying to rut into her. "Please, mommy." "Do you want mommy to SCK your pages?" she asked. He nodded vigorously, making her chuckle before she moved to capture his lips with her own, miming into the sloppy kiss, before pulling away as she teased the head of his pee-pee. "If I SCK you, will you SCK me? Will you make mommy come?" "Yes, mommy, just please let me come," he begged. "Then take your breathes off for mommy." He did as she said the moment she released his pee-pee, tearing off his breathes and his boxers, hissing when his pee-pee was exposed to the open air, and he felt his heat spike inside him as he watched her get down on her knees, looking up to him with playful eyes as she stroked his thick, long and hard pee, and he let out a throaty as her tongue darted out and ran across his aching member. "Beg me, Katsuki," she ordered before her tongue darted out to lick the reddened head. "Beg mommy to make you come." He let out another as she took him into her hot, wet and warm mouth, throwing his head back against the walls, his eyes following as his tongue poked out of his mouth as she essed him off, her tongue working wonders as she took him. "Please, mommy," he whimpered, her core tightened. "Please make me come. Please. Please, mommy." His hand found its way to her hair as his hips tried to buck into her mouth, and when he felt her throat shift he let out a slutly little as she took him even deeper while a hand went to his ball, ifing into them with her soft fingers as she drove him even closer and closer at the cliff that she wanted to throw him off of, and when he looked down and met her eyes he shot over that cliff. "Mommy." She as he spilled his hot cum into her mouth, pulling off a little bit, locking her lips around the head as she the every last drop out of his pee, watching his face as he convulsed and shivered from the Ijkulten, looking like the gorgeous little slot she knew he was as he came down from his high. Her lips made a popping noise after she pulled off of his pee before she stood and locked lips with him once again, bringing him back down before her lips went back to his neck. "Now you have to make mommy come too, all right?" He nodded slowly before she pulled away and pushed him gently down to his knees, before activating her second quirk, watching as Katsuki's eyes went wide as a hard and aching pee the same size as his poked out from under her skirt. When his eyes made contact with hers, she tilted her head. "Don't act like you're not a little pee where, Katsuki. We both know you want to SCK mommy's hard pee, so just do it." He hated how much he wanted to SCK it. He hated turned on he was, especially after having the best orgasm in his life. He hated that he was absolutely loving this, and when he leaned forward to kiss the head of her pee, he effing hated how much he effing loved to hear her as she bit her lip. "Good boy, Katsuki. Keep going. SCK mommy's come out." His tongue darted out a few times, semmering the pre-cum coming out across the head with his hot and wet tongue before taking the tip into his mouth and sking lightly, and as he continued to tease the head the girl above him let out before gripping his hair and forcing him down on her pee, making him let out a surprised whimper before he around her pee, making her throw her head back as she let out "Good boy, Katsuki," she encouraged him, loosening the grip on his hair. "SCK mommy's pages." His red eyes locked onto her own as he bobbed his head on her pee, growing even harder in his mouth making his own re-harden again as his hand stroked it as he basked in the SBMson as he SED on her pee slowly. "Faster," she ordered. He did as she said, speeding up his pace, making obscene noises as he SED at her pee greedily, eager to taste her cum while his hands went to her thighs, pressing against her skin while his tongue stroked the underside of her pee, his eyes begging his mommy to come into his mouth, but she had other plans as she and rolled her hips into his hot and slutly little mouth. And when she felt herself nearing the edge she pushed him off of her pee with her knee while her hand went to it, stroking it quickly as she bit her lip, and when she came she let out a throaty as the hot cum spurred out and landed onto the blonde's face, making him close his eyes in reflex, and when she was done with her orgasm he opened his eyes and looked up to her with a red face that was covered in her white cum. She smirked and bent down a bit, gripping his chin with her hand while her pee morphed back into its female counterpart. "Good boy, Katsuki," she whispered before capturing his lips in one last heated kiss, pressing her tongue into her mouth to taste the glorious mixture of her own pee and his saliva before pulling away. "I look forward to playing with you again, Katsuki," she purred before fixing her appearance quickly and then walking away, dropping a paper on his discarded bag. "Call me when you're ready for mommy." He watched as she walked away, still high on her pheromones and his own hormones for a few moments before getting up on shaky legs, using his undershirt to wipe the cum away before picking up the paper and seeing her contact information written on it, and he couldn't help to get excited with just the thought of playing with his mommy again. All Katsuki could hear was his own breath, his hearing and sense of touch heightened by the BNHA LD that had been placed over his eyes, and his senses further heightened since his hands were tied behind him in soft rope and his ankles bound to the legs of the chair. His member hard and throbbing as he waited in the room, completely ready for whatever she had planned for him. And oh, the things she had planned. When she opened the door she smirked when she saw him visibly jump a bit, and she walked the rest of the way in and closed the door softly, before moving forward, reaching out to run a hand over his cheeks gently, before moving it to run down his neck before making him shudder as his pee-pee jolted when her hand wrapped around his throat. It wasn't tight enough to contract the air, but enough to let him know that she was in control. It was a punctuation more than a threat. And he loved it. "Katsuki, are you ready?" she asked. "Yes. Yes. Mommy." She smirked and ran her hand down further, making him shudder and jolt as her hand rolled and pinched at his NPL, making him whimper before her hand moved further down, the rest of her body following as she went to her knees. She left him waiting for her touch for a few moments, putting his sense on overdrive before she moved forward to blow on the head of his pee-pee, making him jolt and gasp. He could feel her hands go to his thighs, meeting lightly at the trembling muscles there. "Calm down, Katsu, just relax," she cooed before wrapping a hand around his pee-pee, pumping him a few times before she took the head into her mouth, lighting his core on fire as he let out a breathy as her tongue circled around playfully before she sunk her mouth down onto his length. "Ah, sheet," he hummed out. "Thank you, Mommy." She chuckled around his pee-pee, the vibrations making him throw his head back a bit as her mouth continued to work on his pee-pee in a slow and teasing manner, her tongue pressing up against all the right nerves, the heat alone driving him crazy as he tried to roll his hips into her mouth, silently begging her to do it faster, and when she gave him what he wanted his breath increased in pace, his heart thumping away in his chest as he let out another long and as her mouth continued to drive him closer to the edge he was getting more and more lost in the sensation, his lack of sensory making it easier for her to put him into a void of pleasure where nothing else existed. "Please, Mommy," he begged, bucking into her mouth a bit. Her eyes looked up to watch him carefully, and when he let out those slutly high-pitched whimpers she pulled off of his pee-pee, making him perk up instantly as he tilted his head towards her, his breath making it difficult for him to talk. "What? Why the F? Did you dash?" She smacked the space next to his pee-pee harshly making him wince and shut up, knowing that he wasn't allowed to speak in such a manner, and he knew that she would punish him for stepping over her line, and he felt a ceasy and glorious anxiety flood his system as he felt her pull away completely. "I'm sorry," he immediately replied, trying to smooth it over. "I'm sorry, Mommy, I dash." "Shut up," she growled, making his heart skip a beat. He felt her move to untie his ankles before her hand laced into his hair and pulled him out of the chair harshly and onto the cooled carpet, one of his cheeks pressing against it as his wrists wriggled in the rope. "Speaking to me in that manner," she growled before an open hand met his rear, making him jolt in pained pleasure. "I have half a mind to leave you here." He wanted to beg her to not leave, but he knew wiser than to try and convince her otherwise. She moved around him slowly, smirking when she saw his cute butt up in the air, curving his back in an artsy way that got her going. She stood there in contemplation letting him stew as she wondered if he was ready to fulfill his ultimate longing or at least take steps towards it, but she would hate to refer to it as punishment since she wanted him to see it as a gift. Her foot that was still in her school tights made its way under him and she pressed it up against his pee-pee, rubbing it lightly to keep him hard, and when she spotted her ruler on her desk she smirked and moved over to it, gripping it tightly before walking back over, crouching over his head, the skirt's rim dancing over his ears while she ran a hand over his butt. 15, she said firmly as she gripped his butt. "Count." He nodded as best he could and she then stood, still straddling his body before she gave an experimental smack to his butt, making him whimper as he jolted a bit from the sting of the wooden ruler. 1. She allowed the hit to cool off before she repeated the action, getting a hiss from him. 2. It continued from then on and when it was done she rubbed a hand soothingly over his butt, trying to soothe it before she looked down to him. "Color?" she asked softly. "Yellow," he answered in a shaky voice, his butt and thighs trembling underneath her. She respected his answer, deciding her indulgence would have to wait until she probably actually took his virginity, and moved next to him on her knees to untie his wrists before she pulled him up gently to remove the BNHA, and when her eyes met his red ones she smiled and moved forward to press her lips to his own softly, making him kiss her back with the same force before she moved to grip his still hard pee-pee as her lips went to his neck, pampering him as she stroked him gently. "Such a good boy, Katsuki," She purred as her mouth went back to his ear to bit nibble and eventually lick around an in's diet, making him whimper and as she did. Thank you, mommy. She paused for a moment. You can call me by my name, Katsuki. Thank you, Y/N. She nodded and pulled away, pressing a more firm kiss to his lips before she looked him in the eye. I want your virginity, Katsuki, she told him. Are you willing to give it to me? He nodded and she smiled softly before rising up to her feet, holding her hand out for him to take and help him up before she gestured to the bed. Lay down on your back. He hesitated before moving and laying down, his heart rate spiking when he saw her reached for the buttons on her school uniform as he realized that he would see her undress for the first time, and when she finished slowly unbuttoned her uniform he felt himself drool when he saw her birs in her black lace beer, and when she took it off as well, he bit his lip as he watched her with primal hunger in his eyes as she walked over. She moved slowly, straddling him and settling lightly on his firm core before she gripped his wrist and moved it so he could grip her BRST, giving him a soft nod. Go ahead, she said. That was all he needed before he moved to wrap his mouth around her NPL, making her bite her lip as he sloppily essayed it while his offhand gripped her other beery softly. His eyes watched her face as he lapped and kicked at her beers, loving how she looked down at him with kind eyes, making him when he felt her hand go back to rub against his length. Though when he felt her pull away he watched as she unbuttoned her skirt and slipped it off, exposing her core to him. He bit his lip, and she pushed him softly back down to lay flat against the bed before she moved her core over his mouth. Lick it, Katsuki. He didn't need to be told twice as she moved to press his tongue into her folds greedily, letting out that made her let out a soft one as well, and when he wasn't pressing up against her bud she groaned before she gripped his hair and tilted his head back a bit, and when he ran his tongue over her CLT she let out a deep making his eyes go wide as his pee-pee jolted a bit, and he pressed his tongue and face harder against her core as he continued to lap and lick at it, making her throw her head back as she and gasped, grinding onto mouth and tongue a bit as she rode him closer and closer to the edge, and when it all burst out, her abdomen filled with warmth as her hips and core convulsed and twitched as she reached for his hand that he had placed on her hips, gripping it lightly as she rode out her orgasm. It was the hottest thing he had ever witnessed as he watched her face contort as she came down from her orgasms, and when she pulled away and pressed her mouth against his own he loudly into her mouth as her hot and wet core pressed up against his pages. You're so good, she cooed as she pulled away. Such a good boy. He grinding his pee-pee against her. Please, just please Y/N. She smirked and sat up, wrapping a hand lightly back around his throat and holding it for a few moments before he ran her hand slowly down his chest, lighting his skin on fire as her fingers tickled the e-hat of his pee-pee, smearing his pre-cum across the head, and when she lifted up to slip him inside he looked into her eyes and watched as her face contorted in pleasure as she sunk down onto him, and when he was fully inside of her he threw his head back in pure joy. It felt better than anything else that had ever been around his pages. Tight, hot and wet, and it almost made him come right there when he looked up to see her face as she looked down at him. Feel good? He nodded quickly, and she smirked before she started to lift her hips up and bring them back down, making them both and gasp as their members mowed together, but when Katsuki wanted more he moved quickly, snagging her legs and sending her back onto the bed as he moved over her, pressing his lips up against hers before he started to rut into her at a faster pace. F-Y/N, he groaned. F-. She underneath him, her hands going to run over his core and chest, pinching his nipples and making him and buck harder into her, and when she heard that specific she knew he was close. Come for me, Katsuki, she told him. Come for me. His red eyes met her own, and he groaned before pressing his lips to her own, and as he started to fall over the edge his breath went ragged, and when he shot his cum into her for the first time he let out a worse before stilling fro a few moments and then falling a bit, pressing his weight on one arm to keep from crushing her. Good boy, Katsuki, she cooed, moving to press her lips against his cheeks and neck. Such a good boy. But you didn't. I came too soon. That's all right, she replied, her hand running through his hair. The stamina will come, we'll work on it all right. He nodded, thank you, mommy. Y/N rutted her hips against Kirishima, biting her lip as she held in a as her hands moved into his red hair, his tongue dragging over her ear, making tingles roll down her spine, and when he pulled away he looked into her eyes, both of their cheeks heated and their breath ragged. "Why/ni? I want more," he told her, moving to press a kiss to her jaw. "I want to bite you." "Bite me?" she asked. "Yeah," he replied, moving to her shoulder to trace his sharp teeth over her skin, making her gasp before biting her lip as she realized that she wanted him to bite her too as his hands traced up her bare stomach to grip her naked BRs. "Do it," she told him. "Do it while you F me." He pulled away and looked to her, giving her a nod before he moved to remove the boxers that had become unbelievably tight, throwing them to the side quickly before he lined himself up with her, and his red eyes looked into her own as he took her hands in his own, pinning them up behind her bed, and Asha's lips connected with her own. He trusted into her, drinking in her while giving her his own. "F-Y/N," he told her. "You're so tight." He started up a pace before she could reply, rutting into her hard and slow while his mouth went back to her neck as she lifted her chin to give him more access, and when he opened his mouth to lock on Y/N let out a whimper of pain as his teeth sunk in slowly. "I drew," she whined. He then pulled away, tasting her BLD in his mouth and watching as her BLD rose to the surface, dripping down over her shoulder and down onto her chest as he continued his slow pace, and he then moved to lick the BLD up in apology, soothing the wound, the mixture of the pain and the pleasure making Y/N as she bucked her hips into his own. His eyes then looked up to her face before he moved to lock his lips with her own, giving her a slow and erotic kiss before pulling away, his sharp teeth nipping at her bottom lip, making her and writhe beneath him, making him smirk a bit before he pulled out of her suddenly and used one arm to flip onto her stomach. His hands running down her sides before he gripped her butt and gave it a light smack, making her lift them up for him, and he lined himself up once again and plunged his hard length into her core, and as he started a quicker and rougher pace he pressed his chest to her back, his hand going to wrap around her neck as he did. His mouth biting and stinging at her shoulder blades. "F-Y/N, you're so hot," he purred in her ear before he bit it as well, making her beneath him. "Please, I drew," she begged him. "Make me come, I want to come on your pages." He couldn't help but to smirk before he picked his pace up, making him growled while she mewled beneath him, gripping the sheets with white knuckles, and as she continued to his mouth went back to her ear. "You like that?" he asked her, making her nod as his voice stimulated her further, pushing her towards the edge. "You like it when I F you hard?" "Yes. I love it when you F me hard." His breath started to run ragged as he continued to P&D into her quickly, and as he felt himself approaching the edge, he reached under her and started to play with her CLT while his mouth and tongue continued to work at her back, covering her in bite marks and hickeys, and when she let a specific he knew that she was close. "Come for me, Y/N, he told her. "Come on my pages." And a few moments later his name left her lips as her core spasmed and convulsed around his pee-pee, making him growl before he came into her, rutting his hips roughly up against her, drawing out both of their clunkses before he stilled inside her, pressing his forehead in the crook of her neck, taking a few moments to just inhale her scent and run his hands up and down her back before he pulled out of her and rolled over next to her, his eyes watching her face as she looked to him with a soft smile. "Thank you," she told him. He smiled and moved to press his lips to her forehead. "Thank you too," he replied. And after a few moments he looked down to her chest and neck, seeing that the bites he'd left were still bleeding, his brows furrowed, and he got up, walking out of the bedroom and going to the kitchen to find the first aid kit and coming back with the blue box, before he sat down next to her on the bed, his legs crisscrossed almost cutely before he moved to rub the Neosporin on her marks, making her wince a bit before he dressed them with the bandages, and wiping away the crusted BLD. He then moved to capture his lips in her own. "Sorry," he told her. "They must have hurt." "It's all right," she told him. "It was really effing hot." He chuckled, moving to place the blue box on the end table before he reached for the discarded comforter and pulled it over the both of them, wrapping his arms around her, holding her to his muscled chest as his hands ran through her soft hair. Both them falling asleep to the sound of the other breathing. Shuji leaned over towards his girlfriend, resting his chin on her shoulder as his arms circled around her body, holding her close to her chest as she read her book, the TV blaring in the background. A smile came to her face as his large and multiple arms wrapped around her and holding her to his warm body, and for a few moments he just enjoyed her presence, but he couldn't stop his mind from wandering somewhere else, as his hands gripped at her hips. His face then moved into her neck, inhaling her warm and comforting scent while his fingers dipped under her tank top, making him smirk a bit as she shifted, feeling his skin on her stomach. He then moved his entire hand under her shirt, ticking her core and making her squirm as she continued to read, her focus straining as she continued to look to her book. Though when his hands darted up, exposing her abdomen to the cooled air while his large hands palmed her beer, she let out a gasp, setting her book down as his hands rolled her beers, her uncovered nipples peeking out between his fingers as he pinched and pulled at them. Meskuen, y/and whined. I have to finish my book for class. Finish it later, he replied, using one of his tentacles, morphing it into a hand and moving to dip it into her pajama breathes, slipping past her breathing and running it over her lips, making her hips lift against his hand as he continued to palm her beers and pinching her nipples, his hot breath on her ear, his member beginning to harden in his sweatpants. Y/N, he whispered in her ear as he felt her core starting to wet 10, and when his pair of hands in her breathes began to rub her CLT and finger her lightly at the same time, she let out another whimper. Meskuen, you're moving too fast. His hand continued to work while he lowered his face mask, his mouth moving against her neck, liking, biting and skiing at the flesh, leaving marks on her skin as he rocked his hips against her rear, grinding his hardening length on her as her hands gripped the hands that were rubbing against her CLT while the other now massaged her G-spot with 2 fingers, making her wriggle as the pleasure increased quickly. I want you to come, he told her. I want you to come as many times as you can. The heat in her core increased as she out, her hips bucking. Her thighs started to twitch and tremble. Meskuen. Come now. His words tipped her over the edge as she cried out, her hips jolting and convulsing as her core twitched around his fingers that continued to lightly finger her, and when she was done, he moved to push her on her back, getting over her to connect his lips with her own, shoving his tongue into her mouth, miming before he pulled away and moved to strip her of her clothing, tossing her pajama breathes to the side while his hands moved to spread her legs, his mouth continuing to move against hers. While one of his tentacles shifted to a replica mouth, and when it liked across her folds, she jolted a bit against him as he drank in her every as his second mouth's lips locked onto her sealed. Mezu, she out as his mouth locked onto her neck, biting down and bruising the flesh. You're so cute, Y/N, he told her in a low voice, he said before moving to SEK on a NPL, teasing the bud with his tongue before latching onto it and skiing on the flesh as he watched her face, loving every single expression that crossed her face as she rode his body, enjoying his quirk as she approached her second orgasm. He could tell she was close when she gripped his arms tightly, her grip threatening to bruise as she moved to her second and more intense orgasm, and her breath increased in pace, her chest rising and falling. Mezu, she gasped once again as his replicated mouth started to SCK on her CLT more fervently, and he pulled away from her NPL and looked into her eyes as she approached that cliff once again. She came with a howl, bucking against him, her eyes locked on with his own as she rode out her orgasm, her core twitchy more violently than before, and she looked up to him with lidded eyes, her cheeks flushed, her shoulders and chest flushed as well, her hair frizzed and frayed, and he felt his own heat grow as he looked to her. She was appealing, and the fact that he was the only one who got to see her like this made him even more excited. He wasn't the type to call himself the owner of another person, but he wanted her to be his and only his. Meskuen. He perked up when she spoke his name. Me please, she told him, her hand moving to rub against his clothed Erkton. I want you inside. He closed his eyes, biting his lip as she continued to rub him through his shorts, and he then moved quickly, pulling away from her to remove his tank top, her eyes watching his from and imprinting the sight of his muscular and powerful body into her memory, and when he removed his shorts her eyes dilated a bit. His body was impressive in every aspect. He then moved over to her, getting over her, using his hands to secure his legs onto her hips, and he looked into her eyes as he moved into her, and both of them drank in their partner's response to their bodies, and Y/N loved the look on his face when he buried his pee-pee inside her. Mez, she moved to put her hands on his strong pecs as he started a soft and slow pace, allowing her to make any final adjustments to him, but when there was little resistance coming from her tight and wet heat, he got to work. She let out a surprised gasp as he began to snap his strong and powerful hips up into her, and she quickly started to become undone as he pounded in the right spot, making her back arch off of the couch as she moved to wrap her arms around his neck, her mouth going to ear and biting his earlobe, making him groan deeply as his arms and tentacles moved to cover her from the back, holding her bare body tightly against his. You're so good, Y/N, he hummed into her ear, his own coelomix rearing as he moved into her. Me too, she told him. Just keep FNG me. He complied with absolute ease, continuing to P&D into her, and when her tight heat convulsed around him as she bit down on his shoulder, her jolted and came into her, holding her even tighter against him as they rode out their orgasms together, and when they both felt themselves start to come down, Shuji looked into her eyes, a smile coming to his features. You're appealing, Y/N, he told her. She smiled, looking exhausted after the quickly paced orgasms. You are too, Mezu. Shinso walked into his house and his hand went to his neck and he bent and cracked it, kicking his shoes off as he moved into his, a small smile crossing his face as he walked in and saw his love there, sitting on the couch, reading a book as usual. Y/N. She perked up and smiled when she saw him, and moved to sit up a bit as he came over to give her a soft kiss, both of them humming at the contact, before he moved, lifting her legs a bit so he could slide underneath them, and when he was comfortable he placed them back in his lap, one hand gripping his shin and kneading at the muscle on the sides while his other hand went to the drop draping across the back of the couch as his head leaned back as he settled, calming his body after a long day. You alright? She asked. You don't usually come home this exhausted, or this late. I'm alright, he replied, looking back to her, a soft smile on his face as he did. She was so DMN cute. Just pushing for deadlines, that's all. Do want me to get started on dinner? We can make your favorite if you want, she asked. You do that? Of course, though as soon as she said the words she felt her body freeze up and she immediately knew what was going on. Her eyes looked to him and he smirked as he looked to her. You said we could have my favorite, right? Her breath hitched as he looked to her, both of his arms draping on the couch as he looked to her, biting his lip a bit as he looked to her, his eyes tracing her body shamelessly up and down, making her hot and bothered under the collar as she started to blush. You look so good in your pajamas, babe, he told her, and those FAU shorts. Why don't you stand up for me, huh? She then got up and the control he had over her made her mind rush. She didn't even bother to try and fight back against him. She had promised him his favorite after all, and she loved to indulge his DMNT side, especially since HSE loved the helplessness that came with his quirk. It only seemed to intensify the feeling of arousal, especially since she trusted him with her life. When she was in front of him, his eyes wandered over her again before he made a circle motion with his hand, turn around. Her body followed as she let out a gasp as his hand reached forward, squeezing her but through the boy shorts she was wearing, and she heard him settle back onto the couch, leaving her there for a few moments, letting her anticipation build. Bend. Her blush grew as her body followed his commanded as she bent forward, going to 90 degrees, looking straight ahead, and despite that she knew where his eyes were, they were on her butt. No doubt loving the sight of her gorgeous rear in her bright pink shorts that let just a little bit leak out. And he was, the smirk on his face becoming permanent as he looked at her round and cute butt, allowing himself to perv out a bit on his own girlfriend. He then moved to his belt and he raised a brow when he saw her jump a bit as he rattled it a bit louder than necessary to let her know what was happening before he tossed it across the room. Straighten up, he ordered. Take off our shirt. He watched as her hand moved to her sides and his eyes narrowed as the hastiness. Slowly, he clarified and immediately her hands slowed down, and he watched taking a deep breath as he breathes grew bit tighter, watching the fabric dance over her gorgeous skin as she exposed her stunning back to him, and he loved how her lower back and shoulders had become flushed as well, telling him all he needed to know about her comfort level. You're appealing Y/N. She wanted to shudder as she felt his eyes on her back. Now the shorts, take them off, slow. She moved her hands pushing the shorts off, bending over when her butt was exposed, making him Goran when she bent over to 90 degrees again, showing him her pages. The lips were already swollen and were starting to wet. He groaned, moving to rub himself through his shorts, and as he watched he got an idea as he got up and took his shirt off, taking it with him as he left the room. Stay put. She wanted to squirm to move as the anticipation built up within her as she waited for him to come back, and when she saw him come back into the living room, in the corner of her eyes she couldn't see what he was carrying, but she could see that he was completely bare, his strong, tall and lean body on display for her. She let out a shaky breath when she saw that his member was already starting to twitch as it grew even harder with each passing second. Turn around. She did as he said, and he smiled softly as he looked to her face. Look at me. She tilted her head up to look to him, and he bent down and went for a deep kiss, and she felt his hands run over her breasts, and she let out a gasp into his mouth as he pinched the NPL, making him pull away and give her the mischievous smile that she loved as his mouth moved to lock onto her neck, biting lightly and kissing at the skin as his hand continued to travel down. Spread your legs a bit. His fingers moved between her legs and she let out a light when she felt his fingers move to tickle her CLT. Like that, Y/N. She didn't reply, but he could tell the answer just by her eyes, how her pupils were dilated and glossed over, and how she breathed a bit as she let out small mms as he continued to play with her CLT delicately. You're so cute, he said, his other hand moving around to grip her butt, holding it tightly for a few moments. Though he suddenly pulled away and moved to sit on the couch, his hands going back to drape across the top of the couch, and he spread his legs as well, putting himself on display for her as she watched him, nearly starting to drool as she looked to him. He was so gorgeous, so sexy as he sat there, the confidence and the natural power of the posture making her knees weak, and not only that but his PP was on full display for her, standing at attention, taunting her as she stood there needily. On your knees. She complied, falling to her knees gently, the carpet soft against her knees. Crawl to me. Her hands then came down as well, and he loved watching her crawl over to him, the way her melons swayed, how her butt moved back and forth. Sheet, if he were a horny little teenager, that sight might have sent him over just by itself, and when he felt her hot breath on his PP, he bit his lip once again as a shudder ran through him. Tell me what you want. I want to SCK your PP, she answered quickly. Then do it, he replied. SCK my PP Y/N. She followed as her mouth moved forward, taking his head into his mouth, making him groan as she began a slow pace, her warm and wet mouth moving over his PP as her eyes stayed locked with his face, watching his every reaction as she swallowed him down, growing wetter by the second as she watched her love get off on her mouth. His hand then moved to pet her hair, and she let out when she felt his fingers against her scalp. Though when she felt him yank her off of his PP, she let out a surprised gasp as he looked to her, and then moved to show her what he had gotten from the bedroom. It was a wand Bizzare, a favorite of both of them, something that they loved to use on each other on the occasion, and when he turned it on he smirked when she let out a little whimper. Put it on your CLT. Her hand reached out and grasped the vibrating wand, and when she pressed it again her CLT, she whimpered again as it sent bolts of pleasure up her spine, making her as she held it there. Look at me and hump it. He loved the look on her face as his Quirk lost control of her facial features as she rubbed herself up against the vibrating wand as she let out uhs and whimpers as it brushed against her pulsating CLT and twitching hole. You're so hot Y/N, he groaned as he moved to rub his PP, relieving himself a bit as he watched her effed herself against the VB. Though when he was aching for her mouth he titled his hard PP towards her, CK. She took him into his mouth immediately as her eyes looked up to him, her head bobbing up and down on his PP a bit faster than before, and he threw his head back when he felt her tongue rub against the tip before moving to caress the vein on his length as he started to lose even more control, the pleasure clouding him and making him lose the focus he needed to maintain full control. He then looked back to her. Stop, he ordered, and she whimpered in displeasure as she froze on his PP, her eyes looking up to him. Pull off my PP and give me the VBR. She did as she said, a slight pout on her face as she did what he said, and he thought it was cute as he leaned back again, looking to her hair a bit disheveled, a bit of drool falling from her mouth, while the juices from her scene slipped down her legs. She bit her lip when she heard his next command, "Straddle me." She rose to her feet a bit wobbly before she moved to straddle him, her calves against his thigh as her tight, wet and hot heat waited impatiently for him. He then moved, gripping her neck a bit and moving her to make her lips meet his own, his other hand smacking her but with a loud clap making her out again. "Turn around." She moved and turned away from him, her butt against his abdomen as she looked back to him, her eyes clouded with pure and absolute lust, making him run a tongue over his bottom lip. "You're so hot, Y/N," he told her as he lifted her butt off of him. "Now put my pee-pee inside you and ride me until I come." She did as she said, and when she guided his pee-pee into her, he settled back against the couch to watch as she trembled a bit as he entered her at the angle, going deeper inside her than any other position would offer. She spoke as she began to ride it, both of them miming as she started off with a medium pace, bouncing up and down, using the strength of her legs and the leverage of putting her hands on the little bit of couch in front of her to move up and down on his pages. "Good girl," he cooed, his hand moving to grip her side and tickle it a bit. "Just like that." His other hand then moved to grip her hair, tugging on it a bit, making her back arch as she bounced up and down on his pee-pee, making her out at her secret little enjoyment that she had only ever revealed to him. "Hito," she gasped out as she continued to ride his length, loving the way his pee-pee lit up every little nerve inside of her as she fed herself on it, and by the look on her love's face he was loving it too as he began to flush as well, his cheeks, neck and chest now glowing with a pink hue. And when he started to buck back up into her, she felt herself gain some control of her body as she started to move faster, miming loudly as he bit his lip, holding in the noises she wanted to hear as she bounced up and down on his pee-pee like a slot in heat. "Hito," she started. Please let me hear you." He looked to her face as both of them started to feel their clunks coming, and he couldn't help but to oblige as he let out the next rolling his hips up and into her, and as she strained her neck back to look at him, she realized how effing handsome he was as he started to rut his hips back up against her, making her melons bounce even more as his hands moved to grip her hips roughly, angling his pee-pee just right, forcing a howl of pleasure from her lips as her pumped up and into her roughly. "Yes please," she begged. "Please make me come, Hitoshi. Please make me come." One of his hand pulled back and smacked her, but after the words left her mouth and she bit her lips as her core started to twitch around him, preparing for release that was just around the corner, and when she finally crossed the bridge she called his name as she came on his pee-pee, slamming herself down one last time onto him as he came as well. "Y/N," he hemmed out as his seeds spilled into her. And both of them stayed in that position a bit longer before Hitoshi moved to lift her off of his length gently and pull her back against his sweaty chest, burying his nose into her hair as he inhaled her scent as he breathed deeply against her. "Thank you, Y/N," he said. "I love you." She smiled softly and moved to caress her hair with a hand, resting her cheek against her forehead. "I love you too, Hitoshi." Tokoyami's eye glanced over to the clock, letting out a sigh before he looked back to the TV that he hadn't really been paying attention to for the last hour and a half. His foot began to tap as he waited, his patience becoming strained. This had been a reoccurring even for the last few months, and it was starting to drive him a bit nuts. Not only did he come home from work to an empty house, but he would wait in said empty house for hours before his love would finally come through the door and give him a tired look and a sloppy and quick kiss before she would go and collapse on their bed, their costume barely off, and he would join them without complaint, as always trying to be considerate that her agency had been driving her through hell, but now that she was even starting to go in on her days off he was ready to snap. He was horny and he was said at her DMN manager for running her like a money machine, but he would stay composed. He would greet her with a smile and an "I love you," like always, and join her in bed. After all, the last time he had suggested a break did not flow over well, but that had been 5 weeks ago. And as if on cue the door opened again and in she stumbled, filthy and sweaty like always, and this time she flashed him an exhausted and strained smile. "Hi babe." "Hello." He got up and moved over to her, getting his usual quick kiss before she moved off towards their bedroom, stripping out of her costume and leaving it on the floor before she slipped on of his shirts on and collapsed on the bed, passing out before she even hit the pillow. If he had eyebrows, they would be twitching furiously. The seagull continued for another week, and Tokoyami was furious when he woke up on the day of their anniversary alone. "You've got to be kidding me," he growled as he looked to the empty bed next to him. He then looked to the note on the bedside and his arms started to shake as he looked to it. "I'm so sorry, my manager called. It was really important. I'm so sorry." Love, he really didn't want to be mad at her. He loved her more than anything, but this was too much. She needed to learn to tell her manager to F off. He understood work was important. Hell, he had participated in a fair share of stand-ups on his end because of work, but he always made sure to take the important days off and tell his manager that he was off limits, because he knew that sometimes people needed to come before work, even if he was a hero, and this was too far. Later that day he went to the supermarket, still agitated as he shopped around for groceries, picking up what they were low on, deciding to focus his energy, and when he came back home and closed the front door, her froze when he heard what sounded like crying. Her perked up and turned around, moving into the kitchen and setting the groceries down softly, and when he walked into their room and heard it coming from the bathroom. He then peeked in through the crack in the door and his heart broke when he saw Y/N standing there, a hand over her eyes as she whimpered, the tears following out from under as she gripped the bowl of the sink with a death grip. That was the final straw. He then moved out of the room and towards the front room where he had left his keys and phone and moved to dial the number, absolutely livid as he waited for the other side to pick up. "Hello, this is Dash. It's Tokoyami, Y/N's husband." "Oh, how are you? I'm calling to let you know that Y/N is taking the next week off." There was a pause on the other side of the line. "I don't know if that will work." He had to take a deep breath to keep himself from exploding. If it weren't for the sun shining on him right now, Dark Shadow would no doubt be throwing an absolute fit as well. The being was quite fond of Y/N and had been extremely vocal about her absence as well. "Her mental health is more important than whatever money you're making off of her," he told her. "She's not coming in. Use her sick days or all the off days you took from her. I don't care." He then hung up and took a deep breath once again, before setting his phone down, giving himself a few seconds to calm down before turning and hearing that his beloved had started a shower, and he then moved into the kitchen, keeping his ears peeled as he put the items he had bought away, and when that was done he started to grow a bit impatient as he waited at the dinner table, the horny feeling coming back as he thought about her in the shower. How the water would run over her strong arms, over her back, her melons, her butt and her legs. Her legs, he loved her legs, so strong and powerful, and her beers, they were so soft and so inviting to squeeze and lick. He then looked to his lap and realized he already had a raging HRD on just from thinking about her. He shifted, and then an idea popped into his head, a great stress-relieving we haven't had CC in 3 months kind of idea. "Y/N, I set out some clothes for you, just leave your costume in here, I'll wash it later." She smiled when she heard her husband outside of the door. Glad that he wasn't set at her or giving her the silent treatment, though her husband wasn't really the type to do that, and that's what she loved about him. He was understanding, kind, and gentle, though there were times when she wished he was less gentle. And when she walked out wrapped in a towel, her hair up in a towel as well, she wasn't ready to be gripped by large and powerful hands and be tossed onto the bed. Her guard raised immediately, and when she felt the large hands grip her wrists and pin her to the bed, she instantly recognized the hands and looked to see Tokoyami as the foot of the bed. "Kage, what Dash? Hush," he replied, his hands moving to remove his clothing, exposing his strong and muscled body to her, and she bit her lip as she watched, knowing that she too had been beyond Ronnie that last month. He then looked to her intensity in his eyes. "We're not going easy on you, understand?" She rubbed her legs together as she looked to him, her cheeks heating up. "Yes." He then moved onto the bed, his eyes staying locked with her, and when his hand moved Jerbanji her strong thigh with a tight grip, she let out a gasp at the contact, and his other hand then moved, tearing the towel off of her body, exposing her to him, and his eyes dilated when he saw naked for the first time in months. He then moved, pressing his beak flat against her chest, and inhaled her scent deeply as his hands moved to spread his legs, and when his hand ghosted over her city he looked into her eyes, his pee-pee growing harder as the sight of her face twisting in pleasure as he teased her silly, and when he hand dipped further and he felt her entrance he groaned himself as he slipped a finger inside of her. Her tight wet C&T was eager already, pulsating around his finger beckoning him to go further, and just by how slick she was he could tell that he didn't need to keep his desires back for long. He pumped her a few more times before pulling his fingers away and immediately moving them to his pee-pee, slicking up his member with her own juices before he looked into her eyes as saw that her appealing face was flushed, her chest and shoulders, even her thighs were all glowing pink. He then vowed that once this was over he would never let so much time pass between encounters again. He then gripped her thighs and pushed her legs back, bending her a bit before he looked into her eyes one last time before entering her, and when he did his head tilted up as the tsunami of pleasure washed over him. "Fumikage," she breathed out making him look back down onto her. "Please, me." He couldn't hold himself back long enough to reply before he started to P&D into her roughly, making the headboard of their bed smack against the wall as he moved as hard and as fast as he could, both of their pleasures spiking from the hard and rough moves, their eyes meeting as his hard and thick pee-pee rutted into her. He growled, trying to keep himself from coming undone as he continued to move into her, her tight and hot wet heat too FNG eager as he looked into her eyes. Y/N was absolutely lost in pleasure as he f'd her, his length pistoning in the right spot as she ummed and cried out. Typically he was delicate, making sure she was comfortable, but she was beginning to like this rough treatment, loving how helpless she felt with Dark Shadow holding her down, but she was surprised when her husband pulled out of her and then flipped her with ease, palming her butt and giving it a firm smack before entering her from behind, and once he restarted his rough pace his hand moved to grab her hair, pulling it back, making her arch back in a delicious ache. And when she let out a throaty Tokoyami looked to her, "You like that?" She nodded as her release started to near, and his hand met her rear again making her cry out as the pain pushed her even closer to the edge, and with a few more moves she finally came with a shot, her core tightening and milking his length until he came a few moments after as well, and after he slumped against her a bit as Dark Shadow released her and dissipated back into his owner. "I'm sorry," she finally spoke. "I've been gone way too much lately. That was way overdue." Tokoyami just moved, nuzzling her neck, inhaling her scent as he did. "It's all right," he replied. "I don't blame you, I blame that manager of yours." Y/N smiled. "You told her off, didn't you?" He laughed a bit. "Yes, I did. You have the next week off, by the way, I took a week off as well." She let out a deep breath and turned around and looked up at him, her eyes for as she put her hands on his feathered face. "I love you, Fumikage." "I love you too." The moment her eyes landed on her classmate she could have sworn she felt it explode inside her chest. Todoroki was standing there, his shirt long gone and nowhere in sight, his muscled body on display as he stood there breathing a bit as the sun beat down on his pale and perfect skin. She clapped her hands over her cheeks as they began to heat up instantly as he stood there, and when he turned and lifted his hand to rake through his red hair, exposing more of his scar as he stood there on display, and when his eyes moved it met hers she began her blush deepening as her whole face turned red. A smile crossed his face as he watched her before he moved over to her, putting a towel around his shoulders. "Are you all right, Y/N?" "Why yeah," she replied. I mean you look really nice today." He continued to smile at her, loving how cute she was when she was flustered. She thinks she'd be used to it by now, especially since it had been their third year of being in the same class and she'd seen him shirtless a number of times during training, but she always got flustered like this and he wanted to FANG ruin her for it. He wanted that flustered face to be under him, her eyes rolling in the back of her head and her tongue out as she was brought to orgasm. He wanted to F her long and hard, wanted to break her innocence and take it for himself. He was in deep, especially because she didn't know all the shit he wanted to do to her. The things he would do if he got that, but in his room after hours, they didn't even have to have the building to himself, he didn't care, nor did their other classmates. "Hey Y/N. Why yes. Do you want to come study in my room tonight?" She blinked up at him a few times before nodding quickly. "Yeah, that would be nice." He nodded and then turned away, and as he did, a smirk crossed his face as he bit his lip. He would get what he had been craving for the last 3 years, and he was going to enjoy his meal. Y/N stood outside the door, a blush already on her cheeks as she stared at the door, a nervous feeling washing over her as she stood there, and she took another deep breath before she moved, knocking on it lightly. She waited for a few moments, and when the door opened she smiled up at him, and he smiled softly down at her. "Come in," he told her in that smooth voice. She nodded and entered the room, and soon they were sitting down and working together, doing their homework from that day, though she didn't notice how Todoroki was staring at her every few seconds, holding for longer and longer as he realized how focused she was. His fantasies were roaming wild as he looked to her. He wanted to bind those wrists behind her back and pump into her from below. Wanted a GG to be in between those lips every time she pushed her pencil into them. He then finally moved and brought his notebook with him, sitting right next to her. "Y/N, can you help me with this problem?" She looked up and nodded before she looked to his notebook, and while she began to explain it to him, his eyes slipped down to look down through the collar of her shirt, and when he saw her wearing white lace he had to hold in a groan, and when she was done and she looked up to him waiting for him to confirm his understanding, he looked into her eyes, holding her gaze for a few moments, and he could see her blush deepen as her heart pounded in her ears, and he finally went in, connecting his lips to her own, making her gasp into his mouth. And when he pulled away, he loved the deer in headlights look in her eyes. He then backed away. "Sorry," he replied. I've been waiting 3 years to do that." She blinked a few times. It's all right, Shudo. I liked it." His ears burned as he waited for his next response. "Do you want me to do it again?" "Yes." He went in without hesitation, moving to lock their lips again, and when he felt her started to kiss back, he let out into the kiss, and when he pulled away he went in for another and another until the kisses started to become heated, her hands moving into his hair and gripping at his locks, making him groan before he nipped at her lip, making her gasp, allowing his tongue to enter her mouth and glide against her own, and he moved her onto the ground, getting in between her legs as his hands pinned her own to the ground, and when he pulled away his tongue run over his lips in longing when he saw her flustered from there, breathing as she looked up to him with clouded eyes. "Shudo, we should stop," she told him. "Why?" he asked. I don't know what to do," she answered. "I'm scared I'll mess it up." His mouth then moved down, kissing her neck gently. "You can't mess it up," he told her. "You're perfect." He then nipped at her collarbone, making her squeak as she jolted a bit. "Just give yourself to me, Y/N, that's all you have to do," he told her, his mouth moving to her ear, his hot and eager breath running across it, making tingles jet down her spine. "I'll take care of you." He then looked into her eyes, waiting for that final consent. She looked back into his eyes and nodded. "Oh, okay," she told him. "Just please take care of me." His lips then pressed back against hers. "I plan to," he replied before he got up, plucking her up from the floor with ease before placing her on the bed. "Just give yourself to me, Y/N." She nodded wordlessly, and he moved, his mouth on her neck, his hands moving to the hem of her shirt, and he moved slowly, pulling it off of her, making sure to give her time to back out. But when she didn't say anything, he pulled it all the way off, and when he saw the white lace, see-through BGMI she was wearing, he felt his heat skyrocket. "Holy shit, Y/N, he said. Sorry, it is too much," she asked. "No, it's FND perfect," he replied before he moved, making her breath hitch when his mouth locked around a clothed NPL, his tongue flicking over the bud before he circled it and DD at the same time. "And Shudo," she ummed, her hand slipping into his hair, but she was surpsed when his hand locked around her wrist a bit roughly and moved to place it back down on the bed, his other hand moving to place her other on the bed as well. He then looked into her eyes. "Keep them there," he ordered, and when he did she felt a SW flick on inside her, the adrenaline of the slight fear adding to her heat. "Move them and I'll have to tie you up." She gulped and nodded, and when he went back to work her hips jolted a bit as she forced her hands to stay put as he continued the sweet torture on both of her nipples, and when he pulled away he looked into her eyes as he moved to roll his clothed length against her covered core, and he loved the look that crossed her face as she bit her lip. "Let them out," he told her, and he then moved to take off her beer before he held his left hand up, freezing it a bit before he moved to grip his NPL lightly, and when he did she cried out a bit, her core rolling against his own from the sensation that came from his hand. He watched her face as he continued to play white the nipple before his hand moved to the other, loving her reactions before he moved to heat them back up with his mouth and pull away once again, looking down on her before his hand moved to trace her stomach, his hand making the tingeless come back before it locked into her shorts, undoing the button and pulling them down, and when he saw the matching white lace thong with the cute little red bow on top he closed his eyes. You're going to kill me, he told her and looked back to her. Do you wear stuff like this all the time? She gave him an affirmative nod. Yeah, is that okay? Of course it is, he told her. Just bring thigh-high socks next time, yeah. She laughed and his face softened a bit. She was always gorgeous when she laughed, though when his pee-pee throbbed in his breathes, he looked back down to her panties and moved down onto the floor on his knees, staring at the thong for a moment before he moved forward, placing a soft kiss on her tight, making her jolt a bit. He then moved her thong to the side and stared at her pee-pee for a minute, taking in the sight and the smell. Ashudo, don't stare, she said. It's embarrassing. He then blew on it and her back arched as his hot breath rolled over her core, teasing her gently before he moved to kiss her sensitive bud, making her let out and when he moved to lick it he stopped when he felt her hand go in his hair again. He then pulled away and looked back to her. What did I say Y/N? She looked into his eyes. I'm sorry, she replied. He sighed and then pulled back and moved over to the closet, plucking the desired item before moving back over to her, taking her wrists and placing them into the leather HNDCFFS before attaching it to the bed. He then looked into her eyes. The safe word is banana, he said firmly before he moved back to doing what he was doing, and when his tongue pressed against her he loved the little whimper that followed as he began to pleasure her with his tongue, running it up and down her labia and lapping up the juices that began to spill from her cotton greedily, and when he felt her began to twitch more as her emness increased in frequency, he pulled away and looked up into her face, loving the red that had flushed across her face and cute little effing ears. He was going to ruin her. Safe word, he asked. Banana, she answered. He smirked and then moved BKC to his closet, making her squirm a bit as he rummaged through the secret box that had been collecting various items over the years, and he learned to use them, and when he came back he set a few on the bed, out of her view before he stood and removed his shirt, unbuttoning it slowly before finally pulling it off of his strong chest slowly, exposing his strong body to her once again, and when he saw her starting to rub her thighs together, he smirked before his hand moved to smack them apart. His hands then moved to his belt, undoing it before reaching for the button and the hem, and he moved tearing his boxers and jeans off in one go, and he watched her eyes float down to his hard pee-pee, and when she bit her lip as she looked to it, the need shining in her eyes, he felt it twitch a bit. His hand then moved grip it just beneath the head, and he watched her expressions as he began to pump himself, groaning from the sensation, and when he threw his head up a bit when he teased the head her eyes followed, watching his face as he gained pleasure from his own hand, making her own need multiply rapidly. As a shouldo, she finally whined. Please just what Y/N? Please just touch me, she told him. He smirked, a playful glint entering his eyes, and when he just touched her stomach she let out a whine. Not there, she told him. Where then, tell me? She then glanced down to her core. Not with your eyes, with your words, Y/N. She hesitated, and he could see the conflict in her eyes, how her innocence was trying to hold back her longing, but when her longing won in the end he felt this hunger for her grow even more. Touch my pee-pee, shouldo. His hand then drifted down, and after his fingers ran over her silty he moved the finger into her hole, making her gasp as he pumped her a few times before adding another and angling them both up, making her buck her hips as she let out a deep as his fingers teased at her G-spot, lighting her up like a board as his fingers moved in circles inside her, his fingertips driving her insane as he played with her. Your dripping feels so good, he told, so tight. She just continued to and whine as he played with her, and when he pulled out before she could find her release, leaving her there on the edge again, she whined. He then moved and grabbed one of the items he had brought, and when he turned it on, her eyes shot up to his hand. In his hand was a bullet Bizzare, a bright pink one that buzzed loudly. He then moved, pressing it against on NPL, making her breath hitch before he moved it to the other one, and when he pulled it away and pressed it to her CLT, she shook with it a bit as she felt it vibrate against her. "Oh my God," she said, her head falling back against the bed as her back arched as well, her hands pulling at the cuffs a bit. "Is it good?" he asked her. She nodded furiously, not able to find the words as it shoved her towards her first release, and when it finally washed over her she let out a cry as her core twitched and leaked as her mind went blank, her organs making waves of pleasure explode inside her as she lost herself for the first time, and Shudo smiled as he pulled the Bizzare away and moved to tear a condom open, rolling it not his length, and when he saw her come back from the edge he moved, pressing into her dripping CNT. She let out as her slick, orgasm fresh PP allowed him to slip in with ease and little distress, but the slight burn still remained and she squirmed a bit as he held still inside of her, the slight pain making her brow twitch a bit. "Safe word." "BNHA," she answered. "Good girl," he purred. "Look at me Y/N." She opened her eyes and looked to him as he pulled out slowly and then moved back in, making her gasp a bit as his PP lit up all the right nerves. "Tell me what you want." She swallowed before opening her mouth. I want you to F me." He smirked before he began to pick up his pace steadily, rutting his hips into hers, and when she was finally letting him in without no distress he began to really F'd her, making her cry out as her hands tugged at the restraints, wanting nothing more than to run her hands up and down his chest as he drove his hard PP into her, making her like a little slot as she cried out for him. "Shudo, you feel so good." "So do you Y/N, he told her. "You're tight and wet little PP milking my big pages. You're such a good girl Y/N. I love how well you take my pages." Her eyes closed as her toes curled, her head moving to hit the bed again as she felt herself start to climb that hill once again as he drove her towards another orgasm, and she began to push back against them, he herself on his PP as he drove into her face twisting in pleasure as she looked up to him. "Does it feel good, baby?" She nodded furiously. "Are you going to come on my pages?" She continued to nod. "Yes, I'm going to." "Good girl," he purred, his fingers moving to dance over her. "See, come on my pages." His words sent her over and she cried out his name once again as he came, and after her rode her waves, her CNT squeezing and twitching around his PP, he pulled out and removed the condom, climbing up onto the bed and straddling her chest. "It," he told her. She looked up into his eyes and moved to lock her lips around the head of his PP, sking at his as his hands buried themselves in her hair, guiding her mouth as he began to push down on his PP, and when he felt himself starting to come he fisted her hair as he jolted a bit, the seeds spilling into her mouth, and when he pulled out a bit and looked into her eyes he groaned when he saw her gulp and open her mouth to reveal that she had swallowed all of it. "F-Y/N, he said between slight breathes. "Be my girlfriend." "Yes," she told him. Kirishima ran a hand through his hair as he sat there, bored out of his goddamn mind as he sat there at the bar patio. He'd rather be doing anything other than this, but because of his recent activities, he was forced to lay low and he hated that. He wanted to be out, being a free man, giving a good old to the cops and doing what he wanted. He groaned as he sunk deeper into his chair, though when he spotted someone walk past him he perked up a bit, and when he saw the demand schoolgirl skirt he felt a smirk crawl onto his features. He was 18 after all, still in the age range where he could perv the F out on high schoolers and not be creepy about it. Though when he looked at the rest of the uniform his interest peaked, and he suddenly decided what he was going to do. He then put a stolen 10,000 yen bill he had plucked out the pocket of the dude next to him before he hopped the short fence and put his hands in his pockets, smirking as he followed after her, biting his lip as he watched her tight but sway under her skirt, loving the little knee-highs she was wearing as well. Though his gaze was torn away when he heard something honk rather close by, and when he saw the car spin out of control after being hit his eyes looked to the girl, and when he saw she had been earbuds in he growled and sprung forward, activating his hardening quirk as he tackled her to the ground, protecting her from the crash. He closed his eyes as he growled, his hands digging into the concrete as he held firm against the crash, the car bouncing off of his form. He then opened his eyes when it was over and looked down to the girl below him, his eyes meeting her own, and he saw the wide-eyed scared look in her eyes. He then smirked and moved one hand forward, pulling the bud out of her ear, noting that the cord had been severed in the fall. Word of advice, sunshine, he started. Always keep a bud out when walking around, yeah. She nodded quickly and he moved off of her and helped her out, and he then looked back to the crash and sneered when he saw that the police were coming, and when he moved to go into the alley, a hand wrapped around his wrist. Wait, she said. I know you. He smirked and moved forward, his hand moving to grip her chin. Call it a favor for a favor, babe, or it? He asked and then moved to kiss her cheek. I'll see you later. She watched as he walked back into the alleyway and gave her one last wink before he disappeared into the alleyway. Her hand that came up to her cheek, and despite her better judgment she felt it heat up as she watched, hoping that she would see him again. Days passed after the incident and Y/N was constantly looking around for the young man whom had saved her, mostly because odd little items started to pop up here and there. When she had gotten home that night there was a single rose on her doorstep, a pair of earbuds taped to it. The next morning there was a smoothie. But today almost made her pass out. This time there was a box wrapped in disarmingly cute wrap and she brought it into her house, closing the door behind her as she inspected it, and when she opened it and held the item up her face exploded red. It was a lingerie cop outfit, a rather high-end one at that. Having cuffs and all. Why don't we play cops and robbers, sunshine? What the hell? She asked, dropping it to the floor. This is too far. She then moved, putting it back into the box, her hands fumbling the whole time, and she tapped the box up and wrote on it with pen. No thanks. That morning when she opened the door to go meet up with her friends, she froze when she saw the young man from before standing there and unhappy look on his face. She swallowed, her cheeks heating up as she looked up to him as he moved, trapping her as he moved an arm onto the door frame, leaning a bit towards her. No thanks, he asked, his tone dipping down. I buy you all these nice things and save you from death and all you have to say is, no thanks. Oh. She spoke softly, her cheeks going red and her ears starting to glow too. I've never worn anything like that before. He froze. That wasn't quite the denial he was expecting. He then looked to her and a smirk crossed his lips when he saw how she was fidgeting and blushing. Well, you don't have to wear that, babe, he told her and leaned forward, his hot breath running over her ear making her breath hitch. You can just wear that little UA uniform. Her head started to spin as his fingers moved to grip her chin, tilting her head so she looked into his red eyes. Would that be better? She gulped. What? I've never done anything like that, and I'm what? You're a villain. He smirked. So what if I am? He asked, his other hand moving around to grip her but squeezing it gently, making her squeak. What are you going to do about it, Y/N? Her hands then moved up to his chest and she pushed him away a bit, and when he saw the tears gathering in her eyes he nearly lost his sheet as his breaths began even tighter. He then lunged forward and slammed his lips onto her own, and he aimed into the kiss as she gave in a bit, both of them leaning against the doorframe as he trapped her in, and when he pulled away he looked back to her. So what's it going to be, babe, you gonna let me in? Y/N. He then turned and saw a girl about the same age as Y/N, and his eyes narrowed when he saw the defensive stance she was taking. He then looked back to Y/N, and moved in, pressing a kiss to her cheek. I'll see you around, babe. Leave the front door unlocked for me tonight. Yeah. He whispered before he moved away, snagging the box that she had left out and walked past the girl eyeing her before moving on. Pest, babe. Y/N popped up from her place on the couch and she saw him standing in the doorway, and he smirked when he saw her and moved to kick off his shoes, taking his jacket off slowly. He then moved over and looked her up and down, liking his lip when he saw that she was wearing little red-blue shorts and a tank top without a bia. I like your piece. She gulped as her face started to heat up again. What do you want with me? He raised a brow. I thought that was obvious. She then stood up. It's not, she told him. I know who you are, you're Red Riot, you're a villain, so why are you flirting with me? Why are you hanging around and kissing me? What's your game? He blinked at her a few times before he shrugged. Honestly, I have no dim clue, he answered and then moved, pushing her back onto the couch, and moved to straddle her legs, a ceasy glint in his red eyes. His hands then went to the hem of his shirt and he pulled it off, exposing his muscled and slightly scarred chest to her, but I'm not going to worry about the reason. He then leaned down and connected their lips once again, his hands gripping hers and moving them to his abs. Pressing her hands against his skin, just let it happen, Y/N. She let out a shaky breath as her eyes looked to his strong body, her hands moving on their own as they ran across his bare skin, and he smirked as he watched her eyes light up as she did, and when she moved forward to hesitantly kiss the skin, he bit his lip with his sharp teeth. He then reached back and when his fingers brushed over her core, he smiled when she instinctively clapped her thighs together. Relax, Y/N, I'm not going to hurt you. This time. Her legs opened a bit and he then pressed his fingers against her core, loving the sigh that fell from her lips as he pressed a finger to her CLT through her boy shorts, rubbing it lightly. He watched her face as he continued to tease her, and when he liked his lips, he realized he wanted to taste her. He then climbed off of her and went on his knees on the floor, pulling her rear forward a bit, making her let out a cute squeak again before he looked up to her, sliding her tank top up a bit, kissing the skin there softly before he moved, his teeth latching onto the red fabric and pulling them down, making her core twitch as she watched, and when he pulled them down far enough his hands took over and slid them off slowly before he moved, spreading her legs and looking at her core. His eyes met hers as he moved to kiss the inner part of her thigh, before he moved in slowly, being surprisingly gentle as he kissed and worshipped her skin, and when he finally made it to her core he took in a whiff. You smell good, he told her, looking into her eyes as he moved, pressing a soft kiss to her seal. She bit her lips as she watched him move to lick the core, and her back arched a bit as the waves of pleasure washed over her, miming lightly as he slowly warmed her up. His tongue moving gently against her as he watched her face, and when he pulled away, looking to her core again, his fingers moved to her lips, holding them apart before he went right for her tight little hole, pushing his tongue inside. She jolted as she ummed, his tongue swirling around inside her, making lewd noises as his thumb moved to press and roll over her core, matching the movements of his tongue, and when he ummed against her she felt the subtle vibration and ummed out loud too in response. Her hand then moved to lace into his red hair, surprised at how soft his spike hair was, and she looked into his eyes as he continued to eft her with his tongue. He then pulled away from a moment, looking to her as he bit into her thigh, making her eyes shut as his sharp teeth pierced the skin, the pain mixing with the sensation he had given her, before he moved back to her core, his mouth latching onto her his tongue swirling around as he ate greedily at it, and when her hips began to push back against him, her grip tightening on his hair, he knew she was close, and when she finally jolted against him, letting out a delicious he moved too. Fingers into her, angling them up immediately, making her shake against him as he drew out her orgasm by rubbing her G-spot, and when she finally came down from the high he pulled away and looked to her. "You're so hot," he told her, and moved back to kiss her thigh and then the inside of her knee. He then stood up, his hands going to his belt, but she reached forward catching his hands as she looked to him. "Let me," she told him. He raised a brow and nodded, watching as her hands fumbled at his belt, getting it off a bit clumsily before she unbuttoned his jeans, pulling them off before looking to his briefs. Her eyes locking onto the hardened member that laid beneath the fabric. She then looked into his eyes before she moved forward, pressing a kiss to the head through the material, making him let out a shaky breath. He said as she moved to lick it, her hands squeezing at his thighs as her eyes stayed locked with his own, her pupils dilated with lust. He couldn't hold back for much longer, and he then pushed her back onto the couch, off of his PP before he moved to remove his briefs, tossing them across the room before he moved onto the couch, moving her below him, opening her legs up before he moved to rub his PP against her hot heat, loving how wet she was. He then looked into her eyes. "You want me to put it in?" She bit her lips and nodded, and he smirked before he moved, his hands gripping her own, placing them above her head as his lips met his own, and he then moved into her, making them into each other's mouths as they felt each other for the first time. "Sheet," he breathed as he pulled away. "You're so tight." He then began to roll into her slowly, giving her a bit of pleasure as she adjusted to his length, and when she was ready he sat up, his hand dipping under her tank top, sliding it up to expose her BRSS as he began to pick up his speed, his hand gripping her BRST and jerking at it as he moved into her, making her as her head arched backwards and into the leather couch as he moved into her. "You're so hot Y/N, he told her. "So goddamn secretary." She then looked back into his eyes as he began to up his pace, and she bit her lip when she saw how FACC he was too. Some of his hair had fallen onto his face, the 2 signature horns still up, but the disheveled look added to his already rugged and dangerous look, making her heat spike as his tongue ran slowly across his lips as he looked to her. "You like it, babe?" She nodded. I like it." He chuckled. "See, villain PP isn't that bad, is it? Probably can make you come better than any hero PP can, yeah." She ummed out as his hands moved to play with her CLT, her second orgasm approaching quickly as he moved up and into her at the right angle, hitting the exact bundle of nerves to make her come undone as his pace increased, his own heat beginning to spike as he watched her on his pages. He then leaned down and caught her lips again, pressing in tongue inside her mouth to wrestle with her own tongue as her core began to twitch around his PP, and when he pulled away he saw the sexist FE he'd ever seen as she ummed out, her core tightening around his own, and it quickly spurred his own release as he moved roughly into her, before finally finishing off. He then looked back to her, and smirked when he saw the orgasm-dazed look on her features, and when she came back he moved forward, nipping at her neck. "Come to the dark side, babe, we have orgasms." Y/N sat in her seat, a small smile on her face as she waited for a certain someone to walk in, looking forward to their greeting more than the others she had already received. Especially since happy birthdays from boyfriends were always the best, especially with Midoriya. He was just so sweet that when he spoke with her she couldn't help but to feel all warm on the inside, and even though they hadn't gotten to spend a lot of time together lately because of internships and school, she knew that he would make today special. She continued to daydream as she sat there, and when the door finally opened she turned anxiously and saw him there, walking in with a smile on his face as he spoke with Ida. No doubt they had walked from the dorms together this morning, and he walked over looking to her. "Good morning, Y/N, he said, the usual bright look on his face. "Good morning, Izuku. Did you sleep well?" he asked. She nodded and he held his smile, a small blush appearing on his features. "Good." She waited for the phrase, but when it didn't come she raised a brow as he moved over to his seat and sat down and began to get out his materials. She sat there puzzled, staring at him a few moments, before the bell rung and she turned forward, choosing to forget about it and focus on the lessons. Though when lunch rolled around her smile came back, and when she turned to look to Izuku her brows furrowed when he was already gone, and she looked around the classroom and saw that he had already left. She bit the inside of her lip. Usually he waited for her to go to lunch. Maybe he has a surprise birthday lunch for me. That must be why he didn't walk with me to the classroom. The smile came back and she moved, walking with a slight skip in her step to the cafeteria, and when she looked around she spotted Izuku there, already sitting down with the rest of their classmates, and when she looked over, she stopped when she saw that there was no lunch in her usual spot next to her. She waited, seeing if he just hadn't gotten it out yet, but when she saw that he got school lunch her stomach fell a little bit, but she quickly shook it off and walked to the lunch line, and when she got her food she moved over to where Izuku was, but she saw that Todoroki had taken her seat. She sighed and moved over, sitting on the other side and a bit diagonal to her boyfriend next to Tokoyami, who was just silent as they ate, and she kept glancing up, wondering if Izuku was going to do anything or show anything to her, but he didn't even look her way as everyone around him spoke to him. Another sigh left her and she got up with her half-finished lunch and dumped it, heading back to the classroom, and when lunch was over she watched as Izuku walked right by her, talking to Ochako as he did. Her foot started to tap as a wave of agitation set in as she remembered how they had celebrated his birthday, how she had brought him lunch and made him special little taiyaki cakes. And when the end of the day rolled around and he walked back to the dorms without her, she was royally sad. Steam coming out of her ears the whole way back to the dorms, and she then walked up to him when he was finally alone in the common room. "Izuku." "Yes. Do you know what day it is?" He blinked at her a few times. No, why?" She grit her teeth as she smiled. "Oh, it's nothing," she replied, some of the venom leaking out. "Can you come to my room later tonight? He thought for a moment and then he gave her an apologetic smile and rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, I can't. Kirishima and I are going to train our quirks, he told her and then looked to her with a hopeful smile. You could probably come if you wanted to. She held her smile. I'm good, she told him, and then turned and walked away without another word. His brows furrowed as he watched, wondering what was wrong, but he just shrugged it off and got up to get ready. Izuku raised a brow when he saw the text after he took a sip of his water. Can you please come to my room when you're done? I'm having trouble sleeping, nightmares. He smiled a bit, hoping that he would be able to go up and cuddle for a little bit, especially since they both had been so busy lately. Of course, I'll be there ASAP. A smirk crossed her features as she read the text, and she put the phone down and moved to sit on the bed and wait for him to be up. She was going to remind him why he used to pay so much attention to her. Why/n, it's me, let me in, he called after knocking. She lifted her hand using her metal quirk to open the door, and when he walked in and saw her still in her uniform he looked confused, and she then sent 2 pairs of HCFFs towards him, locking them around his wrists before sending him to the bed and locking them with her barred headboard. He pulled against them for a second before looking back to her as she flipped the light on, turning her bedside lamp off. She then folded her arms, an unhappy look on her face. Tell me what day it is, she told him. It's Friday. No, the date. D/M/Y, he answered. But what does dash? It's my birthday, Izuku. His eyes went wide and he finally understood why she had seemed so cold earlier, and he felt a tremendous amount of guilt flood into his system. He felt like a complete a-hole. He knew it was her birthday today, but he'd been so busy with everything. If he was an idiot, especially after she'd celebrated his birthday with so much gusto, making him food and spending the whole day with him and giving an amazingly SNSL present that night. I'm sorry, Y/N, I really am, he said. I've been so busy and I'm sorry. A smirk came to her face and she moved over straddling him. So will you be my present then, Izuku? She asked, saying his name in a sing-song fashion. He looked up to her, and he tugged on the H's a bit, and he could see the hunger in her eyes as she looked down to him, her perfect butt against his crotch. He had to admit he'd been fantasizing about a situation like this before and they had gotten close but never so far as to actually tie him up. Yes, he answered, his cheeks going red. I'll be your present. She smiled and bent down, pressing her full biceps against his strong chest as her lips pressed to his, loving the feel of her soft lips against his own, and when she pulled away he looked up to her as she sat up, her hands moving to her shirt, looking into his eyes as she did one button after the other, and when he got a peek of her BR he had to hold in a groan. She was wearing his favorite baby blue BR, the one she only wore for special occasions. You know I wore this BR so you could take it off of me tonight, she told him, unbuttoning the rest of her shirt and tossing it to the side, and she watched as he bit his lip, his cheeks glowing brighter as his eyes locked onto her chest. She then moved back down, and pressed her lips back against his own with gentle feather-light kisses before she moved to his ear, running her tongue over the lobe before nipping it a bit before moving to kiss beneath it, her lips lapping at his skin, making him writhe a bit beneath her as his pee-pee began to harden beneath his breathes. You're mine tonight, Izuku, she told him. I'm going to do whatever I want to you, and you're going to like it. He nodded as he let out a shaky breath as she pressed her teeth against his skin, before finally skinning a mark into the sweet spot on his neck, just above where it connected to the shoulder, and he bit his lips as he let out a She smirked against his skin before pulling back up, her hands going to his shirt, and she looked him in the eyes before she moved, ripping the shirt off of him before taking the shards and tossing them against the wall. Her hands then moved against his bare skin, and she felt her heat increase as she looked to him. Lust wasn't all about the body, but goddamn his sure helped, and she would never get used to seeing it. Years of training had turned him into a perfect specimen, and the little bit of freckles on his chest and the scars on his arms only added to it, and as she ran her fingers over the grooves of his abdomen he let out a groan as his head moved back, his back arching a bit. Her eyes then looked to her nipples and an idea popped into her head as she moved, flicking the finger over the pink bud, and when he turned his head to the side, his breath hitching, she bit her lip before she moved to tease him further. Loving the gasps that left his mouth as he did. And when her hot mouth locked around one of the buds, he let out a whine as the new sensation came in waves from his chest, turning him on even more as he tried to rub against her rear that had been strategically placed out of his crotch's reach to torture him further, and when he felt her bite down a bit his head snapped up to look at her, the most delicious look of pleading on his face making he pull back. "Does it feel good when I play with your nipples, Izuku?" He nodded, "Yes, I do." She then liked the one she bit one last time, making him let out a small little cry before she moved, kissing the valley of his pecs before moving her body down slowly, his lips liking, biting, sking and kissing the skin, making him tug at the restraints as she did, and when she finally reached his breathes she looked up to him before she moved, kissing him through his basketball shorts, making him shudder a bit, and she then moved, pulling them down along with his briefs in one go, and his pee-pee sprung up. She let out a hot breath onto the head, making his hips arch towards her a bit before her hand locked around the base of his sizable pages. She then looked back to him before she moved, liking the head, swirling it around before pulling back a bit to tease his slit, making him out and twitch in her grip as her thumb teased at the large vein on the underside of his length. Y/N, he ummed out as she took the head into her mouth, sking at the tip before moving down his length slowly, and when she came to her limit she pulled back up, all the way to the head before moving back down again, her tongue pressing against him as her hand followed, moving up and down with her mouth, pleasing all the places she couldn't quite get to, and when she felt his length start to twitch more her hand then moved to his ball, rubbing them lightly as she started to a CK at the head. He let out a throaty as she continued to pleasure him, her mouth and hands feeling absolutely divine against him. And when he felt himself starting to approach the edge he let out a long as his heart rate began to spike, his BLD pumping faster inside of him. Y/N, I'm going to, she continued for a quick moment before she suddenly pulled away completely, making a whine leave him, and he moved into the air, absolutely surprised at the loss of contact. He then looked to her, a tear forming in one eye. Why did you?" she smirked. "You didn't think I was going to let you off that easy, did you?" she asked him. "I only have on birthday Izuku and you forgot it. You're not going to come until I want you to, understand?" He gulped when he saw the look in her eyes, like she were a wolf and he were a rabbit waiting to be consumed by her, but he couldn't deny that he loved that look in her gorgeous eyes. He then nodded slowly and tried to relax back into the bed, his pee-pee furious as it twitched about, the head glowing red as it begged for release. After a few more seconds he felt the tip of her finger begin to tease the slit a bit again, making him jolt against her as the sensitivity was suddenly multiplied, and when he let out a shaky as she pulled it back again, a smirk coming to her face before she moved off of the bed. "Izuku." "Why yes." She then reached under the bed and pulled out a bag, and he knew exactly what was in that bag. That was their sin bag, and he strained his neck to watch, not being able to see the items she was pulling out. And when she was done she set it back down before she moved over to him, a BNHA in hand. He then moved obediently, allowing her to put it over her eyes and block his vision completely, immediately heightening his senses as his ears twitched with every moment she made, and when she touched the side of his pee-pee he actually jumped a bit. "Relax," she told him, her hand moving to run over his thigh, kneading at the twitching muscle there. Sorry." She smiled as she looked to him. He really was the perfect combination of CC and cute. Though her attention quickly turned back to the task at hand, and she reached for the bottle of lube she had gotten out, and she flicked the cap open and dumped some onto her finger, coating it before she moved it, and when she felt him shudder as she moved into him, she smirked. They had only done this a couple of times, but ever since he had told her she was bi, her ultimate secret Fujoshi manga side had surfaced a bit in her, and when she folded the finger up pressing against this she purred as he let out a different pitch of the higher pitch making her smirk as she looked to him. Y/N. "Yes. P, put another in please." She raised a brow. He'd never asked for more than one finger. She then moved and pressed the other finger into him, making him out again as she continued to tease the spot inside of him, and when he began to press back against her she liked her lips at the delicious look on his face as she moved, liking the head of his pee-pee, making the sensation blend together as she teased him. Though when they both heard the door of the room above them open and close they force. Y/N then let out a teasich, Jiro's home, she said. She then looked down to Izuku as he bit his lip, trying to hold in the M's as her fingers moved in and out of him. Her fingers pulled out of him and he shuddered before she went for the towelettes, sanitizing her fingers and cleaning off the lube before she moved for the ball GG. Open, she told him. He did it and she moved, strapping it carefully around his head before looking to him. That all right? He nodded and she smiled. Good, she told him, moving to kiss his chest a bit, relaxing him before she reached for her next plaything, looking to his PP as he held it in her hand. She then moved, spitting onto his length before she spat into the toy, making sure it was wet enough before she moved the fleshlight onto the head of his length. He ummed through the GG, muffling him well enough that he wouldn't cry loud enough for Jiro to hear up above them. Though the excitement of being heard by someone else amped both of them up a little bit, and when she slid the fleshlight down his length, the whine that he let out made her shudder as she looked to him. She then began a slow pace, moving the toy up and down on his length, getting him used to the sensation before she began a steady pace, loving how helpless he looked and the whines he let out from his throat as she fed him with it. Does it feel good? She asked him. He nodded quickly, trying to F it, but her hand moved it out of reach every time he tried to up the pace, making him whine in frustration and fidget beneath her. Is it as good as mine? He gave her an immediate negative nod, and she then upped the pace a bit, watching for every sign that he was going to come. Good boy, she told him. Though when she felt that he was getting a little too close to the edge, she pulled it back, making him start to thrash against the bed as she repeated the action again and again until tears of pure frustration started to pour out from under the BNHA, his mouth starting to feel numb and lock up from the GG. He decided to try and beg again for a bit of mercy. Pawaz, he said from under the GG. Staff. I'm Sophie. Poeju. She felt herself give in and she decided it was enough, and she pulled the toy away from him and set it down before she moved, removing the ball GG first and then the BLNDFLD. He looked a bit dazed as he lied there, his eyes a bit red and his cheeks tear-stained as he whimpered, still trying to find release when there was none. It's Izuku, she told him, using her quirk to release him from his bonds. It's almost over. Y/N, he said. Please. Please make me come. Nodded, and moved, straddling him before gripping his length and pushing herself down onto him, both of them letting out as they felt each other connect. She bit her lip as she shuddered, knowing that she would never grow sick of feeling him inside of her, and when he began to buck and move under her, she began to move. Her hands moving to grip his, holding them tightly as she rode his PP, watching his face as she bounced up and down. He let out as her tight and hot heat moved up and down on him, pushing his sensitive PP towards the edge quickly, and he then looked up into her eyes. I love you, he spoke before miming. I love you. Izuku, she gasped out, feeling herself being sent towards the edge quickly as well. I love you too. She then began to ride faster, biting her lip to hold in the cries as she felt it all spike inside of her, and when she finally came, she threw her head back as her core twitched and milked his PP, making him bite his lip too as he finally found his release, the orgasm making him roll his eyes to the back of his head as his back arched, his tongue slipping out a bit, as well as the best and most satisfactory orgasm he ever had in his life washed over him. Y/N looked down to him as she continued to rock her hips, dragging out both of their highs before she stopped and pulled off of him and laying on the bed next to him, moving to pull the blanket over their bodies before she pulled his shaking one into her own, laying his head against her BRS as the aftershocks rolled through him. You did so good, Izuku, she told him. So good for me. Sorry, he replied, his voice still shaky, the tears still coming out a bit as he looked up to her. She smiled and moved, wiping the tears with her thumbs before he moved forward to kiss both of his cheeks. I forgive you, she told him. We can just hang out tomorrow, okay? He nodded, and she pulled him back against her, his strong arms wrapping around her midsection as her hand ran soothingly over his back, calming his quaking body. I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Y/N. He was a horrible human being. A garbage human. An even worse hero, but he couldn't help it. He loved her thick thighs, her little love handles, he loved everything about her body. He wanted to run his tongue over her skin, taste every single inch of her, and at the same time he couldn't even talk to her without cowering out. He hated himself sometimes, but the manga Togata had showed him was not helping, especially since it had been a demed tentacle monster one. It had only made his fantasies escalate, and made his breathes grow tight every time he ate takoyaki. He then looked up to her and his cheeks grew pink once again as she performed another RDL in the weight room, her gorgeous legs kept straight as she bent down to pick up the bar, putting her round, full and plump but on display for everyone to see, and he found it hard to focus as he watched her perform the movement over and over again. Though when she turned to look at him, he panicked as he quickly rushed out of the room. "What am I doing?" he asked himself as he stood there in the bathroom. This was the worst possible situation he could think of. After he had panicked and ran out of the weight room, he hadn't been paying attention where he was going and he'd run and hid in the wrong bathroom, and now Y/N was showering in the stall next to where he was hiding, and what was even worse than that, she was masturbating. His hands were over his mouth as he listened to her his eyes watching mortifyingly as his pee-pee grew harder and harder with each passing second as he listened to her as she touched herself in the stall next door, and he felt every fantasy he had thought of in the last year come back and replay in his mind over and over again as he stood there, but then an idea popped into his head. He then looked between them and saw that a small space was opened between the two stalls on the bottom. He swallowed hard before he moved, going on his stomach to peek, and when he saw her his heat explode. She was standing them, leaning up against the back of the stall, one hand jerking at her large BRT, the other rubbing her CLT between her gorgeous thick thighs. Her eyes were closed, her head back against the tile as she pleasured herself, miming softly. "Tamaki," she sighed, making his eyes go wide. "Tamaki, please." His face went red as he backed away, taking a deep breath as the shock rolled over him. Not only was the biggest crush he ever had in his life masturbating, but she was masturbating to the thought of him. He put his hands around his face as he continued to listen, his breaths growing tighter with every moment, and when she was finally done he heard her turn off the shower and walk out, and he waited longer, his ears burning as he listened to her put on her clothes and leave the locker room. He then walked out of the shower and moved to the door, gulping along the way as he hoped he wouldn't run into anyone with the raging bnur in his breathes. The next day his eyes were drawn to her form more than usual. Her legs, her waist, her butt, and her melons, everything was calling to him as all he could see was her pressed against the wall in the showers. He wanted to be the person to push her against that wall and make her feel good, but at the same time he was too nervous to. All he could was stare from afar, drool and dream. He then put his head down on his desk and let out a deep breath full of the SXL frustration he'd been feeling for 2 years. "Amikjiki." He looked up and froze when he saw her standing there, a smile on her cute face. "Do you think I could come study with you for the test on Monday?" she asked him. He was frozen for a few more seconds before the blush crossed his face as he nodded wordlessly. Her smile brightened. "Great, I'll come by your dorm after school, okay?" He gulped and nodded again, and she then walked away and moved back over to their other classmates, and Tamaki immediately blushed as he sat there, in shock. Y/N was going to be in his room. The girl whom he'd been drooling over for the last 2 years was going to be in his room, with him, alone. He gave a silent thank you and F you as well. Both anxiety and excitement flowing through his system. He was a garbage human. He really was. Here was Y/N just trying to get ready for the test, working hard, and here he was taking advantage of the fact that she had worn a V-neck. Shamelessly for 20 minutes he had been staring at her bios, watching as they pressed together and shifted. He was already starting to get a HRD on. Though when she looked up he snapped his eyes up to meet her own. "Can you help me with this one?" she asked. He nodded and moved over to her, and she pointed to the problem and he began to explain it to her, but when she felt her hand be placed on his thigh he jumped a bit and froze for a moment, his eyes looking to hers. "Can you explain more? I still don't get it." He nodded and continued on high alert as her hand slid up higher as he continued to talk, and when she finally placed it on his crotch his resolve snapped. What are you doing?" he asked. She looked up to him and raised a brow. "Do you not like it?" "No, I just..." "Why are you..." She smiled up to him. "I just thought I would give you a little nudge," she answered. "What do you mean?" She raised a brow. Do you really think I haven't noticed you staring at me for the last 2 years? She asked him. I asked Mirio about it and he explained that you were too shy, so I decided to make the first move. He gulped. You mean you're not mad? No, I'm not, she replied. I think you're cute, besides it kind of got me excited whenever you would stare at me. She then rubbed her thighs together a bit, looking embarrassed before she looked back up to him. So, do you want to do it? He looked at her, waiting for her to start laughing at him as his face grew redder and redder, and when he finally realized she wasn't kidding he was still frozen. He couldn't have SEC with her, not here he was. He wasn't good enough for that. He was just a pervert, he never thought he would actually get her here. It's okay if you don't want to, she told him, retracting a bit. I know that guys aren't usually psyched to do things with girls like me. His brows furrowed. What do you mean? Oh, I'm not tiny, she answered. He could hear the same insecurity in her voice that he had in his own, and that stunned him. She had never shown in, she wasn't shy, she didn't stick to the back of the class, she acted like everyone else, and yet, I will have a see with you, he suddenly declared, finding his resolve, making her look up to him. You're appealing Y/N, I will gladly do it. She blinked up at him for a few moments before he leaned down and connected their lips for the first time, and it felt just as good as he imagined. He loved the feeling of her lips against his own, and he pulled away for a millisecond before connecting back to hers, getting more into the kiss as the heat started to build inside him, and he could feel it build in her as her mouth started to move more greedily back against his. He then pulled away and looked to her and moved to push her down, surprising her as he gave the table the boot, pushing it back before he moved in between her legs, looking down to her before his hands moved to her shirt, pulling it off of her before his mouth went to her neck, lapping at her skin, biting and sking at it, worshipping her neck as his hands moved to her boobs, and squeezing at them before he moved to remove her BR as well, looking into her eyes as he moved to lick the NPL, watching as he face contorted in pleasure as his wet appendage circled and teased it before he finally latched on. She let out a gasp as he SEK'd greedily at the bud, her hand moving into his hair making him let out as they massaged his scalp. He then pulled away and moved to kiss to the valley of the bears before giving the same treatment to the other bud, before finally pulling away and admiring the blush that had flowed across her chest, her nipples pert and hard. He then looked to her face and felt himself lick his lips as she looked up at him with hooded eyes. Titamaki. His blush deepened as she called him by his first name in that needy voice. He then moved and gave her a gentler kiss before pulled away. You're appealing, he told her. He then pulled away and his hands moved to remove his own shirt, and when he felt her hands press against his lean body he groaned a bit before he moved to her legs, finally gripping those love handles how he wanted to before grinding himself against her clothed core, and after a few moves his hands moved to remove her bottoms, taking a mental photograph of her in her cute little strawberry panties before pulling them off too. His eyes stayed locked on her core for a few moments, making her squirm beneath his gaze a bit before he moved his face down to her core, using his hands to spread her legs a bit more, his mouth moving to kiss at her thighs, running his tongue over the bit of stretch marks that were there, making her shudder before he moved in, giving a gentle kiss to her opening. She ummed out as he did, and he continued to kiss her core, before finally beginning to lick, loving how she tasted and loving the ums that fell out of her mouth as he pleasured her core. Vicky, please, I need you inside. He gulped when he heard her request and he pulled away from her core, and wiped the juices off on his arm before his hands moved to his breathes, pulling them off, allowing his boxers to follow, and he looked to her, his eyes meeting her own. Are you sure? He asked. She nodded, giving him a smile. I'm sure. He then lined himself up and moved forward a bit, to kiss her one last time before he moved into her. He loved the face she made as he moved into her for the first time, and he wanted a picture of it as he began to move gently into her, and his lips then connected back onto her own again as he began to pick up the pace, drinking in her M's and sharing his own with her as his tongue moved into her mouth, wrestling with her own. He then pulled away and her arms moved to his back, her nails scratching at it, adding to the sensation of her tight and wet heat around his PP as he began to move into her a bit harder, rolling his hips with increased gusto as his heat started to spike, and when he looked to her face he saw that she was getting close to. He then shifted his hips, and when he hit the right spot she let out as her back arched a bit. "Deku right there?" she gasped out. "Keep effing me right there." He did as she said, leaning back a bit to hit it a bit harder, and she let out a cries of pleasure as he moved within her. "NY/N," he ummed out as the edge approached rapidly. "I'm going to. Me too," she replied. "Come with me, Tamaki, come with me." He began to move into her at an uneven pace, and when he finally shot over that cliff, he snapped into her hard, spurring her own orgasm as she jolted against him, her core milking him and drawing at his orgasm as he moved into her a few times before pulling out and looking to her with hooded eyes as she lied beneath him. "You're appealing, Y/N." She smiled softly and moved to sit up a bit, getting another kiss from him. "You too, Tamaki." "Is that Y/N?" Bakugo turned to look at Kirishima and followed his gaze, and when he saw her there his brow immediately began to twitch as his mood soured. Sure enough, there was his ex, Y/N, with some twinky-looking dude as they walked on the other side of the square. "Wow, she looks really good, doesn't she?" Kirishima asked. "Who's that dude she's with?" "Don't know, don't care," Bakugo answered, his eyes narrowing when he watched the guy put his arm around his shoulders, making him sneer when she smiled brightly in response. Her cheeks heating up a bit, the same way they used to when he would do that. "You sure? You look pretty sad." "Drop it, moron," he snipped before he turned and moved to walk in the other direction towards their original destination of getting food. "Mathaf," Bakugo swore when he saw the waiter sit Y/N and her new idiot just a little was from them, right in his view. "What's up?" Kirishima asked, immediately moved to look around, and when he turned and saw Y/N and her new boyfriend across the way sitting at the window, their sides to them, he looked apt to Bakugo, who had a rather scary look on his face as he watched. Kirishima raised a brow. "I thought you broke up with her," he said. "I did break up with her. So why are you so sad that she's with someone else?" He didn't answer as he watched them laugh, and when he saw her smile brightly his brow twitched again. That smile used to be just for him, and seeing her flash it at someone else made his stomach twist and turn as he tried to remember why he had left her in the first place, but he knew why. It had been stupid, he'd blown up at her about nothing and she had snipped back at him, only for him to yell at her even more, finally making him say the words. He felt guilt invade his mind when he remembered the look on her face. But that didn't mean that he was royally sad that she was with someone else. He didn't know why, but he was still possessive over her. She was his, she was only supposed to be his, and seeing her out and about with another man for the first time in months reminded him of the primal emotions he had for her, as he remembered how well and how good he had fed her. It was almost funny to watch her act all cutesy and innocent in front of that new guy after the shit she had done with him. His foot started to tap as he watched, growing more and more irritated with each touch the new guy put on her, and Kirishima only grew more and more amused as he watched steam come out of his ears. "You okay? Do I look okay?" Kirishima blinked at him for a few moments. "I don't know how to answer that." Bakugo took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and when he looked back to her he watched as she got up, giving the guy she was with a cute as F smile before making her way to the bathroom, and his F-it meter finally tipped over as he got up. "Where are you dash? Bathroom?" he grumbled back. Y/N walked out of the stall and took a deep breath as she did, feeling a bit exhausted. Getting a new man was always a drag, having to pretend like she had a perfect little life and perfect little attitude for the first few weeks. It was bullshit, but it was the only way to get a man, especially one as stable as the one she had left waiting at the table. He was an engineer, a successful one at that, but he was boring. God, was he boring. He talked about random mechanical bullshit for hours last night and had nearly put her to sleep. It was hard to admit, but she had enjoyed Katsuki's fiery attitude. She had never felt bored with him. Y/N. She jumped and turned sharply when she heard his voice, and when she saw him there, standing in the bathroom leaning against the door with his arms folded, his red and intense eyes zeroed in on her. Katsuki, what are you dash? I came to stop from being a complete dumbass." She watched as he locked the door behind him and then moved towards her. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Dating that pathetic guy out there, I could kick his butt with a hand tied and blindfolded." She turned away from him and looked into the mirror. "So, that's not what's important?" "Yeah," he asked, that cocky look crossing his features as he put his hand on the counter space right next to her, leaning over her a bit. I know you Y/N, you're not the boring picket wife girl you're trying to be. His hand then came up and moved the hair off of her neck, his touch making her want to shudder and shiver under it as it made her sides tingle. His mouth then moved to her neck and his warmth breath trailed over her ear for a moment. What kind of girl am I then? She asked him. He smirked. You're the kind of girl that likes to get f'd, he told her, his teeth moving to nip at the ear lobe making her eyes close as she curved her butt into his hand, moving to the ball of her feet as he groped it roughly. You're not a picket wife, you're the wife that SCKSPP, that sends her husband Melon's pics in the middle of the day, the wife that shoves her husband's head into her FANGPP until she comes hard. You're my kind of wife. She gasped as his lips moved to her neck as he moved behind her, pressing her into the counter a bit, his arms trapping her there as his teeth gnawed at her sensitive skin, making her bite her lip as she moved to rub her butt back against him, loving the feeling of his length hardening through his jeans. His mouth then pulled off of her neck and he looked into the mirror, loving the look on her face as she grew more flustered. I want a few, he told her. Right here. Katsuki, I don't care if that F-wad is out there, he growled. You're mine. She bit her lips as he began to grind his hardening length into her, but as his mouth continued to nip, SCK and lick at her neck, his hands then moving to grip her birs, kneading them in his hands making her them lightly as it made her hardening nipples roll against her BR. Her resolve was weakening with every second and soon she began to give in, miming out his names as she moved with his touches. He smirked against her skin and he moved to remove her top, stripping it off of her, and he felt his excitement grow as his eyes rolled over her body through the mirror. She was as appealing as ever, even more now since he had nearly forgotten what she looked like in just a BR, and when he stripped her of the BR as well he growled as he looked at them through the mirror before looking back to her face, absolutely loving the pleady look that crossed her face as he played with her nipples, the pads of his fingers teasing at the pink flesh, Katuski. She gasped out as his pinched the nipples, the slight burn intensifying the sensation as he tugged at them. And soon he flipped her around and moved to put her onto the counter. He looked into her eyes for a moment before he moved and locked her lips in a greedy and hungry kiss, both of them miming into it as he moved his tongue into her mouth with little distress, twisting and twirling it in her mouth and drinking her M's before he pulled away, breathing as he looked to her, and he could see how flustered she was. Her cheeks red, her neck covered in bruises and marks from his mouth and teeth, the flush started to glow on her shoulders and stomach as well. It made his PP rock solid. He then moved his hands, gripping at the skirt and tugging, giving her enough signal to lift her hips till he could pull it down, and when he saw her wearing a red lace thong he smirked before he looked into her eyes. Such a slut, he told her. Wearin' these effing panties, you were hoping to get f'd, weren't you? His words made the heat spike inside of her as she looked to him. Please, Katsuki, just make me feel good. Make you feel good, he asked in a teasing manner. His fingers moved to rub her lightly through the thin cloth making her breath hitch as he moved to SEK a mark onto her collarbone. He then pulled away and licked his lips before he went onto his knees on the tile, and pulled her butt closer to the edge, giving it a light smack before he moved to snage her underwear, pulling it off and setting them on the counter next to him. He then looked back to her PP and he felt his own heat grow as he looked to it. Her lips were already wet, her little hole beginning to drip as it begged him for his pages. He then looked into her eyes before he moving to run his tongue in circles around her hole, making her hand fly into his hair, the sensation her fingernails scratching as his scalp making him growl. Her taste made him growl as well. She was sweet, like she always was when she had eaten fruit for breakfast. F-Y/N, he growled, the vibrations making her put her head against the glass. You taste so effing good. His tongue continued to circle her hole before he moved up a bit and began to circle her loving the little look that crossed her face as the pleasure flowed over her in waves as he drove her close wrought the orgasm she was longing to have given to her for months. It was true she had tried it on her own, but nothing was like the sensation of have Katsuki's tongue lick, SCK and F her. Especially because of how much it turned him on. He then moved to SCK on the CLT with vigor making her jolt against him. Kei Katsuki, she whimpered out as her legs began to shake a bit. I'm, let it out, Y/N, he told her as he moved 2 fingers into her and began to enter them quickly back and forth into her, the tips pointed up at just the right angle to hit her G-spot as his tongue lapped at her matching the pace of his fingers. She bent forward a bit, curling towards him as the orgasm approached, and when she finally came, one of her legs extended forward as she shuddered with the orgasm, lifting her hips a bit as her toes curled. The intensity leaving her speechless as it rocked her body, and Katsuki pulled away and watched her face as the waves washed over her, loving how her face contorted in pure bliss before he stood up and reached for his briefs, undoing the belt and the zipper with ease, his briefs following. He then lined up with her core, and before she could even recover he moved in all at once, making her call out as her back arched towards him. Her eyes then snapped back to his as she moved to grip at his arms, his hands gripping her hips so hard they would no doubt bruise. He then began a quick and hard pace, snarling as her core tightened around his pages. His eyes then met her and he smirked. "Who f's you this good, huh?" he asked her. "Who f's you like nobody else can?" She let out as he began to hit the exact spot inside of her that made her whimper and tightened her grip as she looked into his eyes. "You," she answered. "You do." He then pulled out of her and pulled her off of the counter, flipping her over and pressing her chest against the marble before he entered her from behind, letting out another deep rumble before he began to her at a harder pace, loving every single that fell from her throat, loving how much she was getting off on his PP, and he was loving how she was whimpering out his name. "This PP is mine," he said, moving to grip her hair and pull her up a bit. "You're mine." "Yes," she called out. "Yes, I'm yours." He watched her face through the mirror as he continued to move into her, and the face she made when he f'd her from behind was just as good as he remembered, and it brought him even closer to the edge, making his face contorted in pleasure too. "F-Y/N, he ummed out as he moved to press himself against her a bit, kissing at her shoulder blades as he felt his orgasm approaching. "I'm going to come." "Me too," she called back. Please make me come on your PP, Katsuki. Make me yours, Katsuki." His hands moved to grip at her, but as he began to move even faster into her as he grit his teeth, and when she came around him he immediately followed, his hips bucking into her roughly a few more times before his orgasm finally finished off, and he rode the high for a few moments before he snapped back to reality and looked to her. She was nearly limp against the counter as her body twitched and trembled, and he then moved, kissing her skin gently before pulling out. He watched as she stood up a bit and turned around, looking to him with hooded eyes as she stood there. "Katsuki, I want to be together again," she told him. He smirked. "Can the TWK not make you come like I can?" Her eyes drifted away. "Well, yeah, but I missed you," she replied. He smiled a bit, glad that she had been feeling what he had over the last months. He then moved forward and put his hand on her neck, his thumb tightening her chin to make her look up at him. "You're my girl," he said. "My lady, my waifu." She smiled and laughed a bit, and he then leaned forward. "Now go tell that mot half out there to F off, so we can go round 2 back at home, okay?" he asked. She smiled softly as she looked to him, and she then moved and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips before pulling away, and after he pulled his breathes and briefs back up, he watched as she clipped her BR back on and slipped her shirt back over her head before she reached for her thong, and as she did he smirked and snagged it from her. "Aha," he told her. "These are mine now. Yorin but Katsuki." He smirked. "Love you too, loser." It had been a year ago when he first discovered the site. He hadn't really meant to, but once he had watched a video he'd been hooked. Ever since then his desires had been specific, and his curiosity had gotten the better of him. He dove into the BDSM internet, watching all types of videos and reading all sorts of articles, forums and discussion boards, when his mom was asleep of course, and soon those desires became more than he could satisfy himself with just fantasies, and eventually he found himself calling in and scheduling an appointment. And as the phone rang he fidgeted in his desk chair, as his eyes glanced between the floor and the web page open on the screen. "Thank you for calling. What can we do for you today?" the woman on the other line asked. His cheeks burned as he spoke. "I wanted to set up an appointment." "Wonderful. Is this your first time with us? Why yes. Great. She cheered once again. Just so you know, for all first-time visitors we hold a free consultation to try and find the MS that would suit you best. Oh, thank you, he replied, his embarrassment growing. How was she so calm about this? You are very welcome. Now what day and time would work best for you? He swallowed a bit. How about next week? Perfect, she cheered. I'll schedule you for 6 o'clock next Friday, okay? Can I get a name? Midoriya Izuku, he answered. Alrighty, you're all set. Have a good day. Why, you too? He took a deep breath to try and settle his racing pulse, raising a hand to settle it on his pink cheek. Feeling both regret and excitement flow through him, he began to rub his thighs together as he thought it over once again before finally deciding once again that this is how he wanted to do it. He wanted to lose his virginity this way, he was sure about that. He took a gulp as he looked to the door, feeling his nerves start to get the better of him. He then took a quick look around from under her baseball cap, hoping that no one he knew was in the proximity, and when he was certain, he opened the door and walked in. He was surprised by what he saw. More like surprised how nice the place was. It was like a doctor's waiting room, with nice chairs and end tables that even had magazines. He then approached the woman at the desk and she smiled to him. You must be Midoriya, she said, smiling to him, and he instantly recognized her cheery voice. He nodded. I am. She then got up and moved out of the desk before she opened the door. Come on back, you're the only one here, so you'll have your pick and plenty of time. He nodded and followed her through the hallway until he came to another room that had a desk and a chair on either side. He watched as she moved over to it and began to get out a few folders, setting them all down before taking a seat. Go ahead and sit. Izuku moved to sit and he started to knead his thighs a bit, his gut swirling with insecurity and unsurety. There's nothing to be nervous about, Midoriya, she told him. Everyone here is respectful and will only hurt you if you want them to. They all have 3 priorities: things, pleasurable and safe, okay? He nodded. Thank you, he said. If I'm going to be honest, I'm nervous because this will be my first time. First time with BDSM? She asked. No. I'm a virgin. She blinked a few times before she smiled. That's quite all right, Midoriya, she told him. I'll make sure to put you with one. Who's dealt with versions before? But I don't want gentle, he told her. I want the full experience version or not. Of course, this is your session after all, Midoriya, she told him before she began to open a few files. Now tell me what you're looking for. He explained everything, all of his fantasies and what he wanted, even confessing how he wanted to try CRPs and wax play, but more importantly he wanted to actually lose his virginity as well, and that he wasn't against to losing both of his virginities. But stuff. When he was done, she nodded and looked over her notes before she began to look through the files, and when she found the one she was looking for, she pulled it out and opened it, and his breath hitched when he saw her picture there. She was appealing. I think MS-Y/N is the best fit for you, she told him. She's dealt with virginities, both anal and PPYs, and she's good with CRPs and wax play. He was captivated by her picture before he looked up and nodded. I'll take her, I'll tack Y/N. She smiled and got up, gesturing for him to follow, and he was surprised when he saw a bar there. There were love seats, tables, a nice bar with a bar stool. All of it high-end. Though when he spotted the bartender wear a corset with her BRS about to pop out, his cheeks heated up. You can give your things to the bartender, she'll keep them safe for you, the woman said. You can also have a drink while you're here. I know you're young, but one won't hurt, might get you to settle down a bit too. He nodded and moved into the room, and he moved to sit down at the bar, and when he gave her his coat and bag she tucked them away before pouring him a glass of wine. Who are you having tonight, hun? Y/N, he told him. She smiled and she took her own glass and clinked hers with his before she took a drink. Y/N, a masterpiece that one, she said. She's worth every penny, though to a cutie like you, she might give a free ride. Really? He asked after he took a swig of his own drink, finding that it was rather light wine with only a bit of a bite. She nodded as she swirled her glass bit. She like cute boys like you, she even had a sugar baby a while back. Real cute thing too. I'll pray that you're lucky. Thanks. He waited a few more minutes, managing to finish his glass before he heard the door on his right open and close. His green eyes looked and went a little wide when he saw her standing there. She was mid-20s, her hair L&H/C. She was appealing, captivating, and just seeing her standing there in her black cocktail dress, he could tell that he already wanted to kneel for her. Her eyes were sharp and already commanded depths as she moved over to him, smiling softly. Izuku? She asked, the use of his name sending shivers down his spine. He nodded. She moved and caught his chin, rubbing her thumb over it as she inspected him before she moved and caught his lips with her own, a gentle, soft kiss that left him weak as she pulled away. She continued to smile as she ran a hand over his cheek, before she pulled away and took his hand. Come on, the room's this way. He got off the stool and followed her, seeing that she was a bit taller than him even without the heels. She led him to a room and she opened the door and looked to him when the door was closed, waiting for him to take in the room. He spotted the bed in the back middle, but around him were items that he'd never seen before, and some that he had seen before. But it wasn't in doubt that she was well equipped. First, she told him, I spoke with Julie at the desk. She told me everything you told her. I will never do anything to you that you are uncomfortable with. I will never hurt you when you don't want me to, do you understand? He swallowed. Her presence was incredible. I understand. Now rules, she told him. I use a green, yellow, red system. If asked for color, you always answer or I will immediately stop. If you want me to slow down, you say yellow. If you want me to stop, then you say red. If you're all right, you answer green. He nodded and she smiled and moved to trace her finger over his ear, loving the little gaps that came from his mouth. Finally, you will always call me Emvis because in here, between these walls, I am in charge and you belong to me. He let out a shaky breath as she moved to bit his ear lobe before she pulled away. Now, strip. He gulped as she backed away and moved to sit on a cushioned bench that was in the middle. He then nodded and his hands moved to his clothes and took them off slowly, his hands shaking a bit, and when he was fully NDE her eyes floated over him, making him flush as he stood naked in front of a woman for the first time, though the excitement pumped through him as his hardening member started to twitch and come to life. She bit her lip as she looked over his body. He was well built, athletic, and slender. The scars on his arms drew questions, but she didn't linger as she looked to his cheeks, shoulders, and chest that were covered in adorable freckles. If he was cute, this wouldn't be a demon chore for sure, unlike some of her other clients that she drew little to no pleasure from. Kneel, she told him. Her eyes followed his form, and she loved those big green eyes. Crawl to me. He moved, and when she saw that were even freckles on his lower back but she had to hold in a groan as her excitement started to grow. Definitely not a Fanji chore. He waited there, looking up to her, waiting for his next command. Stand. Her eyes went to his member, and she smirked before she moved forward and gripped it, making a gasp leave him as she pumped it lightly, her thumb running over the head. She watched as his brows twitched as he let out cute little m's. Do you like having your D rubbed, Izuku? Why isn't this? Her other hand moved up and she traced her fingers lightly under his ball, loving how he jumped in surprise before miming out again. She then moved and pressed a kiss to the head before she stood up and looked to him, moving to press her lips to his again. Her then moved to wrap around his neck, just lightly holding it there as she moved to lick and nib at his earlobe, making him breathe as it sent the tinge less down his sides and to his PP, and as she moved to his other ear she started to rub his PP again, pumping him a bit faster this time. And when she pulled away again she loved the little whine that left his lips. Stay! She then moved away and pulled the BLNDFLD, the softer leather cuffs, and the soft collar and leash. She then moved over to him and slipped the BFLD over his Gogrow's green eyes before clips the cuffs on after kissing his wrists, and before she put the collar on she dipped down and laid a few feather-light kisses to his neck before putting the collar on. Color. Green status. Good boy, she replied, moving away for a moment. His ears burned as he heard her remove her clothes, the heels going as well as her soft feet padded against the floor. She then walked up to him and gripped the leash, tugging him forward a bit and moving him towards the bed, where she pushed him to his knees before spreading her legs and tugging on the leash, bringing him forward until his cheek collided with her bare core. He gasped immediately, knowing what it was, and he turned towards her, his hot breath rolling over her moistening heat. "Kiss it, Izuku." He moved shyly, kissing her core gently, making her smirk as she watched him, his kisses getting more fervent as he gained more and more confidence. She then reached for the CRP she had put on the bed earlier before she had brought him in and gripped the handle before she moved, and when she rubbed the leather tip over his, but she loved the little whine that left his lips. "Do you know what this is, Izuku?" she asked. "It's a CRP, ss." Her hand moved to run through his hair. "Good boy," she said. She then pulled it back and smacked him lightly, and he jolted a bit in surprise, his but tensing before relaxing again. "Color? Green." She then smacked him a bit harder, and when she heard him out, she had to close her eyes for a second as her heat began to spike. She loved boy show like he did. A rare high-pitched It drove her FNG crazy. She then refocused as his mouth went back to kissing, his lips finding her CLT and sticking there, giving her a bit of pleasure as she pulled the CRP up again and delivered another smack, and another, giving him about 20, his butt glowing bright red with the marks from the tip of the CRP. He was drooling too, absolutely lost in the mix of pleasure and pain that the CRP had given him. His pee-pee solid as he realized how much he FNG loved this. How much he loved his butt being smacked, how much he loved being dominated. How much he loved being hurt by his emissaries. "Color? Green." She then pushed him away and pulled him up by the leash. "Won the bed." She watched with a bit of amusement as he crawled onto the bed clumsily before she moved over to him, clipping his H's to the bed before removing the collar and tossing it a bit onto a bench that was nearby before she moved, gathering the candle and the match, and when she lit the match she smiled when she saw him shiver to the noise, and once she lit the candle she moved to rub his aching pee-pee, absolutely stiff and the head a bright red, begging to be touched. "You're such a pretty boy, Izuku," she said, moving to kiss the freckles on his chest, her tongue liking at his NPL quickly. "Thank you, Mtus." She then looked back to the candle, and when she saw there was a bit of wax built up she pulled away from him and gripped the base. He waited, breathing a bit as his heart raced in anticipation, and when he felt the slight burn on the wax on his stomach he whimpered out as the pain faded quickly, and he waited for the next drop, loving the sweet burn that came with it, especially loving how the pleasure mixed so well with the pain when her hand moved to pump him once again, slowly and methodically, making sure not to block out the pain. Just enough to tease him and let him know that she was in charge. He loved it so FNG much. How the wax felt against his skin, even after the heat had fled. And when she was done she looked to him, seeing the white wax over his skin, loving how it mingled with his light skin tone as well. She then looked back to his pee-pee and she liked her lips. He was well endowed, especially for his age. "You want to lose your virginity, Izuku?" He nodded furiously. "Yes, please." "You want to feel my pee-pee around your pages?" He nodded again, letting out a whine, "Please?" She smirked and moved to straddle him, running her hands over his chest and up his neck, then to his cheeks, and she rubbed them for a few moments before she moved to remove the BNHA, and when she saw the slight tears in his eyes he felt herself lose control a bit. He was just so goddamn cute. "You ready?" "Yes." She then moved, lining up his pee-pee with her entrance, and she took a breath before sinking down on him, miming lightly as he ummed loudly, lifting his hips to get in her sooner, and when he was fully enclosed in her his back arched as he closed his eyes. He never imagined that it would feel this good, his pee-pee surrounded by the heat and the tightness of the muscle. He realized why the other boys were so desperate to acquire it. It was FING amazing. And when she started to move up and down his length, he felt himself push towards the edge very quickly. He bit his lip, trying to calm his excitement, but it felt so good that he couldn't think about anything else, and before he knew it his heat spiked as he came into her, crying out as he did, bucking his hips until it was over. His head felt light as he flowed through his high, feeling her hand move to comb through his hair once again. "Good boy," she cooed. "Such a good boy." He then opened his eyes back up and watched as she moved off of his length and looked to him before she moved to straddle his head, looking down to him as she moved over his mouth. Clean it up. His eyes looked to her entrance and he saw his essence spilling out of her and he instantly obeyed, moving to lick it up. Feeling himself turning back on as his tongue moved against her, mopping up his own cum, and when she was satisfied she gripped his head and tilted it back, making his tongue brush against her CLT, making her them out. Make your come, Izuku. He got to work immediately, moving his tongue against her, remembering everything he had read on giving oral pleasure to a woman. Determined to make his empress feel as good as she had made him feel. Serving her as a sub should, and he watched her face as it contorted in pleasure as at first she let out shaky breaths before she was letting out louder ems, her hand moving to tangle into his hair as he ithed at her CLD greedily. Please come, he spoke, his mouth a bit muffled by her heat. Please come on my mouth. She bit her lip as she felt her heat approaching, and when she finally tipped over the edge she convulsed against him, letting out a loud and long as she came against his tongue, and she held him there for a few moments before she pulled away from him, using the wall to prop herself up for a moment and catch her breath. She then looked back to him, her eyes meeting his gorgeous ones. Good boy, Izuku. And watched as he got back dressed. She had taken good care of him after she had come. Uncuffing him and putting ointment there since he had pulled and aggravated them, putting the ointment on his cute little butt cheeks as well before finally wiping the wax off. He then looked back to her when he was fully dressed, and she smiled and took his hand, giving him a soft kiss on the lips. Izuku, she said. What? I want to offer you something rare. What is it? He asked. I want you to become my sub, she told him. His eyes sparkled. Really? She nodded. Yes, she said, and then gestured to the room. This is just a side gig and it wouldn't happen when I'm with you. You'd have my full attention. He smiled. I'd like that. You can call me Y/N outside of the bedroom, Izuku. Okay, Y/N, he said. I'd like to be your sub. She then moved and ran her hand over his cheek, loving the little freckles there. Good, she said, and then handed him a piece of paper with her phone number on it. Call me when you get home and we'll figure something out, but before that tell Julie that I'll cover your appointment, alright? He nodded, and she then led him out of the room and back to the bar, waiting for him to get his stuff, and when he turned apt to her she moved, giving him one last fever-filled kiss. I'll talk to you later, Izuku. Goodbye, Y/N. She felt like an idiot, an absolute idiot. She had rushed in alone, told no one where she was when she had saw one of the villains on the wanted list she had seen in her mentor's office, and now she was tied up and bone-folded. She didn't know where she was, and the villain whom had captured her had taken anything and everything she could use to get out, and with her hands in the high-grade cuffs she had no chance of using her quirk. A deep breath left her as she tried to think of a plan to get out of here, but when she heard the voice she froze. You're not getting out of here on your own, sweetheart, he said, so you may as well relax. Phew, she spat. A smirk crossed his lips. Easy now, he said. That wasn't very heroic. Shut up, she growled. I don't need hero advice from someone like you. His blue eyes looked over her from, and he liked his scarred lips, running his tongue over a staple as well. He hated heroes, but goddamn did they have some nice bodies. Especially this one, and especially with her back arched just so, with her melons popped up a bit, and the spandex that went over it all. The whole ensemble was just asking for trouble. And if he wasn't trouble. He moved his hand through his dark hair before he moved, and when he gripped her she jolted against his touch. What do you think, Dash? Relax, he told her. He smirked as he continued to fondle her through the spandex, and she growled as she tried to move away from his hand, only to be met with failure, but when his fingers began to trace around her NPL she bit in a lip. He smirked when he caught the slight gasp that had left her lips before she snapped her mouth shut. No wonder your mentor sounded so sad, he said, continuing to tease her NPL, H's interest peaking when it began to harden beneath the spandex, her other one following along without coaxing. I'd be sad if someone stole a piece of butt like this out from under me too. F you. F me, he asked. I'll gladly let you, sweetheart. Her hips began to wiggle and he caught it as his hand moved to glide over her bare midsection. So tell me, Y/N, he started. Were you effing him? She held in the shiver as his fingers traced her skin lightly, and she turned her head away when he pinched her NPL. Did you get on your knees and take his tiny little hero prick into your mouth, huh? He asked. His hand moved over her thighs, tracing over them and loving the feeling of the tight muscle underneath. I bet you'd really like it if a real PPF'd you, wouldn't you? You're wrong. She spat out, her nerves rising as she felt her body start to react to his touch. Her heat building as she clamped her legs shut, not wanting to accept that she was getting turned on by his touches and his husky voice. About what? He asked, pulling away. You sking his D-dash. Or about you wanting a big pages? He looked her over for a few moments, and when he saw that her cheeks had grown flushed he smirked before he moved to remove the BFLD, and when her gorgeous eyes blinked open he linked his lips when he saw that she had teared up a bit. She was cute when she cried, he wanted it more, and when she saw him she realized how effed she was. His blue eyes, and the scars, even the staples, he was handsome. He wasn't some fat disgusting pervert, he was her age and good-looking too. He then moved and gripped his hardening pee-pee through his breathes. Do you want my pee-pee, sweetheart? No, she replied, tugging on her restraints. He watched her fuss for a few moments before his hand reached out and gripped her cheeks, turning his face back towards him. She looked into his eyes as he sat there staring into hers, and when he moved to lock their lips she gasped in surprise and she tried to pull away, but when his tongue entered her mouth and began to swirl around she felt her heat begin to rise once again as she began to melt into him. He then pulled away, holding his tongue out and showing her the string of saliva that connected them before he turned her head away from him. He then moved to straddle her and she looked up into his eyes, breathing slightly, and he moved, taking off his jacket slowly before moving to his shirt, reaching behind him with one hand and pulling his shirt off over his head and tossing it to the side. Her eyes moved, drinking in his from. He then moved to her shirt and she flinched when she felt a bit of heat as he cut open the shirt with his quirk, searing it off, exposing her BRS to him when he peeled the spandex back. He then moved with both of his hands, gropping her greedily. You're not bad, he said. His thumbs then began to tease her nipples again and she squirmed under him as she bit her lip. He titles his head when he saw she was holding in her M's and he moved forward, his tongue running over her neck a few times before he kissed the skin, and he smirked against her skin when he heard her let out a little M. He didn't hesitate to seek a mark on the smooth and perfect skin before pulling away and looking down to his handiwork, loving how flushed she looked as she stared back up to him, her chest rising and falling as she breathed slowly, and when he looked to her pretty mouth he realized how much he wanted to have his pee-pee inside it. She watched as his fingers moved to his breathes, unzipping them and pushing his jeans down a bit before he whipped his pee-pee out, and she whimpered as she looked to him. Of course he had to be well endowed. It would be a sin to not have something to back that face and body up. He moved forward, grabbing her hair and tugging a bit. Bite and I'll kill you, he said, the twinge of fear making her excitement rise as she nodded. He then put his head on his lips, finding amusement in spreading his pre-cum over her lips like he would lip gloss before he slid in, slowly stopping just before her gagging point, and when she began to skay all on her own he groaned as he threw his head back, gripping her hair tighter as he began to rock his hips back and forth slowly. Loving how she SED at his pee-pee, her tongue tracing over the sensitive vein under it. Yeah, he said, moving to trace his hand over her cheek. Such a good mouth, sweetheart. He continued to pump into her mouth, loving how hot it was as she SED and lapped at it, and when he felt his CMX start to come on he began to move into her a bit faster, and when he felt it just around the edge he pulled back and began to jack himself off, and when he looked down to her and saw her move to SCK at the head, he threw his other head back as his sperm spilled into her mouth. Oh shit, he said as he shivered a bit, biting his lip as she continued to SCK at the head, drawing his orgasm out. And when he opened his eyes again he watched as she swallowed and then opened her mouth, showing him that she had swallowed every drop. His moved down a bit so he could lock his lips onto her, his erection coming back to life quickly as she began to kiss him back, and when his tongue entered her mouth her groaned when hers entered his mouth right back. He then pulled away, breathing a bit. I knew you were dirty, he said. Shut up, she replied. He smirked. Not going to admit it out loud, are you? He asked. I think I can get you to. She didn't reply, and he smirked as he moved down the table she was strapped to, his hands moving to pull her breathes down, and he released her ankles from the cuffs, allowing him to pull her thong off as well before he spread her legs and looked down to her core, taking in the sight of her wet heart before he moved, kissing the inside of her knee, his eyes looking into her own before he began to kiss down her legs, and when he got to her core he moved to kiss her entrance before running his tongue in a circle around the hole before he moved his mouth to her silly, watching his lips around it as while his tongue circled around it as his lips moved. The combinations of the movement making her arch her back off the table as she ummed out, and proving to her how skilled he was. She gasped out as his fingers moved to pump into her, pumping in flat before arching them up harshly and suddenly making her jolt against him as he continued to suck at her silly greedily, not letting up as he pumped into her roughly with 2 fingers, teasing her G-spot before pumping a few more times for teasing it again. She turned her head as she felt her own Silemex coming on, a part of her still wanting to fight. Knowing fully that she was getting off on the mouth of a villain, but it just felt so damn good. And when his fingers arched up into her G-spot again, she cried out as she tugged at the restraints as the orgasm rolled over her, lifting her nerves on fire as he continued to pump into her a few more times before he pulled away, loving how her face contorted in pleasure as she rode out the high, and when she came back to earth he moved to line himself up with her entrance. He looked into her eyes as he moved forward and promised to remember the face she made for the rest of his life. He started slow, rolling his hips into her, moving his hips so that when he was all the way inside her his angle shifted and pointed up into the right spot before he pulled away, and he saw her become frustrated with the pace as she wiggled her hips to try and coax him to go faster. Her eyes met his and he smirked. "I'm not moving any faster until you admit how good it feels to F a villain." She closed her eyes, conflict raging inside of her, and when he suddenly snapped his hips sharply into her before resuming the slow pace she cracked. "It feels good," she told him. "Good girl," he purred and began a quicker pace. Gripping her hips as he began to F her feverishly, watching her face for a few moments before he moved to sink his teeth into her neck, bruising the skin before moving to Usuke marks onto her neck and collarbone, loving how her M's changed pitch as he marked and claimed her. He then pulled away and looked to her marked skin Ebfere looking back to her face. "Do you love my pages?" She closed her eyes as he started a rougher pace, tilting her head back as she ummed out. It felt so good inside of her, hitting all the right nerves like no PP ever had. Making her feel like no boyfriend ever had, angling just right and finding the spot no other date ever had. "Yes," she cried out. "I love your pages. Is it the best you've ever had?" "Yes." He saw her face contort like it had before and he smirked as he felt his own Silemex approaching. "You going to come on my pages?" She nodded and let out a high-pitched as his hand moved to pinch and pull at her NPL as her legs tensed up, her toes curling as she approached the blessed second. "You want me to come in you?" "Yes," she begged. "Please come into me." His hand then moved at her silly as with just enough teasing she finally tipped over the edge, crying out again as her core convulsed and milked at his pee-pee, making him growl as he spilled into her, snapping his hips roughly into her own a few more times before he held, breathing hard along with her. His eyes found hers again, and he moved to capture her lips before he pulled away. "How does it feel, having a villain's come in your tight little CNT?" She didn't answer as she closed her eyes and moved her head away, a bit of shame and regret filling her system. What kind of hero fed her enemy? What kind of hero gave in so easily? She sat on her bed, bringing her legs into her chest, sulking as she sat there. Happy that she had managed to get home without her mentor asking any questions, or seeing any of the marks that Dobby had left on her skin, as much as she liked to look at them herself. Her head snapped around when she heard 2 knocks at her window and she moved over to it when she saw something there and opened it and was surprised to see a rose there, along with what looked like a burner phone. She brought them both inside, smiling as she looked to the rose before she opened the phone and read the note that was stuffed inside. "Use this to call me when you want to F again. Your CNT is the best I've ever had, sweetheart." Dobby, her cheeks heated up a bit before she set the note and the phone down. Looking forward to calling him when her bruises and marks healed up. Y/N looked to the man who was crawling away from her, his eyes wide in fear as she stalked towards him. "Please, no," he begged, the tears running down his face, blood flowing with the tears on the left side of his face. Her face remained stern as she walked up to him silently, and when his back finally hit the wall he looked up to her. "Please, I'll give you anything you want," he told her. "Anything, please just don't kill me." When she didn't speak again, reaching towards him, her gloved hand wrapping around his neck and lifting him up against the wall, her other hand by her hip, head with her palm open, "What I want is for every FNG person like you to disappear," she growled. "Picking on those who are weaker than you truly are the worst kind of person." Her hand then moved forward and he cried in pain as her hand plunged through his chest, her eyes not leaving his, and when she saw the light start to fade she pulled her hand back out before dropping him to the ground. "All scum like you should just effing die," she growled before she moved, walking away, leaving him to die, helpless, scared and alone. She then looked to the woman who sat there, the woman whom the man had just attempted to kill. "Are you alright?" she asked. "Weiss," she answered, still in shock of everything she had just saw. "Good, you should get going," she told her. "Weiss, ma'am," she answered, rising to her feet. Thank you." Y/N nodded and she watched woman move away before she turned and heard the police sirens coming. She let out a humph before looking up and using her strength to propel her upwards and towards the top of the building, landing gently and walking away from the scene, hopping from building to building like hopping over puddles on the sidewalk. She stopped on one and then looked up to the night sky and smiled a bit. "The stars are appealing tonight, Izuku." Her fist clenched as her eyes fell back downwards, grinding her teeth together. The events that had turned her down this path playing on repeat once again in her mind. "Izuku." Y/N called as she opened the door to his house. She looked around, her brows furrowing when she saw none of the lights were on. She moved forward, her memory aiding her as she felt the walls, and when she came to the SW she flipped it on, and she saw nothing in the living room. She continued towards his room, turning on the hallway light and walking up to the familiar All Might-themed sign that hung on his door. "Izuku," she said, knocking on the door a few times. When he didn't answer she reached for the door knob, opening the door slowly. "Izuku." She looked into the darkened room. Her brows furrowed and she moved to flip the SW, but when light illuminated the room she froze, her eyes going wide as she looked in absolute horror to the silhouette hanging by a rope from the fan. She began to shake as she looked to his pale face. Izuku. Tears began to well in her eyes as she stood there staring at his limp body that hung there. She then looked to the ground to rub her eyes, making sure that this wasn't a bad dream or an illusion, and she looked back up to him and she grit her teeth. "Izuku," she screamed. Her eyes looked down to the concrete. That moment had changed her life forever, especially when she read the note that he had written. "At least you'll be happy now, Kachin. I took your advice." She had gone in rampage when she saw his FING name there. Sprinted straight to his house as the paramedics wheeled her best friend's body out of the house. Her fist knocked his door down, and when she saw him there she had seen red. Her fist clenched. Her only regret was letting that piece of sheet live. That would be corrected soon enough, but she was going to let it build. She would drive him insane with fear before she killed him. See him consumed by paranoia, by death before she would drive her fist into her ribcage and tear his heart out. Just like he had done to her. She took a deep breath and her fist unclenched and she looked up. Continuing on her way, waiting for the next effort to try and hurt someone who was weaker than they were, hoping that she spotted the ones who liked to form a pack and harass the quirkless. Those were the funs. She really had fun tearing limb from limb. Y/N would never allow what happened to Izuku to happen to anyone ever again. She would end the chain, cut the tumors out as she called it. Green eyes watched her from across the street as Y/N walked in her normal clothes, her eyes looking towards the ground. A hoodie over her hair, concealing her face with her hands in her pockets. He watched as she moved down the street and moved after her, crossing the street and walking behind her. She kept glancing back, and when she saw the same figure behind her more than 3 times she grit her teeth. She couldn't make out who the figure was. They were wearing a rather nice jacket, a medical mask over their lower face, sunglasses over their eyes and a hat over their hair. All she could make out was that it was a man. She huffed and turned into the nearest alley, and when the figure followed, she continued until she reached the dead end, and she turned and looked at them. Her eyes narrowed as she pulled her hands out of the sweatshirt, pulling the hood down. "Who are you?" she asked. "Why are you following me?" They only stood there for a few moments, and she watched as their gloved hands moved, undoing their jacket, dropping it to the ground to reveal they were wearing a white button-up shirt, a black vest and tie. She watched as he began to remove the face mask, and her eyes twitched as the hat came off next, and when the glasses came off her eyes went wide. "Izuku." He smiled to her. "I found you, Y/N." She took a step back, her eyes wide, looking to the older version of her best friend that she had lost in middle school. He was taller than her now, a man's body that was lean and muscular. His once chubby cheeks were now sharp and defined. "How?" she asked. He moved forward, a soft smile on his face. She backed up as he approached her, her back eventually hitting the wall, and he moved to cage her in, putting a hand on the wall next to her head. His other hand reached up, gliding a finger over her cheek. "It was fake, Y/N, he told her. Her eyes looked up to him. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to me?" He saw the tears welling in her eyes and his brows furrowed upwards in remorse, and he moved to wipe them away, being gentle with her. "I'm sorry, Y/N, he told her. "I'm sorry I hurt you. I never wanted to, but it was the only way. I needed to be dead." "Why?" she asked. "Why Izuku?" "Because I needed to become Deku." She had heard the name floating around. It had only ever made her eyes narrow, but never had she made the connection. Her eyes then met his again, and she realized who she was talking to. This was Deku, the man who she had heard the reports of slaying anyone. She had seen the crime scenes on the news and on the internet, how he and some group of villains had killed several heroes and anyone who got in their way, including innocent and good people. Her brows furrowed as conflict began to rage inside her. "What's wrong, Y/N?" he asked, his hand moving to glide over her ear. "I should kill you," she told him. "Why's that?" "You kill good people," she told him. "I've seen what you do. You kill anyone you want to." "You kill too." "That's different," she said, her eyes narrowing. "I kill bad people." He looked into her eyes, his tongue running out over his lips as he looked to kill her. "So, what are you going to do, Y/N?" he asked. "Are you going to kill me?" Her hand lifted and she pressed it to his chest, her eyes staring at it as the battle raged inside her mind, begging her to either submit to him or screaming for her to kill him, and when her hand lowered, the battle had been won as she looked up into his eyes. "I missed you, Izuku." He moved, pressing his lips to her neck, her head lifting, giving him more access as he continued to kiss gently at her skin. "I missed you too, Y/N, he said. "I missed you so much." His hands moved to wrap around her own, pressing them up to the wall above her head, holding them there as his mouth continued to move against her neck, making her gasp as he began to CK at the exposed skin greedily, pulling away and liking it, a smirk coming to his face when he saw the mark there. He then pulled away and looked into her eyes, biting his lips when he saw the SBMSV look on her face, her cheeks heating up as she looked to him. His eyes glanced down to her lips, before he moved, pressing his own soft lips to hers, and he groaned into the kiss when he heard her at the contact. He then pulled away, looking into her eyes, feeling his heat spike as he looked to her. His precious Y/N, the one friend he had. He had wanted this for so long. He had wanted to kiss her since middle school, and his fantasies had grown as he did. And now he had found her. After so long of searching for her, he had found her, and now he was going to take her. He was going to make her his. He moved, pressing his lips more fervently against her own. His hands moved to trace down her arms, flowing along her sides as he pushed his tongue into her mouth, conquering her mouth as his hands moved into her shirt, making her jolt against him as his gloved hands ran across her skin, making her heat spike as they moved upwards, and when he groped at her beard, she ummed as his mouth pulled away from his own. He watched her face as he fondled her, pulling away for a moment to slid his hands under her beard so he could get at her nipples, loving how she whimpered, breathed and moaned as his deft fingers moved so expertly against the sensitive buds. "Oh, Y/N, He groaned, his mouth moving back to her neck, making her breath hitch as his teeth dug into her skin. "You're so appealing." She let out another gasp as his tongue swirled against her skin while his teeth dug into her, and when he pulled away he moved to claim her mouth once again, one of his hands moving to tug at her hair, tilting her head back as he devoured her and shoved his tongue into her mouth, tangling it with hers and running it over her teeth before pulling away. He then pulled away, a smirk on his features, an evil glint in his green eyes. He put his hand on her shoulder and pushed down, and she obeyed, falling to her knees, and her eyes drifted past him, and she could see the people walking by on the street not too far away, but when she heard his belt rustle she looked back up into his eyes, and when he pulled his breeds down a bit and showed her his length she looked to it as she breathed a bit. SEKY/N. She moved forward, and took the head into her mouth, making him groan as he threw his head back, snaking his fingers into her hair as her tongue teased at his slit before she moved, one head gripping his length as she began to take him further into her mouth, going as far as she could before pulling back off, and she repeated the action a few times before his other hand sneaked into her hair, tugging at it a bit before he snapped his hips into her mouth experimentally, and when she just let out a around his length, he liked high lips before he began a steady pace throwing his head back. Yes, Y/N, he ummed out shamelessly. "Your mouth is so effing good." He looked back into her eyes as her hands gripped at his thighs, kneading at the muscle there as she looked up to, her cheeks flushed and her eyes hazy as he used her mouth to pleasure himself, and when he pulled away she coughed a bit, and he let her catch her breath as he ruffled her hair. "Good girl, Y/N, he purred. "Such a good girl." He then looked behind him and smirked before he turned back to her and picked her up, moving her out of her bottoms before her, making her panic a bit as he held her up against the wall with one hand under her rear, moving her legs onto his shoulders before both hands moved under her rear, supporting her with his biceps while his forearms pressed against the stone, and he spread her legs apart with her face before he dug in, and she jolted against him as her hands went to his green locks. "Izuku," she whimpered out as he essayed greedily at her CLT, showing no mercy as he consumed her, loving the taste of her hot and wet pee-pee as he slurped and liked at her. "Izuku, someone will see if, let them," he replied. "They're lucky to get to see you blushing and miming like that." "But admit it turns you on, Y/N, he told her, looking up to her and poking his tongue out to flick just so lightly against her seal. "Two villains FING like this, waiting for the police to show up, it's so FING delicious." She turned her head away as he began to feverishly devour her once again, leaving no space of her scenery untouched by his tongue, and she felt her heat start to spike as her eyes glanced between him and the people walking by, her grip on his locks tightening as she was drawn closer and closer to orgasms, and when she finally came, her back arched as she let out a deep Izuku pulled away and reached up, shoving two fingers into her mouth. "That's it," he said. Like a slut, I love it." She ummed around his fingers before he moved, dropping her down, making her gasp before he shoved her back up against the wall, her rear facing him as her palms and cheeks pressed up against the stone, and when he slapped her bare skin she jolted against him before miming once again. "Izuku, please. Please what? Y/N. Please F me." He bit his lip as he racked his eyes over her, his hands moving to palm her butt, digging his fingers into the flesh a bit before he moved, pressing his length against her entrance, and when he entered her he groaned out as her breath hitched. He moved, pressing his forehead into her shoulder. "Y/N. You're so tight." He began a slow pace, making her whimper lightly, but when he suddenly snapped his hips hard and rough into her she had to bite her lip to keep from howling in pleasure, and as he continued to rough and dominating pace she struggled to keep herself from getting too quiet and too loud at the same time, knowing that it felt better to let loose, but also loving the thrill of the possibility of getting caught, and when she felt his hand wrap around her locks and tug she felt it slip a bit. "Izuku," she ummed out as he changed the angle on his hips, hammering into all the right places as her heat began to approach a second time. "You like that?" he asked. "You like getting hard, huh?" "Yes, I like it," she replied. "Just please don't stop. I'm so close." He released her hair and pushed her back against the wall, smacking her bare cheeks again before he moved in close, kissing and nipping at her neck as his hands snaked around her front and found her silty, rubbing it as his hot breath ran over her ear. Then come for me Y/N, he told her. Come on my pages. Her legs began to shake as she felt her orgasm approached, and when it finally came, Izuku put his hand over her mouth to stop her cry from reaching the ears of those who were walking by, and he held it there as he rutted into her a few times before finally finishing inside of her. He put his forehead on her neck to catch his breath, and when he was done he pulled out of her before he pulled away a bit, admiring his handiwork as he spread her cheeks so he could watch some of his cum flow out of her. You're mine Y/N. I'm yours, Izuku, she replied softly. Hey Eiji. Kirishima looked to her, turning away from the TV from where she sat, his arm around her shoulders and her head resting on his chest a bit. Yeah. He noticed the slight blush on her face, her eyes looking away from him. Can I tell you something without you freaking out or getting mad? His brows furrowed in concern. Of course you can, he replied. You can tell me anything. She bit her lip, a look of shame crossing her face, which was a bit surprising especially after she had brought in that SR from the nice but club uptown into their bed a month before, and that really made his worry grow as she looked up to him. Is it bad that I dream about Bakugo sometimes? He let out a breath of relief. For a second there he thought she was going to get serious, like her telling him she was P-Arginin-T or something. A smile crossed his face and he kissed her forehead. It's fine, babe, not like you can control your dreams anyways. Well yeah, but what? In the dreams we were having section. Now that was truly interesting. His girlfriend was having SEC dreams about his all-time best friend. He shrugged, not really bothered by it. Dreams were dream, desires were desires. He knew it was natural for people to have desires away from their partners. That's why they had a more open policy. Of course there were rules. Never the same person twice, unless permission was granted, and never in their bed unless the other was present. Other than that it was free game, and he supposed that applied to Bakugo as well. So, he asked, are you asking for permission? No, not exactly, she replied. I mean, spit it out Y/N, he said, poking her cheek a bit. She glared up to him making him smile, and she sighed, I want to have it see with both of you. Like at the same time. She turned away, puffing her reddening cheeks. Yes. He laughed a bit. How can someone who can 69 SR in front of her boyfriend be so bashful when asking for a tea? You're mean, Eiji. He moved, kissing her cheek before turning her head and catching her lips. Sorry, he replied, making her smile a bit, love radiating in her eyes before she snuggled up closer to him. So does that mean you're in? Yes, he answered and smirked. Beside it'll probably be good for Bakugo too. He's always so said all the time, so much so lately that he can't even blow off steam on some groupie. Man needs to let loose. He then leaned down to her ear, nipping at it before whispering, besides it'll be super hot to watch him you like a goddamned animal. He'll destroy you, it'll be so effing hot. She shivered a bit and he moved, liking over her ear, making her lean into his strong body even more. He then pulled away, kissing the top of her head, but it'll be hard to coax him into it, he said. He'll be flat out against it if I just ask him, probably called me a pervert or something like that. So, what do we do? Kirishima thought for a few moments, his red eyes drifting to the ceiling as he tilted his head back, thinking thoroughly before he finally came to an option that would work. Babe, your secretary. Thank you. You're welcome, he said, but here's what I'm thinking. I invite Bakugo over to play some video games. What are you 12? She asked, an amused smile crossing her face as she watched the wheels turn in his head, a bit touched that he was trying to come up with a plan to fulfill her fantasy to the best of his ability. Babe, focus, he told her. So, I invite him over to play video games or whatever. We'll probably have to promise food to get him to go, but anyways while we're playing you come out in the butt shorts. The butt shorts. The butt shorts, the athletic ones, the gray ones, my favorite, he told her. You wear those with that oversized white sweater and those diamond white knee socks and he'll have trouble focusing, and you do your CC voodoo and bam. We F you at the same time on the living room floor. She smiled. Sounds like a plan, but... She wrapped her hand around his. Are you sure you're comfortable with this? He nodded and gave her a thumbs up. It's the manliest thing a best bro could do for his bro. She laughed and moved forward, giving him a soft kiss. Thank you, AG. Come on, Bakugu, we haven't hung out in forever. Even Y/N noticed that it's been so long. Bakugu's brow twitched as he sat there in the agency, hoping that anything came through before he blasted his best friend through a FNG wall and out into the alleyway. He then looked up to him and saw him press his hands together. Please, Bakugu, just for a little while. Forget it, he growled. I'll have Y/N make her spicy queso. He felt his resolve crack a bit. Y/N spicy queso was the best spicy queso he ever had, and that beach was going to hold that over him until the day she effing died, and worse than that, he would have to pry that recipe from her cold, dead hands. He growled a bit. He loved that spicy queso, and he figured that a few hours of video games, hanging with his best friend and eating spicy queso was worth any inconvenience. Fine, I'll come over. After work. Kirishima smiled. Great. I'll text Y/N. Y/N turned when she heard the door open, and she bit her lip when she heard Kirishima's and then Bakugu's voices, and she waited a couple minutes for them to settle, and when they were in the living room she poked her head out and saw Bakugu look up to her. Spicy queso is almost ready. Yes, he said, moving to sit down, Kirishima handing him a remote. And soon they got into it, and when she was sure his full attention was on the TV, she walked out from the kitchen, wearing the outfit that Kirishima had specified, her hair relaxed and looked out of any restraints it would have, and her special time BR on. She moved over to the side of the TV, and Kirishima looked up and smiled up at her, letting his eyes roam over this favorite ensemble, biting his lip as he watched her bend down. This time Bakugu looked, and he gulped quietly when he saw her bend down, her oversized white sweater falling down a bit and allowing him to see all the way to the lace light pink bear that was only held up by her neck and to her by a very thin strap, though as she begun to stand he looked up in a way, scolding himself for even peeking. But he looked back to her as she turned away, and he choked a bit when he saw her butt in the shorts. He always knew she had an butt, but he never saw it this close in this exposed and sheet that got him going as he let out a dry cough. She looked back to him and he snapped his eyes away. Do you need some water? She asked. Yeah, sure. Kirishima smirked. He could see that she was starting to get to him, and he looked to Y/N who made her way around the couch and smiled to him, moving over and tilting his head back, Bakugu watching from the corner of his eye, watching how she curved her back and popped her butt, before she kissed his friend slowly and sensually. You want something wet too? She asked. His ears burned. Holy shit, this woman was intense. Thanks, baby, he replied. She then walked off, and Bakugu moved, rubbing the back of his neck, and when she came back he watched her set down the glass in front of him, giving him another peek down her shirt before she handed Kirishima his glass before she moved, sitting in between them. He was really losing his sheet, his attention barely focused on the games in front of him as she laid back, spreading her legs just slightly, extending one of her legs, showing off the DMN knee socks she was wearing. He looked back to the TV, forcing himself to concentrate until he felt her hand on his knee. He froze up, but he didn't say anything, and with that Y/N nodded to Kirishima and he got up, saying a quick word about going to the bathroom, and when he left the room, Bakugu tensed up as her hand continued upwards as she shifted towards him, and when his fingertips began to tickle extremely close to his hardening package he looked to her. What are you doing? Relax, she replied. He watched as her hand moved, and when she placed it over the bulge in his breathes, he let out a breath as she added pressure to it. She then leaned over to him and kissed his neck. He knew this was wrong, knew that he shouldn't let his best friend's girl put her hands on him, but shit. It had been so long, and when her hand undid the button of his breathes and undid his zipper, he leaned back as she pulled his hardening length out, pumping it as her other hand moved, running over the abs under his shirt as her mouth continued to work at his neck. And what do we have here? Bakuga's eyes went wide and he looked up and saw Kirishima there, and he opened his mouth to explain, but when he saw the smirk on his features he stopped, confusion radiating through him. Y/N only moved onto the floor in front of him, and he looked to Kirishima before back to Y/N. It's fine, man, he said. Just let it happen. He closed his eyes and let out a groan as her tongue pressed against the underside of his D-. sliding up slowly before running over his head. His eyes meeting hers as she teased the head, quick licks running over his head, teasing around the slit and the edges before she finally took him into her mouth. His hand moved into her hair. "Sheet," he said, gripping her scalp, making her around his length. He should have been denying this, but if her mouth felt so good, her hands teasing the places she couldn't quite reach and running lightly over his ball. It was perfect. He stayed focused on air, even forgetting Kirishima was even standing there, watching his girlfriend blow his best friend, but he didn't care about that. All that mattered was her hot mouth around his D-dash. "Babe, come on the couch." She pulled off of Bakugo's length and mouth onto the couch, her rear facing Kirishima while her mouth continued to wrap around his length, bobbing up and down a bit quicker now, and when he felt her around his PP, he looked up and saw Kirishima moving 2 fingers into her, pumping them in and out slowly, his eyes watching her. Bakugo then looked back to her and she looked up to him playfully before she picked up the pace a bit, arching her back, so that her butt was up in the air at just the right angle, continuing to around his length as her boyfriend pumped her pages. "Dude, feel how wet she is." Bakugo hesitated, but reached to her but, hitting it for a moment before he moved, and when his fingers ran over her PP, her groaned, suddenly becoming torn. He loved the feeling of her mouth, but at the same time he wanted to bury himself inside of her and F her on the carpet like a primal mother F. He wanted to destroy her. "You can F her, dude," Kirishima said. "I don't mind." Bakugo looked up to him. "You sure?" He nodded. "Here, just let me get her ready." The blonde watched as his friend moved the end table, picking it up with one arm and moving it out of the area, which Bakugo had to admit was a bit impressive before he came over and smiled at Y/N, who moved upwards to meet his mouth, kissing him fervently before he smirked and pulled air off of the couch, making her squeal before he set her down. "Katsuki." He perked up when she used his first name and she patted the spot behind her. "Sit here." He did as she said and sit with his legs crossed where she had specified, and he watched as she laid down, resting her head on his thigh just beside his length, and he watched as Kirishima spread her legs and practically dove in, and he looked to her face as his friend began to eft her with his tongue, running it over her CLT and through her folds, and he felt his heat grow as he watched her face contorted in pleasure, her eyes locked with his own. His hands then moved and he pulled her sweater up until her clothed BRST were exposed, and he smirked a bit when he saw her hardened nipples from under the thin lace. He pulled his hands back a bit before he slid them under the fabric, and he felt air jolt under his hands as he cupped and felt her BRST them, making her squirm under his touch while her boyfriend's tongue rolled over her core, making her out as she looked up to him, and he noticed her start to pick up pace and height as she wiggled around a bit, her legs lighting and pointing. He smirked. "You're going to come, aren't you?" She nodded and bit her lip as she arched her back, her eyes looking past him as she felt the pleasure climb, and when she finally fell back down she let out a long and thirsty before her eyes came back to his. Kirishima sat up and watched as her lips connected with Bakugo's before she looked back to him. He smiled to her before he looked to his friend. "She's ready." He backed off and moved to sit against the couch, watching as Bakugo moved over to where he had been and flipped her onto her stomach. His hands moving to palm her butt, gripping it roughly before he gave the cheeks a sharp slap, making her arch before she bit her lip and wiggled her butt a bit, enticing him further. "F-Y/N," he said and moved, gripping her hip and running his PP over her wet lips, groaning a bit before he slid into her, and he put his other hand on the carpet near her end as he pushed slowly inside her, feeling her tight and hot walls pulsate around him while his PP set off the right nerves inside of her. "Holy shit." Kirishima looked to Y/N's face, her eyes closed as she let out the sexiest as he began to move into her, a hard and stern pace, her body jolting with every move that met her body, and judging by the way her hands gripped at the carpet she was enjoying it. And watching her get off made him get off as his breaths tightened. Katsuki moved, pressing his chest to her back as he began a rougher pace, moving into her aggressively as his hand moved to wrap around her neck, his hot breath running over her skin as his PP slammed into her, and when she felt his teeth gnaw at her skin she let out a whine as her eyes opened and looked to Kirishima. He tilted his head as he watched her, his hand moving to rub over his hardening pee-pee that was concealed in his basketball shorts. "You like it?" he asked. She nodded. I like it." "Good." Though her eyes were torn away and Katsuki suddenly pulled out of her and flipped her over onto her back, gripping her legs and spreading them, his mouth going to her BGMI and bite at her nipples before he pulled away and moved back into her, gripping her thighs and leaning back a bit as he moved up and into her, making her back arch at the angle. He watched her as he fucked her, watching as her face contorted in pleasure, watched as her hands gripped at the carpet at her sides as her eyes locked with his own. He let out a tilting his head back a bit as he felt himself get dangerously close to the edge. He needed to focus, he needed to F the sheet out of her. She let out a cry as he began to slam into her like nothing else ever had. Katsuki. "Yeah," he said, liking his lips as he watched her melons bounce with the force as her core tightened around his length. "You're so good Y/N." He saw that look cross her face once again, and before long she let out a whine as her core tightened and pulsed around his pee-pee, making him slow for a second as the orgasm washed over air, before he began the pace again, wanting to see that face one more time before he finished. Though he watched his friend move over to his girlfriend, giving her a kiss before he looked up to Bakugo. "You want to put it in her butt?" He stopped for a moment, and he felt a bit shameful when he gave him the answer, "Hell yes." Kirishima then looked down to Y/N, "How you feel about a little DP, babe?" She nodded quickly, "Yes please." He smirked before Bakugo pulled out of her and Kirishima moved, laying down underneath of her. Katsuki watched as her butt curved and he watched as his friend's pee-pee slipped inside her, making her shiver at the feeling of her love's pee-pee inside of her once again. She then looked back to Katsuki, giving him a pleading look as she arched her back a bit more, one of her hands moving back to show him her tight hole. He smirked and moved forward, getting above her and pressing into her rear, making him groan at the increased tightness. He then looked up to her and saw her face contorted in discomfort. His brows furrowed and he pressed his hand against her back. "You good?" "Yeah, you're a bit thicker than AG, that's all." He took a little pride in that, and when she gave him a nod he set the pace, rocking against her slowly as first before he picked it up to his hard and rough pace once again, and as he did Y/N found herself in complete bliss. It felt so good, Katsuki moving into her from above, Ejiro from below. She felt so full, almost like she was being torn apart, and for some reason it made her heat and pleasure spike as Katsuki's hot and rough hands gripped her hips. "Oh F-," Katsuki groaned, feeling she heat come back on. Ejiro upped the pace from below as he felt his own release coming around the corner, his eyes locking with his girlfriend's, loving her face as it started to contort in orgasm as well, as she gave him that throaty that signaled that she was close. "I'm gonna come," she announced. "Me too," Katsuki groaned. She bit her lip as she began to move back against them, herself on their PPS as their hands gripped at her skin as they brought themselves closer and closer to orgasm. She was the first to come, crying out and burying her reddened face into her boyfriend's neck. Katsuki followed, jolting as her butt tightened around him, spilling into her butt as he found his sweet release. Kirishima was the last, moving into her roughly a few times. After Bakugo before spilling into her. "Sheet Y/N," he groaned out. They stayed in that position for a few moments before Katsuki pulled out of her carefully, and Kirishima followed, pulling out slowly before he wrapped his arms around her, feeling her body against his, and after a few moments he realized she had passed out against him. He smiled and kissed the side of her forehead. "Thanks for inviting me over," Katsuki said. He laughed. "You're welcome, man." He heard Bakugo start to get dressed and he just closed his eyes. "You better hold on to that one," Bakugo replied. "I mean it. Buy her the biggest diamond you can find, marry her and have a bunch of little FNG babies." "Thanks man," he said. "Actually I already bought a ring. Let me know when the wedding is, then I'll be there." Kirishima laughed. He knew his bro wouldn't get weird, which was why he was okay with this in the first place. "See you tomorrow." "See ya." "I'm home." Shinso looked up after her kicked his shoes off and he smiled when he saw his boyfriend standing there. An apron was around his waist and he smiled sweetly to him. "Welcome home," he said softly. "Dinner won't be for about a half hour or so, So go ahead and change. Shinso moved forward, a soft smile on his face, his eyes lazy as ever as he moved to kiss his boyfriend, humming into the kiss before he pulled away, "I love you." He laughed. "You always say that when I make dinner." "It's true," he told him, moving to kiss his forehead. He then pulled away and made his way towards the bedroom, running a hand through his hair before he began to remove the suit, loosening the tie and pulling it off before tugging his jacket off and hanging it up. Next was his button-up shirt, undoing the buttons slowly before slipping it off his shoulders, exposing his strong and defined body. He rolled his shoulders, glad to be out of the restrictive material before he removed his bottoms and socks. He then moved towards the drawers and opened them to pull out a pair of gray sweatpants, and he didn't bother to put a shirt on as he walked back towards the kitchen, and when his boyfriend caught sight of him from the corner of his eye, he gulped a bit before he refocused on dinner, determined to finish it perfectly, especially since Shinso had missed the last few dinners because of work. Though when he saw Shinso lean against the frame of the entry to the kitchen, putting his arm at just the right angle, putting himself on display, his attention began to waver. "What are you making?" he asked, not actually caring about what the hell he was making. "Katsudon," and replied. Shinso replied, liking his lips, catching a bit more of his boyfriend's attention. "It smells good, doesn't it?" "It does." Shinso smirked when he saw his grip tighten on the wooden spoon he was holding, and he moved forward, pressing his front to his back as his arms wrapped around him, holding him tightly, loving how he tensed up a bit under him, his cheeks burning brighter with every second. "You're cute, Y/N. "I'm not cute," he retorted. "I'm manly." Shinso snorted and Y/N smacked him on the forehead with the wooden spoon. Shinso only laughed before he moved, pressing his lips to his neck, causing his boyfriend's breath to hitch as he pressed the feather-like kisses against the warm skin, working his way to behind his ear, though when he saw him continue to work on the dish, he became annoyed and yet even more egged on. His hands moved, slipping under the shirt and running over his stomach and continuing further up, and when he felt him arch his rear into his crotch, he bit his lip before he continued to tease his neck before finally nipping at his ear. "Turn the stove off," he told him. "Why?" Y/N asked. "Because I want to F you. If I stop now it'll be ruined. Then we'll order takeout." "Takeout is unhealthy." Y/N, he groaned, pulling his smaller frame tighter against him. "Come on, it's been days." Y/N smiled a bit, loving that he had this effect on a man as handsome as him. "Sorry, Hito. You're not, are you?" "I am." Y/N felt himself immediately freeze up, and he realized what was going on as Hitoshi's hand moved and turned the stove off. His hands then resumed roaming over his skin from under the t-shirt, his lips pressing to his neck, before he liked around the shell of his ear, making his boyfriend's breath hitch. "Play with me, Y/N, he told him. "I need you." He then pulled away, "Turn around." His body followed the order, and Y/N felt the need to squirm as his boyfriend's gaze racked over his body like a feral animal in heat. "Take off everything but the apron." Hitoshi watched as he stripped down in front of him, and when he was left in nothing but the red polka-dotted frilly apron he had bought as a joke, he smirked. He looked really f***ing good in that apron, and by the looks of it his body was already reacting to him. High length, although concealed, was starting to poke out from under the apron. Hitoshi then released him from his quirk before he moved forward, pressing his lips against his, groaning when he felt him kiss him just as feverishly back. He then pulled away, hooking his hands under his thighs and hoisting him up onto the counter, before pressing his lips back to his for a few more kisses. He then pulled away and bit his lip a bit, loving the SBMSSV look in his boyfriend's eyes before he dipped down, running his lips over his body, even pressing kisses to his nipples before sking on them, making Y/N gasp and squirm under him. Hito, he breathed out as his boyfriend reacted to him. Hitoshi then pulled away and he looked down to the apron, liking his lips like he was about to devour a delicious meal. He then moved the fabric to the side, and when he saw his hard and throbbing pee-pee there, he looked back into Y/N's eyes before he dropped to his knees in front of him, his eyes meeting his as he moved, liking the underside of his length all the way up to his head. Y/N's hand moved, burying itself in his hair before his boyfriend's mouth wrapped around the head, making his hips jolt as he ate greedily at the tip, his tongue dancing across all the right places and teasing at his slit before he took him further into his mouth. Hitoshi, he gasped out as he continued the slow pace, taking his boyfriend into his warm mouth over and over again, while his hands gripped at his trembling thighs, his tongue running over the veins and amplifying the pleasure, and when he felt his twitching and pulsating begin to increase, he pulled off of his length looking into his eyes before he gripped his hips and tidled him back a bit, gripping his thighs and pulled them apart. He looked to his twitching hole and he smirked before he reached forward, his finger tracing around it, making Y/N's breath hitch before he pulled away, and when he suddenly leaned forward and pressed his tongue against the puckered flesh, his boyfriend let out a low He moved his tongue slowly, wriggling against his flesh before he pulled away and kissed his hole. He then stood back up and shoved his sweat breathes and briefs down just far enough for his length to pop out, and he pumped himself a few times, groaning jigoy before he moved and pressed his length up against his hole and his ball. "Oh shit," he breathed, rutting softly against him. "Hito." He looked into his boyfriend's eyes. "Please," he started. "Lift me." Shinso pulled away for a moment, spitting on his hand and slicking his length up, and when he was confident it was ready he pressed himself against the entrance, and when he entered him he let out a long and low groan, his head tilting back. He could never get used to his length buried into his tight and twitching hole. "Yes, Y/N," he said, giving him a moment to adjust before he moved, pressing his lips to his soft ones in a gentle kiss. "You're amazing, I love you." "Hitoshi," he gasped out as he began to roll his hips up and in, tickling at his butt. "I love you too." He continued the slow pace before he began to increase it, resting his palms on the side of his head as he looked into his eyes as he continued to snap his hips into his butt. He moved, kissing him once again before he pressed his forehead to his neck, his hot breath running over his skin, making Y/N out as his hips angled up at just the right angle. "Ah shit," Y/N mounted out. "Please, Hito, make me. Hitoshi pulled up, a smirk coming to his face, biting his lip a bit. His hand then moved down his body, tracing slowly over the flustered and heated skin before he rested it just beside his twitching and bouncing length that was begging to be touched and relieved. Please," he begged, looking into his eyes. "Please, Hitoshi." He couldn't help but to indulge his boyfriend, and his hand wrapped around his length and he began to pump his as he arched his hips at just the right angle, making Y/N squirm beneath him as he his pee-pee twitching in his hand. "Hitoshi, I'm going to come." "Good boy, Y/N, he purred. "Come for me. Come on my hand." His boyfriend arched his back as he felt his heat spike, and Hitoshi watched as he came, his white zim spurting out of his length and onto his chest as he cried out, his back arching as his butt clenched down onto his boyfriend's length, making his heat spike as well as he spurted into him, snapping his hips up and into him a last few times before he stilled, putting his hand on the cabinet to steady himself as he breathed. He then opened his eyes back up and looked into his boyfriend's. "I love you," he breathed out. "I love you too, you're amazing," Y/N breathed beneath him. Shinso then moved and kissed both of his cheeks and his forehead before he pulled out of him and with an amused smile moved the apron back over his core and still twitching length. He admired the view for a moment. "I want you to greet me home like this every day from now on," he told him. He rolled his eyes in response. "Just help me clean up, Hitoshi." Shinso moved, pressing his lips to his one last time. "Only because I love you." "Oi, Y/N. Tamura's face immediately soured when he saw Dabi walk into the room, making Y/N turn away from him and turn towards the scar face. "Hi, Dabi." He smiled and leaned on the bar, ignoring the absolute death glare he was getting from the silver-haired creep. He moved, placing his hand on her own as she smiled towards him, squeezing it a bit just to piss him off. "What are you drinking, lovely?" he asked. "And why are you with this loser?" She raised a nervous brow. "Shigaraki called me for healing," she told him. "When I was done he offered me a drink." "I see," he said, and then moved, brushing a bang behind her ear, making her cheeks heat up as she looked back into his entangling eyes. Though she felt Tamura, put his hand on her back, giving a fake smile as he looked to Dabi. "I'm sure Y/N doesn't want to be bothered by you," he said. So if you'll excuse us to what we were dash. Who says she wants to be alone with you either? They both began to glare at each other and Y/N smile nervously before she began to slide off the stool, moving to get her jacket. I think I'd better be getting back, she said, making them both turn back to her, looking a little bit like lost puppies as she retracted from them both. Just call me if you guys need anything, alright? Thank you, Y/N, Tamura replied, giving her a soft smile. I'll be back tomorrow night to finish up the healing, she told them before slipping out of the door, flipping her hood on. As soon as the door was closed, Tamura turned to Dabi. The F, you think you doing Scarface, he growled. I was just talking to my sweetheart, don't know what the F you were doing though. She's not yours. And she's not yours either, Dabi snipped back. Tamura fell silent for a few moments, looking down to Y/N's glass next to him. He then looked back up to Dabi, his eyes sharpening a bit. Before he got up and moved off, clenching his hands in the pockets of his breathes. If that little sheet didn't think she was his, then fine, he was going to make her his tomorrow. Y/N pressed her hands to Tamura's back, pressing over his wound before she activated her quirk. A green light radiated from her hand and he felt the ache that had been there flow away as she made quick work of the wound, sealing it completely, and when her hands pulled away she smiled when she saw the last of the bullet wounds was closed. There, she told him. You're all healed up. He then turned towards her, facing her on the bed, and she stared back into his eyes as he looked into hers. Is there something else? She asked. His hand moved towards her, and her eyes went a little wide as his index finger started at her hairline and traced down her cheek slowly, his eyes not leaving hers. His other hand then moved, gripping her own carefully before he moved, pressing it to his chest. I want more from you, he told her. Her cheeks heated up as Shigaraki. Tamura, he said. Call me Tamura. Tomer - she didn't get to finish as he moved forward, pressing his rough lips to her soft ones, starting slowly before he moved closer to her, his fingers lacing through her hair as he pulled her into the kisses, and when he pulled away he liked his lips when he saw the look on her face. Thinsv and just waiting to be devoured, and if he wanted to eat her up. Tamura, she said. I want more too. He then moved, pushing her down onto the bed, loving the cute little gasp that left her lips before his hands gripped her thighs carefully, spreading them so he could move in between them. He then leaned over her and her eyes looked into his intense red ones before he continued the kisses, and he pulled away and looked into her eyes before his hands moved, gripping her shirt away from his skin before he activated his quirk, disintegrating it, exposing her BRs and the cute little FNGBR she was wearing. He moved in, pressing his lips to her skin, making her breath hitch as his hands moving to pin hers behind her head, and he removed them as he kissed down her skin, his hands effendling her births and undoing her BR before he tossed it towards the door, though little did they see the figure standing in the door, leaning against the frame, his arm folded, smirking as he watched Y/N react to creepy hands touch. Well, what do we have here? He asked. Y/N's face went bright red and Tamura's gaze immediately snapped towards Dabi, the intent to kill clearly in his eyes. Get out. Now. Tamura snarled at him. Dabi strolled over. Relax, he told her. You wouldn't want to do anything to scare Y/N, would you? He stopped and looked down to her, and he sat up and looked into his eyes, sneering when he saw they were locked on the girl under him, his eyes tracing over her body. What do you want? I want her, he answered, and you do too. So, let's share. For now, at least until she decides. Her eyes went wide, her face still beating red, and she looked up to Dabi, who liked his lips as he looked down to her, and she watched as his hand moved, pressing against her cheek and sliding down her neck and to her BRG, one of them, making her gasp as she looked into his electric blue eyes. He then went on a knee beside the bed and pressed his lips to hers, and she ummed back against his lips, enjoying the sensation of his scarred bottom lip mixing with his soft upper one, and when he pulled away, he bit his lip and smirked before he reached for his shirt, pulling it off, and as he did her eyes were locked onto his impressive muscled and athletic from. Tamura said and moved to lock his lips with hers Acne again. Don't just look at him, Y/N. His lips then pulled away and he then moved, his hands carefully turning her breathes to dust, And when he saw her white boy shorts, he took in a deep breath before he moved to remove them with more care, holding her legs up and kissing the soft and smooth skin as he pulled them off. Dobby took his chance, moving to lock his lips with hers once again as his hands fondled at her birs, loving the feel of having the flesh in his hands, how the hard nipples pulsed slightly under his palms. Though when he saw creepy hands spread her bare core, he pulled away to watch her face as he licked up her core for the first time, making her let out as her legs twitched a bit with the sensation as his tongue moved slowly and carefully against her soft flesh, going up and down before moving upwards and finding her CLT. "You like that, don't you, Y/N?" Dobby asked, moving to nip at her ear. "You like being fed by his tongue?" She nodded before letting out another "I do, I like it." His mouth moved, running over her neck as Tamura entered 2 fingers into her, moving them back and forth inside of her as he at her silly, and she squirmed a bit against them, feeling overstimulated as Dobby began to seek at her nipples as well, and when she felt Tamura pull his fingers out for a moment before entering again with his middle and ring finger and angling them up, beginning to pet at her insides, hitting a spot that made a strange sensation build up inside of her as she approached. "Wait, Tamura. It feels..." Dobby sat up and took interest as he watched creepy hands move against her core, and he smirked a bit as he pulled off of her CLT and focused on his fingers. Dobby felt Y/N grip his arm. What's? "I feel like I'm going to..." She then let out a long and both of the men's eyes went a bit wide as liquid burst from her core as her hips convulsed, and after a moment of watching, Tamura moved and locked his lips back against her core, continuing to finger her, drawing out her sudden and squirting orgasm. The smirk remained on Dobby's face as he looked down to her. "If I knew you could do that, you would have been leaving here every time well-fed from the start." I didn't know I could do that," she said, looking away in embarrassment. He then looked back to Tamura. "My turn," he told him, getting up and taking his breathes off. When his breathes removed, Y/N sat up a bit and saw him move towards her core, spreading her legs once again and kneeling in between them, showing off his fully irked and twitching member. "Like what you see, sweetheart?" he asked. "You want me to put it in?" She nodded, looking to him with hazy eyes. "Yes, put it in." That cocky and CC smirk came back to his lips before he gripped her legs, spreading them a bit more before he lined himself up, and he looked back into her eyes and watched her reaction as he slid inside of her wet heat, and he let out a hitched breath as she her face contorting as he filled her up. Tamura's eyes were on her face, watching her gain pleasure, even if it was from that was making his pee-pee ache and beg for him to be the one inside of her hot and wet CNT. And as Dobby began to rub against her, he liked his cracked lips as she began to let out hot and needy as she was fed, and he continued to watch as he reached into his breathes, taking them off along with his briefs before he began to pump his length. Dobby as he felt her wet het pulsate, twitch and clench up around his pee-pee as she reacted to every subtle movement he made, pushing all the right buttons as her hands grips at the sheets. Reyes were looking into his appealing blue, and he moved forward, claiming her lips before he began to pick up the pace, watching and listening for every reaction as the pride of having a woman get off on his swelled up inside of him. "You like that, sweetheart?" he asked. "You like it when I F you?" She nodded vigorously. Yes, I love it." He began to move up, and she let out a sharp letting him know that he had hit home. "Who knew you could be so dim and lewd?" he said. "So dirty and so salty that you'd want to come on my pages. Do you want me to make you come, huh?" When she didn't reply, his eye sharpened a bit and he came to a full stop, making her whine as she visibly shook. She looked into his eyes. "Please, Dobby." "Please what?" "Please make me come on your pee-pee, please." He smirked and got to work, hammering into her over and over again, and her M's got even more lewd, and he felt his own release around the corner, but he held off, managing to not release as she let out a howl of pleasure as she convulsed around his length. He looked down to her as she did, loving how her face contorted, and when her eyes opened back up he moved and took her lips in a long kiss before pulling away. He then pulled out of her and looked to Tamura. "Go for it." Tamura let out a t-sitch in his direction before he moved and looked to her, looking into her eyes before he moved to reclaim her lips for himself, and he pulled away and began to tease her neck before he flipped her onto her stomach, making her gasp before he pressed his length against her entrance. He let out a shaky breath before he entered her, and he groaned as he did. He had waited for this for so long, and it was far better than he had ever imagined, and when she began to squirm against him, pushing back against him as he remained still, he was successfully coaxed to begin moving into her. She let out a Dobby had been a bit longer than him, but Tamura had girth where he hadn't, and she as she never felt so full, the full that made her feel so very dirty and turned her on even more, and when he worked up to a rougher pace her hands gripped at the sheets tightly of the new angle. Tamura said as she squeezed around him. You feel so good, Y/N. You too, Tamura, she replied. Dobby smirked as he watched her face, and he moved over to her, holding his length to her mouth, and he didn't even have to order or ask before she took it into her mouth and began to SCK greedily as she ummed around his length. Sheet, he said as his fingers ran through her hair. Such a good girl, sweetheart. Tamura watched as she SCK'd at Scarface's length, and he felt his pleasure spike before he looked back down to her rear, loving the lewd noises that her pee-pee made as he moved into it. Dobby smirked when he saw her brows knit in that certain way as before, and he pulled out of her mouth. You going to come again? He asked as he pumped his length, feeling his release just around the corner as well. She nodded and she let out a long and throaty as the pleasure spiked inside of her core, tipping her over the edge, and as her length squeezed and milked at Tamura's pee-pee, he let out a deep as he continued to move into her. Oh sheet, Y/N, he said before he finally jolted and snapped his hips harshly up and into her as he spilled into her, and at the same time Dobby came with a Gorin as he spilled onto her face. Holy sheet, he spoke as well, putting a hand on the wall to stabilize himself a bit. You're so hot, Y/N. She peeked up at him from under his seat and he smirked, and when Tamura flipped her over and saw it, he sent a glare at Dobby before he reached for the offender's shirt and wiped his seed off of her face. Don't get her dirty, Scarface, he growled at him. It's fine, Tamura. He gritted his teeth and looked down to her and saw how tired and satisfied she looked. A sheen of sweat on her body along with all the marks that the two of them combined had left, and as her eyes blinked slowly, he decided he would wait for his answer, and he looked up to Dobby would had the same look. Try not to burn her while I go run a bath, Tamura said. Bite me, BCD. Todoroki looked to Y/N as she ate next to him, and he looked back to Midoriya and Uraraka across the table and saw how his friend had his arm around his girlfriend as they whispered and laughed quietly together. He then looked back to Y/N and he felt himself hesitate for the millionth time. He wanted to touch her, to hold her hand, wrap his arm around her, kiss her temple and make her giggle like Uraraka did, but every time he would go to do it his body would just freeze up. He was just grateful to her that she wouldn't try to force him, but he still felt bad that she would always have to initiate even just a basic handhold or a soft kiss. He had been so focused his entire life to never be like his father, he just forgot how to act normally. Especially when it came to relationships, he only ever thought about how not to rather than HWO2, and now he was getting the repercussions as everyone in their class began to pair off and act all lovey-dovey towards each other. Well, I think we should get going, Midoriya said, making Todoroki's eyes snap back towards him. Have a good time, you guys. Bye, Todoroki. By Y/N. Bye, Uraraka, she replied. Have a good night. They then walked off and Y/N's eyes fell back down to her hot chocolate, waiting for Todoroki to say or do anything, but not minding the silence. She knew he struggled, and that's why she never pushed too far, but as their relationship was dragging on she began to wonder when they would finally. And she couldn't help but to think about it. All the other girls talked about their partner's performances, and she just wanted him to touch her. She fidgeted a bit thinking about it. She wanted to feel his skin on hers, and she wanted to see him flustered, but she never proposed anything, especially because of how embarrassed she was of her SEC tastes. Even when she lost her virginity, she had known what she wanted. She never wanted to be taken, she wanted to take. Y/N. Yes, she asked. Should we be leaving too? He asked. You wanted to see the rest of the festival, right? She nodded and looked up to him with a smile that made him smile softly back. Yeah, let's go walk around. He got up and she followed, both of them slipping on their winter jackets and hats. and as they walked over she moved to grab his left hand, humming at the warmness that radiated from it. He blushed a bit and averted his eyes as she just smiled happily as they walked through the winter festival. Y/N sat there smiling as the girls began to talk again, and her eyes fell a bit downward as they all cheered about how nice it felt to just be touched. "I love it when he runs his hands through my hair." Uraraka squealed. "I love it when Kirishima grips my thighs." Mina replied, giddy as well. They all then looked to Y/N and she smiled nervously. "I love it when I hold his hand," she said. "Oh, Y/N, Momo said. "We're sorry. We didn't mean to dash. It's okay," she said, raising her hand. "Shudo's just. He's got a lot of stuff weighing on him, that's all. He didn't have a very good role model of a healthy relationship. I mean, he's very sweet and always makes sure I'm alright and that I'm taken care of. Just when it comes to touching, he's distant. I mean, he used to not even let me touch his left side, but now he doesn't even think about it. It's slow, but it's progress. That's all I can ask for." They all smiled to her. Uraraka even had a tear in her eyes. "Y/N's so sweet," she said. "So patient and so kind. Todoroki is so lucky to have you." Y/N just smiled and looked away, biting her lip a bit. She'd never told them and probably never would, but a part of her wanted to see tears in Todoroki's eyes, especially when his cheeks were pink and he was looking up to her, his chest bare and hot breath leaving his mouth. She blushed a bit and shook it off, reminding herself of where she was. Y/N looked to Todoroki as he lied next to her in her bed, looking down and reading a book he had brought over. She looked up to his face, enjoying the relaxed look he had. He was always handsome, all the girls knew that, but he was even more so when he was at ease. But when an image of his pleading face entered her mind, she blushed a bit. She bit her lip and looked around, trying to find her resolve to be patient, but she was close to the edge. She just wanted his hands on her and have her hands on him as well. She wanted to put her lips on his muscled chest and neck, and to feel his tongue on her biceps and his lips sking at her nipples. Her toes curled a bit and she bit her lip. "Shuto." "Yes." How do you feel about section?" His eyes went a bit wide and he looked down to her as she laid on her side on the bed. "Well, A breath left her and she turned on her back. That hesitation was answer enough for her. Todoroki's brows furrowed, the same guilt entering him. He'd been reading several books on relationships and each one of them explained the importance of physical contact, and that had only weighed on his conscience even more. He knew she wanted more, it was easy to tell. Especially since he had found her stash of Smut manga in her closet, which he had kept to himself of course. "I'm sorry Y/N, he told her, his eyes falling downwards. I've never opened up to anyone before and I don't want to be like my father, ever." "I know," she told him and sat up a bit. "You couldn't possibly be like him, Shudo. You don't have a bad bone in your body. I mean, yeah, you were an a-hole for a second first year, but you're such a good person." He smiled a bit and moved, putting his hand on her cheek. "Thank you, Y/N, he whispered. "You're too good to me, you know that." She bit her lip as her heartbeat increased a bit. She then looked away. I need you, Shudo." His brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" Her hand then gripped his wrist and he watched as she pulled it off her cheek as she leaned towards him and he watched as her hand moved and was placed on his crotch. His eyes went a bit wide as he looked into her own. "I need you, Shudo," she repeated. He was frozen as he looked back to her. Y/N. It's okay," she told him. "You don't have to do much, just let me take over, okay?" He swallowed, looking into her eyes for a few more moments before he nodded. "Okay." She then moved, leaning back, her hands reached for her shirt, and Todoroki watched as the cotton moved over her skin, as more and more of her was exposed, and when she sat in front of him wearing a BR, more skin exposed than ever before, he felt a bit of heat surge through him. She then looked to him and moved to push him down so that he was laying down, propped up a bit by the pillows. "I know you're afraid to hurt me," she said, and reached to the end table, watching as she opened it and pulled out the cuffs. He was a little surprised to see them there, though then again most of the Smut manga of her he had found had been very interesting. He allowed her to clip his wrist into a cuff, finding out they were padded on the inside, and he watched as she laced it through the headboard and clipped his other wrist to it. She then looked into his eyes as her hands moved, running over his neck and to the buttons of his shirt, and he watched as she undid them slowly, exposing his chest to the air, and when he felt her hands run over his skin he held in a groan. She was practically drooling as she did, realizing just how badly she had always wanted to squeeze at his pec and trace her fingers over his abs. Her eyes floated to his face and she saw how he was enjoying this as well, no doubt being just as starved physically as she had been. Her hands then came to his belt and she looked into his gorgeous eyes as she undid it and slid it off before she gripped at his jeans and tugged them and off of him as well. Y/N, he gasped out as she began to feel him through his briefs, her palm running over his hardening length making pleasure wash up through his spine as he arched into her a bit. Her teeth snagged at her lip as she watched his face as she continued to tease him through the fabric before she leaned forward and began to kiss the skin of his neck before she began to seck and bit at his skin, making him shudder against her as he let out illness and gasps. Y/N, he spoke again. She then pulled away and stopped her movements, making his eyes open up and look into hers. "Do you want to keep going?" she asked him. He nodded, moving to rub against her hand when he saw the demeanor in her eyes shift to something new he had never seen before. "Then call me Empress." That confirmed everything he had suspected of her, and he couldn't deny that it made the heat surge inside of him as she looked to him like he was a thing to be devoured and consumed, like a hungry wolf pursuing a helpless deer. He was helpless to her as he took in a breath and spoke, "Please, keep going." She pressed her lips to his as her hands pressed back against his chest, moving to straddle him, grinding her butt against his length a bit as she moved her tongue into his mouth, taking over as she swirled her tongue inside of his mouth before pulling away, loving the hazy and flustered look on his face as she pulled away. She then moved, going back to his neck, leaving her marks there as she moved farther down his body, and when she came to his chest she looked into his eyes before she moved and began to lick at his right NPL, feeling the warmth radiating from it as she took it into her mouth, and he reached into her mouth as he gasped out as her hot tongue lapped at his bud, and while she pulled away she looked into his ISB, removing to the other one, miming when she felt the slight cold to it, making him squirm as her hands moved back down to his length, rutting her palm against the flesh as she continued to lick and seck before pulling away and moved towards the boxers, looking to his eyes. "You want me to seck it?" she asked. "Yes," he answered immediately. "Please, this." She smirked and moved, removing the fabric, allowing his hard member to spring free. She looked to it, being more brilliant than she would imagine, watching as his length twitched and pulsed in her hand. She then looked back into his eye before she moved, pressing her tongue against the hot skin and beginning to lick up, making him throw his head back at the sensation. "So sensitive," she cooed. "This is your first time, isn't it, Shudo?" "Why, he answered after she took the head into her mouth, swirling her tongue around it before pulling up a bit and teasing the slit, making his body tremble a bit as the pleasure flowed over him as she moved slowly, getting him used to the sensation before she took more of him into her mouth. Hot breaths left his mouth as he chest rose and fall as her mouth continued to work at his length, and it felt like nothing he had ever felt before, and he began to question why he had deprived himself of her touch in her mouth for so long, and he felt himself getting excited very quickly as his hips trembled and his length twitched wildly. "Emsis," he hummed out. "I'm going to," but just as he was about to jump into the ocean of pleasure, it all suddenly stopped. He let out a long whine as his hips rolled his abandoned length into the air. "Why/and what? Who said I was going to let you come so easily?" she asked him, her tongue darting out over her lips. "We just started, Shudo." Her hands then moved to her BR and he watched as she undid the strap from behind swiftly and slipped it off before tossing it across the room, and he looked to her breasts that hung there and she moved, straddling his abdomen, holding a beer towards him. He didn't need to be told twice as he latched onto the pink bud, miming around the sensitive flesh as he ate greedily at it, only taking a break to seck in a quick breath of air as he sucked nipples, inhaling strongly through his nostrils that he did, and when she pulled her chest away from him and moved to latch their mouths together, he whimpered as her tongue entered into his mouth again, dominating his own as one of her hands slid into his hair, tugging a bit, enhancing ever feeling before he pulled away and looked to him. She thought for a few moments before she pulled away from him and moved to settle in between his legs, spreading them and putting her legs over his hips. Her hand reached for the hem of her skirt and she pulled it up, exposing her bare core to him, making him let out a shaky breath. Her body was divine, like a body of water, and he was dying of thirst. He had to have her, to have his lips on hers as he entered her. He wanted everything she could give, and his helplessness grew as he realized there was nothing he could do to settle the ache that was starting to grow. He spoke, please? I want to feel you. She raised a brow as her hand moved, spreading her lips apart, exposing her gorgeous pink PP to him, allowing him to see how wet she was as she smirked. You do? She asked, her finger teasing at her C, making her inhale deeply as she threw her head back a bit. Yes, he told her. Please let me touch you. Please. She thought for a few moments, and she then moved, undoing one of the cuffs and slipping it back through the wood before she gave him the turn motion, making him turn his back towards her, and she cuffed his wrist behind his back before she backed off, putting air hands behind her and lifting her legs up, spreading them as she sat there. You can touch, but only with your tongue, she told him. He looked to her core and moved forward, watching her tight hole twitch for a few moments before he moved in, running his tongue over her core and all the way up to her CLT, making her head tilt as she held in her making him even more frustrated before he moved in, beginning to lap at her entrance. Miming as he did so, his eyes staying locked up at her, watching her face twitch and contour before he moved upwards, finding her CLT and beginning to swirl his tongue around it as well. He loved how she tasted and how she began to react to him as his tongue got a bit more creative, his lips latching onto her bed and sking while his tongue danced and teased at it as well, making her pleasure spike as well as she began to tremble and push back against him, one of her hands moving to lace through his hair again and hold him there as she began to breathe and shiver. Shuto. He ummed into her as she threw her head back. Shuto, I'm going to come, she told him. Her legs tensed up as her toes curled, and when she came, one of her legs straightened out into the air as she let out a long as she bucked her hips into his mouth, making him as he continued to lick for a few moments before pulling away, watching her as she caught her breath as she continued to tremble a bit. She then looked to him, her eyes hazed, and she pulled him up to his knees before she kissed him once again. Good boy, Shuto. Her eyes drifted down to his length and she saw how hard he was, the head of his PP a bright red, ready and begging to be touched and stroked, to be relieved by her touch. She reached out to it, running a fingertip over the head, making him gasp softly as she did, and she bit her lip as she watched his face. Do you want to come? He nodded vigorously. Please, he told her. Please, I want to come. She moved slowly, going on all fours in front of him, arching her butt up as she wiggled a bit, enticing him even further before her hand reached back and put the head at her entrance, making him silent in anticipation as he already felt her warmth and her wetness accumulated there. You want me to put it in? She asked. Yes, please, Emistus. She then moved and he threw his head back as she sunk herself down on him, and he bucked his hips a bit, the initial shock of being inside of a woman for the first time washing over him as the pleasure lapped at him as she twitched around him. Don't move, she told him, or I stop completely. He bit his lip as she started off with a slow pace, moving forwards and backwards, teeing herself on his length as she let out long uhs, loving how he hit just the right spots inside of her. He was impressive on the battlefield, in the classroom, and now he was proving his excellence in the bedroom as well, as she was fucking loving it, especially as he whimpered out, wanting her to move faster, to drive him to the release he desperately wanted. Emistus, he breathed. Please, faster. Faster, she asked. Why would I go faster? He whined, taking a moment to calm himself down, but finding nothing. He needed her, he needed to come inside of her, he needed to touch her, to run his hands over her skin and though her hair. He began to fidget, growing impatient, and she felt her ego bolster. He was always so calm, so rational, and to see him on the verge of a mental breakdown because of her PP made her even more excited, and after a few moments she gave him what he wanted, moving faster, bowed her butt up and down a bit, making his mouth water as he watched as she drove him even closer and closer to release. Her hand moved at her CLT, biting her lip as she pleasured herself, knowing that he wasn't going to last much longer like this as he breathed, his hips beginning to buck involuntary as he chased his orgasm. You going to come, Shudo? She asked. Yes, he answered. Please let me come. She continued to move, and when she felt her own heat start to spike as he roughly bucked into her, she cried out a bit, Come. Come, Shudo. He didn't more than that, and he jolted as he released into her, rutting into her for a few more moments before he fell forward a bit, putting his forehead on her sweaty neck as her core squeezed and twitched around his length, drawing out his orgasm. He breathed for a few more moments before she moved, pulling herself off of him and released him for the bonds, and she was surprised when he moved, immediately latching his arms around her and holding her close, burying his face into her hair as he tackled her onto the bed. She smiled softly as her arms wrapped back around his body, and she kissed his neck softly. I love you, Shudo. I love you too, Y/N. Y/N looked to Tenya, biting her lip as he stood there in the gym, using a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, holding his glasses in the other hand, and for a moment he glanced down to her, raising a brow as he smiled a bit. Something wrong, Y/N. And no, she answered and looked away, her cheeks burning. He took a quick look around for anyone, and when he didn't see anyone there, he moved down and pressed a soft kiss to her cheek, making her cheeks turn to an even deeper shade of red. His smile softened and he moved, kissing her cheek again and turning her head softly towards him so he could capture her lips in a sweet kiss. Don't be embarrassed, he told her, moving to kiss behind her ear. There's no one around. I don't care about that, she replied. You're really appealing, Tenya. It was his turn to blush, and he held his smile as his cheeks heated up. He then kissed her head. Thank you, Y/N. You honor me, he said, and then straightened up. Now come on, we have a test at the end of the week we need to study for, and we should be prepared for both mental and physical challenges at all times. She laughed a bit. Back to square mode, I see, she muttered as she followed after him. Tenya looked up to Y/N, who sat there, making kissy lips as she held the pencil between her nose and her lips, clearly bored as she had abandoned the extra sheets that he had prepared for them. He knew that he should focus as well, but it was becoming increasingly harder as she leaned over the table, wearing a tank top that left practically nothing to imagination. He knew it was wrong that an aspiring hero like himself shouldn't be so tempted by humanly desires, but he couldn't stop himself from glancing up every now and then, peeking down her black tank top and to the vibrant green BR she wore. He bit his cheek as he stole another peek, the longing to feel and grope at her flesh increasing by the second. Tenya. What? I'm bored, she told him, shifting a bit, making her chest shuffle as well. So. She smiled a bit as he got back to work, and she scooted out from the short table and moved around to his side and getting behind him, draping her arms over his strong shoulders and pressing her BRs to his muscled back. Wanna fool around a bit? Fraternization in the dorms is off limits. She pouted a bit and moved, knowing that she could get him to bend a little bit, especially since she had done it before. Her lips moved and pressed against the back of his neck, making him let out a shaky breath as she moved to the side of his neck, kissing softly there as well before she began to kiss at the tip of his ear gently before beginning to move down. Y/N, he warned. She continued leaning forward to nibble at his ear lobe, before she began to seek at it while her hands roamed over his back and rubbed at his shoulders as he began to let out heated breaths and a few gasps, and when her hands moved gripping at his thighs he lost his sheet and turned, standing up quickly and picking her up like she was nothing and tossing her onto the bed. She had little time to react before his lips found hers in a heated kiss, his hands moving to grip at her wrists and restrain her. After a few heated kisses his mouth moved, kissing down from her chin and over the top side of her neck, making her back arch a bit as she gasped, and when he reached her collarbones he nibbled at the flesh there before he moved even lower, fanning wide with his lips as he moved down, hovering over the valley of her beers before he stopped, making her squirm a bit as he eat a mark into her skin. He then pulled away and looked up to her flustered face. Still bored. Her hands moved, breaking free of his light grip, and pulled him back to her mouth, spreading her legs so he could rest between them, making her a bit into his mouth when she felt the hardness growing underneath his bottoms. She then pulled away from a moment, and looked into his gorgeous blue steel eyes for a few moments, enjoying the feeling of him over her before he moved, nipping at her bottom lip, making her open up for him so he could plunge his tongue inside of her mouth. They both ummed as their tongues wrestled and rolled with one another, and when he pulled away, a string of saliva connected their lips as his mouth hovered above hers. He felt her hands moved, pressing against his chest, feeling the firm and hard muscle underneath before they moved away, and her hands moved to the bottom of her tank top and she dragged the fabric up and pulled it over her head. A smirk came to his features before he moved, kissing at her collarbones before moving downwards once again, and this time he traveled into the valley, before one of his hands groped at one of the clothes mounds, making her gasp as hessecked and bit at any exposed flesh there, and he pulled away, sitting up as he looked down to her, and he liked his lips as he looked to her before one of his hands reached for his black shirt, gripping at the back of it and pulling it over his head and tossing it across the room. His eyes then glanced to her BRTS and he looked into her eyes. "Can I take it off?" he asked. "Yes." His excitement increased and he moved as she sat up, and she laughed a bit as he fumbled with the clasp. "Do you need help again?" she asked softly. "I think I almost got it," he replied, and laughed a bit as well, kissing her neck. "Sorry." She just smiled, and when he finally got it off, he peeled it from her skin gently, and when he saw her exposed BRS for the second time, he inhaled slowly as he felt his length strain against his breathes. She was appealing, there was no doubt about that, and he moved carefully, kissing at her flesh before he took one of her nipples into his mouth, making her as her fingers snaked into his hair. He pulled away for a moment, liking tentatively at the NPL before he moved to the other, giving it the same soft treatment as his excitement increased. "Tenya." He looked up to her, loving the side to flustered cheeks as she looked to him with her appealing eyes. I want you to put your fingers in." He gulped. "Are you sure?" he asked. She nodded. "I'm sure." She then pulled away from him a bit, her hands going to her sleeping shorts and pulling them down, showing him that she hadn't been wearing underwear under them the whole time, his eyes widening as his pee-pee begged to be let out, straining against the sweats and his boxers as he looked to her core for the first time, her second set of lips already glistening as she spread her legs wider. He then looked into her eyes. "I'll do my best, Y/N." She nodded and watched as he moved forward, reaching out slowly, and when he ran his finger down her core in a test run, he watched as she inhaled sharply as the pad of his finger tickled at her seal. He let out a breath as well, and he moved, circling a finger around the wet muscle of her entrance before he slipped his index finger inside as he groaned as she gasped out. She was tight, wet, and he wanted to put his pee-pee inside of her so badly as she twitched and pulsed around him. He started off slowly and carefully pumping her as he watched her face for any sign of discomfort, which only turned him on even more to watch her gaining pleasure from his finger inside of her, and when he felt she was ready, he added another finger. Her back arched a bit into him and her M's increased a bit in volume as he continued to pump her, picking up his pace a bit as she loosened up around his fingers, and when he bent them inside of her, his eyes went wide as she jolted against him, miming louder than she ever had. "Tenya. Right there." He focused completely on her body as he continued to pump her, burning the sight into his memory as she twitched on his fingers as he rubbed at her G-spot, making a pleasure like never before spike through her body as she began to rock her hips back against him, making him increase the pace as he moved to kiss at her stomach as she cried out again. "Are you going to come?" he asked, looking into her appealing eyes. "Are you going to come on my fingers?" She bit her lip as she nodded. "Yes, Tenya, please keep going." He did as she said, his lips moving to wrap around her NPL and CK at it greedily before he pulled away and looked back to her face as her hand gripped at his forearm, her legs beginning to shake as her breathing increased, her face contorting as she breathed heavily, and when she finally came, he watched her face as her core clenched around his fingers, her hips bucked and her toes curled. His fingers moved out of her slowly and he watched as she came down from her first orgasm. He put a hand on her neck and he felt her pulse racing there as she continued to breathe for a few moments, and when her eyes came back to his, she bit her lip as she smiled to him, her hands moving running down his chest before she gripped the hem of his breathes. "I want your pee-pee in me too, Tenya." He let out a long and shaky breath as her hands began to slip his sweats down, her hand moving into his brief to grip his hard and aching length. "Y/N," he groaned as she pumped his softly, a smirk on her lips as she held his pee-pee in her hand for the first time. "Please," she replied. "Put it in me." He couldn't argue, his heat reaching maximum as his pee-pee begged to be put inside of her tight and warm C&T, and he backed off a bit as he took them off, allowing his member to finally spring free. Pre-cum already leaking from the reddened and flushed head, the long undervein pulsing as it twitched and bounced a bit as he spread her legs and settled between them, lining up his length. He then looked back into her eyes with the gorgeous blue steel orbs. "Are you sure, Y/N?" "Yes," she replied. That's all he needed as he began to push into her, letting out a long groan as his head was swallowed in by the euphoric wet tightness. He breathed as he continued to push inside her. He watched her eyes, tears brimming at them at the mix of pain and pleasure that came from being stretched for the first time, and when he was fully inside her he took a moment to breath before his hand reached and settled on her cheek. "Are you alright?" he asked. "Yeah, I need a second." He moved and kissed softly at her neck, trying to distract her from any discomfort, getting her to relax as she drew in long breaths, and when he shallowly moved into her as she let out her brows to twitching in pain, he began to move into her lightly, getting used to the action and keeping himself from jackrabbiting for 2 seconds and finishing. He wanted her to enjoy this. He wanted her to feel as amazing as he felt as he moved into her. He continued to kiss and SCK at her skin, leaving behind red and purple flesh as he found himself approaching his Silmex as her hands gripped at his strong shoulders as he bucked into her. He tried to ward it off, trying to keep it off, but when she spoke his name he found himself dangerously close as he sat up a bit. "Y/N, I'm going to come," he gasped out. "It's okay," she told him. "Come inside me." Looked into her eyes as he began to move uncontrollably in her as he lost himself in pleasure, and when he came he grunted out her name as he bucked sharply into her a few times before falling limp, putting his hand beside her head to keep himself from crushing her with his larger body, and when he came back down he looked down to her, her cheeks flustered, her hair ratted and fuzzed with her appealing skin covered in kiss marks. He then moved down and connected his lips to hers, still bored. She laughed, and it made his chest flutter before he pulled out of her. Kaminari stumbled through a door a bit, his hand moving into the dark space seeking out the light SWH, and when he found it he immediately flicked it on and saw that he had tripped over one of his own shoes. He kicked it back against the wall in irritation before his hands reached and began to take off his boots, his back aching a bit from standing and having a few scruffs with hooligans during the long day. As soon as they were off he walked towards the bedroom, doing his best to keep quiet, and he saw her there through the light in the hallway and he smiled softly. She was sprawled out on her stomach like always and he moved over to her and kissed the top of her head softly. "Hello, darling," he told her before he moved away and towards the bathroom. She shifted a bit as he did, though not waking as he moved to remove the rest of his clothing and threw them in the hamper before he got into the shower, the warm water relaxing his muscles and making the stress from work flow away, and when he got out he snagged a towel and ran it over his hair, drying his locks before moving the towel over his athletic top, that still had a bit of cush because of his sweet tooth that Y/N shared. When he was done drying himself off he slipped on the gray sweatpants he had snagged before going into the bathroom and then began to brush his teeth, and as he did he moved towards the door and looked back to Y/N who lied there, and when he was done he moved over to her and smiled when he saw her foot sticking out of the comforter. He looked back to her face that was fast asleep before he sat on the bed and lifted her leg up towards him carefully and placed a kiss to the sole of her foot, and he felt the muscle twitch a bit as he did, though he caught no movement on her face. He kissed her foot a few more times before he began to make his way up her leg, moving under the comforter, loving the feel of her smooth skin against his lips as he began to get more and more excited knowing that his work schedule had kept him away from his beloved Y/N. When he reached her tushy he kissed at her through the panties she was wearing as his hands ran over her thighs, and at this point her felter began to stir, a few light groans leaving her mouth. His hands then moved under his shirt that she wore, feeling more her skin and tickling at her back before he moved and carefully rolled her onto her back, waiting for any reaction, and when there was none he looked down to where her thighs touched one another and he pulled the comforter over his head, allowing him to see her peaceful face. Y/N, he whispered. "Darling." When there was no response he went back to kiss her thighs, even spreading them a bit as he began to kiss inside as well before he moved towards her core, and when he kissed the edges of her panties she began to fidget a bit before her appealing eyes finally opened and looked down to him. "Denki?" she asked in her sleepy whisper. What are you doing?" "Just giving you goodnight kisses," he answered, and he moved in and kissed her CLT from under the cloth, making her inhale slowly as he did, her hand moving to run through his hair. "You have work early tomorrow, don't you?" she asked as he continued, skiing at her lightly through the soft cotton. "Don't worry about it, darling," he told her. He then moved and began to pull her underwear softly down, sitting up to pull it all the way off, and when he did he reached for her leg and kissed her ankle a few times before making his way back down, stopping a few times when he reached her thighs to playfully nip or leave a mark on her skin, making her gasp as the tingles rolled through her body, and when he finally reached her core again he got straight to work, moving softly against her, warming her body up slowly, allowing her to wake up as he did, making her softly as his tongue pressed against her CLT and moved in a slow circular motion before he would move and surround the sensitive bud with his lips and decay lightly. He then pulled away from her CLT and moved his tongue to run over the ring of muscle to her entrance, making he fidget a bit as he groaned, loving how she tasted, and her core twitched and came alive under his tongue. "I love you, Y/N, he whispered before he slipped his tongue inside of her, making her back arch up. He ummed into her as he walls twitched around him as his appendage wriggled inside of her, tickling at all the right spots before he pulled out and moved back to her, liking and skiing at a quicker and hungrier paces, making her writhe with the pleasure as her hands moved to grip his own, holding onto each other tightly as her orgasm built and built. "Denki, he only ummed against her as a tremor of bliss racked through her body, making her toes curl as she ummed out as he drew out her orgasm for a bit longer before pulling away. His eyes locked onto her face, loving the tired euphoria across it, and he wiped his mouth on his arm before he moved to capture his lips with her own, his bottom lip running across her own, asking for entrance that she gladly granted, both of them groaning as their hands ran over each other's bodies as their tongues danced together before he pulled away. He smiled as he moved to pull the shirt off of her, exposing the rest to her to him, and he moved to kiss and nip at her neck, skiing a few marks into the skin as he grinded his covered pee-pee against her wet core, making them both breathe. "Denki, just want?" he asked. "Just put it in already." He smiled teasingly. Oh, such a perv, Y/N. "PFT, says you?" He laughed and kissed her softly before he pulled his breathes down and spread her legs for him, pumping his length a few times, the pre-cum already building at the tip before he pressed himself against her entrance, looking into her eyes as he rolled into her, liking his lips at how delicious she looked as she gasped out, before groaning at how good she felt. "You're amazing," he told her. She smiled and opened her arms up, and he embraced her as he began to move into her, hitting just the right spot at the loving and slow pace, drawing out being with her and being connected as he locked his lips with her own. "I love you, Denki," she whispered. "I love you too." His hands moved to grope at her BRs, squeezing them and rolling them in his hands before prodding at her nipples, loving the feel of her soft flesh in his hands as he began to pick up the pace, wanting to see that gorgeous look on her face once again, wanting to give her pleasure with his body, to make the only woman in the universe that he wanted to be with feel the ultimate pleasure on his body. Her arms wrapped around his body, her hands caressing at his shoulders as she felt the heat building inside of her once again as both of their breaths became ragged, her pleasure mingling with his as their bodies ground and moved with each other as the wave continued to build and build, and when it crashed again, Y/N first, her toes curled as she clung to him tightly as her body and core convulsed around his length, making him grunt before he spilled into her as well, the shock waves revving up his spine before he moved and crashed their lips together as he continued small moves, and when he pulled away he smiled to her. "How was that for a goodnight kiss?" he asked. She just smiled and pressed her lips back against his, her head still a bit foggy as he still twitched inside of her. 6 out of 10. "Outrageous," he snapped, an amused look on his face. "That was at least a 10 out of 10. She laughed and his heart fluttered a bit as she did, and he pulled out of her before he snuggled into her body, just above her beer, his strong arms wrapping around her and holding her tightly. "Did I tell you I love you?" she asked. He smiled and nodded, "Yes." She hummed as her hands moved through his soft hair. I love you. I love you too. Y/N perked up when she heard the door open and close, and she peeked around the corner and smiled when she saw the figure at the door. Toshi, welcome home. He turned and gave her a soft smile. I'm home, Y/N. He then moved into the kitchen and looked down to what she was doing, smiling when he picked the scent up before he moved and kissed her temple. Smells good. Thank you, she told him as she continued to cook, and he moved, sitting in one of the bar stools, watching as she cooked. How was work today? It was all right, he answered. Just a few fires here and there, nothing too exciting. She nodded and moved to finish it up, plating the dish and carrying the 2 plates over, setting them down at the already set table, and as they ate, Y/N looked up to him. A lot had changed in the last year. He's lost a considerable amount of weight because of his injury, though a synthetic stomach was still helping him at least survive. Though she could barely see the hollowed cheeks and skinny wrists. He was still Toshinori, and that was all that mattered. He still woke her up with gentle kisses. He still brought flowers home for her at least once a week. Though she had noticed the decrease in an important activity, particularly their SEC life. Ever since his injury, he hadn't made a move on her. She didn't know if he was just in too much pain or if the fight had damaged that part of him, partly because he wasn't communicating with her. Y/N. She perked up. Yes. How about we go out tomorrow, he asked. To see the flowers like every year. She smiled and nodded. I would love to. She continued to eat quietly. He still asked her on dates. It was like nothing had changed, well, almost. She began to tap her toe on the wood a bit. A part of her was scared to ask, not wanting to have another doctor conversation, especially when every doctor's appointment was dreaded and moved towards as slowly as possible. Y/N didn't want to add onto his list of worries. She smiled. He reminded her a lot of what Toshinori was like when they were kids, before and even after he had received his quirk. They had both been quirkless, and she still quirkless, though she remained his friend, and now she was his wife. Y/N perked up when she saw Toshi get up and move towards her, bending down to press his lips to her head before he got up and moved to wash the dishes like he always did after she would cook. You ready? He asked. She nodded and took his hand after slipping on her shoes, and they walked out the door and towards the park. Toshinori swallowed a bit when he glanced down to her, his larger frame allowing him to see down his wife's shirt quite easily. It wasn't helping that she was wearing a very pretty V-neck as well. His eyes shot up as he felt his cheeks heat up a bit. He'd always been like that when it came to her. She could make him putty without even doing anything, which had probably been why he hadn't been able to confess his love for her until after he graduated from UA. Though now it was less giddy and more racy. He wanted to shove his hands down her shirt and grope her like he used to when they were alone, wanted to feel her cute butt in his hands as well, but a part of him was holding back and he could feel it. He wasn't the same man as before the injury. His physique had changed too rapidly and his health had declined so quickly it had shaken him quite deeply, especially when he looked at the pictures on the wall. He wasn't the same young man who held his wife. He wasn't handsome, muscled, or strong. He was just skinny, frail, and fragile. He looked back to her again and he saw her looking around as they walked into the park, smiling up at the flowers, and he couldn't help but to smile as well. She was amazing and he knew it. So gentle and so kind with him, but he couldn't help but to feel insecurity nag at him. Small comments were not detrimental. Before, when she said a boy was cute or handsome, he would just smile and agree, but now he would shift, and she had obviously picked up on that since she had stopped talking about other men or heroes altogether. In fact, any talk of male appearances had been silently banned from their house. Y/N, he started. Yes. You're appealing, he told her. Though then again he loved how cute she was. She smiled softly and went on her tiptoes, pressing her lips to his cheek. You're appealing too, Toshi. He took a deep breath, looking in the mirror, knowing that Y/N was waiting on their bed, reading her book as per usual. Tonight would be the night. He wouldn't let anything deter him. He took a deep breath and transformed, looking at himself in the mirror, feeling his confidence boost before he moved out. Mississippi. She raised a brow and looked up. Toshi. What are you doing? He leaned against the doorframe and she had to admit that his powered up from made her swoon a bit, but she knew that form wasn't Toshi. It was all might. Well, I'm trying to stuck you, Miss Y/N. She just nodded her head. Quit messing around, Toshi. He moved forward. I'm not messing around, miss, he told her, moving to crawl on the bed, making it creak a bit under his new weight. That's Mrs. Yagi, she told him, and moved to hit his forehead with her book. Now seriously, change back. He only raised a brow before his hands gripped at her ankles, making her gasp as he effortlessly pulled her down and spread them apart. Her brows furrowed as he moved down and kissed at her belly before he moved to pull her sleeping shorts off, and her hand moved and caught his. Toshi, seriously, she told him. What are you doing? I'm just giving a young lady a thank you for dinner. Her eyes zeroed in on him. Toshinori, change back. No. He swallowed dryly before doing so, his brows furrowing, as he began to shrink away, but as he did she reached and yanked him towards her by his cheeks, slamming her lips onto his. His eyes went wide before he relaxed and began to kiss back, and when she was finished she pulled away and looked him in the eye. I love Toshinori, she told him. I want Toshinori. I don't want All Might. She then moved, managing to push him on his back on his side of the bed before moving to straddle him. He looked up to her as her hand moved to her shirt, pulling it off and exposing her bare chest to him. Toshinori, I love you, she told him. So F me already. He moved and sat up, his hands moving to grip at her skin and capture her lips, miming into her as he felt his heat rise quickly as her hands moved through his hair, tugging a bit at the stranding, making his heart P&D, and she then pushed him gently back down to the bed. She then moved and kissed softly at his lips again, before his mouth began to move down, sking and caressing his skin as she moved farther and farther down his body, even moving to kiss at the scar, gently making his breath hitch and shake with her gentle and loving touches. Y/N. When she reached his breathes she moved and unlatched the belt, pulling them down before she palmed his length through his briefs, making him throw his head back at just her touching him. She looked into his eyes shyly before she moved and kissed at the waistband of his undergarments before pulling them down far enough to expose his length. She let out a hot and shaky breath over his pee-pee before she moved and took the tip into her mouth, making him groan as he tilted his head back, his hand lacing through her hair, and she couldn't help but to snuggle a bit into his touch, knowing that she missed the feeling of being pet. Her hand gripped the base of his length before his hot tongue moved and ran over the underside of his length, tracing the sensitive vein, making him them out. Ah, Y/N, he gasped. It's been so long. I know, she replied, and then moved to take the head into her mouth once again before she began a slow pace, fully aware of how sensitive he was as she let him get accustomed to the feeling of her hot and wet mouth around his length. He allowed her to suck him off for a few moments before he moved, his hand hooking under her chin, pulling her off of his length before he brought her towards his mouth and locked lips with her once again, and when his fingers moved to trace over her core, he groaned when he felt how wet and ready she was, and he looked to her face that was flushed, her hair tousled and gorgeous. I love you, he told her. I love you so much. He never regretted for a moment marrying her, especially not now. I love you too, Toshinori. His large hands moved against her skin, making her breath hitch as they ran over her, but eating at the flesh lightly before he moved to catch a NPL in his mouth, sking softly as her hands moved into his curled hair, her nails tickling at his scalp. I want you inside, Toshi, she told him. He moved slowly and gently, pushing her onto her back, sitting up so he could angle himself properly, rubbing his tip against her entrance before he pushed inside, and he shuddered, wondering why he had deprived himself and his wife of the pleasure and sensation of being connected. He looked into her eyes as he began to move lightly into her, letting her adjust to him before he began a slower and harder pace, closing his eyes as the waves washed over him. Toshi, please. He opened his eyes and saw his wife holding her arms out towards him. He smiled and moved to wrap his arms back around her as he moved into her, both of them loving the feeling of their skin pressed against each other. She hummed as she clung to him, her head foggy and her eyes hazy. Her body extremely sensitive to each move, and when he found the special spot, her back arched as she pressed herself against him even more as the pleasure and heat increased inside of her, and she could tell he was feeling it too as he picked up the pace, the need for release, to orgasm with each other building and building. Y/N, he gasped out. I'm going to, Me too, she told him. Make me come, Toshi. He pulled away a bit, looking into her eyes as his heat built and built as his mouth moved to capture her lips and nip at her neck, and when he felt his release right around the corner, he moved and locked one of his hands with her own. Come with me, Y/N please, he told her. Please. She tilted her head back as she felt her pleasure spike, and when her core clenched and her body spasmed, her groaned as he spilled into her as her core milked at his pages. He moved and pressed his forehead against hers as their orgasms washed over each other, and when he felt himself come back to earth, he opened his eyes and looked to her, beginning a slow pace once again, his pee-pee still hard. Y/N I love you, he told her. I love you too, she told him. He tucked his forehead into her neck as he picked his pace up once again, determined to pump into her. Wanting to make up for all the lost time, for the months that he had abandoned her beauty and perfect body, for not fulfilling his duties as her husband. His hands moved behind her, gripping at her, but once again as he began to SCK marks into her skin, brandishing her for the 1000th time. Give me more, Y/N, he told her. Give me all of you. Of course, Toshi. Shoyuta. Ah. You really should take better care of your hair. He looked up his wife as she continued to run the brush through his tangled locks. It looks so appealing when you do. He smiled a bit and she raised a brow and tilted his head back down so she could continue to brush it, and when she was done she grabbed a ponytail and began to braid the soft and long locks, and he hummed a bit, secretly loving the feel of her soft fingers dancing through his hair and weaving the strands gently, and when she was done she tilted his head back and looked into his eyes. See, she asked. Gorgeous. She then kissed between his eyebrows and leaned back and looked around their apartment. Everything they owned had been packed up, ready to move into the room that they were going to be provided by the school at UA. They had already toured it. It was a appealing loft apartment, nicer than their current one, so she wasn't about to complain. Though there was a single concern that she had, especially because they would be above the children. Children. Below an adult and NTMT relationship. Stop. She looked to him. What? You look ugly when you think too much. Y/N moved and gripped her pillow and smacked him lightly on the face, and he laughed quietly and took the pillow from her hand and tossed it onto the other side of the coach, and he turned and looked to her. The room's soundproof. What? The room, he told her. The apartment, it's soundproof. Her cheeks lit up red. So? He raised a brow and got up and moved, pushing her down onto the leather of the couch, making her avert her eyes, focusing on the TV, teasing him a bit, knowing that he loved eye contact. He then moved, nipping at her ear, so they won't be able to hear you call me Daddy. Her eyes went wide as he suddenly moved, biting at her neck, making her gasp a bit as he began to gnaw and to CK at the flesh there, making her squirm under him as he continued to tease her. Come on, Y/N, he told her. Say it. She continued to keep her eyes away from his own, closing them shut, and he raised a brow before he pulled away, standing up on his knees as he looked down to her, liking his lips as he looked to her wearing her white tank top and fuzzy pajama briefs. He could see the flesh already appearing on her collarbones and on her shoulders, neck and cheeks. His hands then moved, pulling his black crew neck over his head and tossing it across the room, his hand moving and wrapping around her wrist, and he moved and put the hand on his lean and defined abs, making her visibly gulp as he did. Say it, Y/N. She gave him a negative nod, and he raised a brow before he moved her hand down, running it over his hardening length, making her at least open her eyes and look up to him, and he smirked as he looked down to her, releasing her hand and moving to run his fingers over her collarbone and up her neck, gripping it lightly, not restricting the airflow. He could see her eyes flicker a bit, and he bit his lip and moved, flipping her around under him, making her let out a cute little yelp before he moved, beginning to grind his clothed length into her fuzz-covered butt, holding her head up, the hand still holding it lightly. I know you want it, he breathed in her ear. So just say it already. Shoulda. He groaned, and began to grind into her harder. Not that, Y/N. What else would I call you? He took in a deep breath and he moved, sking a mark onto her shoulder before pulling away and moving, tugging her tank top up, exposing her gorgeous BRs, and flipping her again. barely letting them breath before his mouth swooped down and locked around the NPL and skinged it greedily, making her arch up into him before he pulled away and looked to her. Say it. She gave him a negative nod and he growled and moved, taking her NPL between his teeth, making her knowing that she loved the slight pinch, hoping that it would spill out if he just gave her the right stimulation. But when her lips closed shut, his eyes narrowed before he began to kiss down her core, sking a mark into her skin every third kiss before he sat up and pulled her pajama breathes off, licking his lips when he saw she wasn't wearing underwear. His hands then moved and gripped her thighs roughly and moved to spread her, biting his lip when he saw her gorgeous core. His fingers moved down as he moved to kiss her neck, his lips moving and teasing her skin as his fingers gently played and brushed her CLT before moving and slipping softly inside of her. She gasped as he made a small scissor motion with his fingers before moving and curling them up, making her them out. Like that? He asked. Yes, you want more. Yes, what? She bit her lip as he continued to tease at the spot just subtly, and she felt her resolve cave in. Yes, daddy. His fingers then moved, curling up against her spot while moving in and out of her as his hot breath ran over her ear. Good girl, Y/N, he told her. Good girl. She as she felt it all build and build, her legs beginning to tremble as the pleasure began to overload her senses, making her head go light as she hit the glorious peak, and Shoyuta groaned into her ear, his pee-pee pulsing in his breathes as he felt her fingers clack and attempt to milk his fingers for everything they had, and he looked to her face, loving the far-off look as she bit her lip. He moved to kiss her soft and plump lips. Such a good girl, he told her, and moved, pulling his fingers out of her, and when her eyes met his he moved and liked her essence off of his fingers, loving the taste as the liquid ran over his lips. You want daddy's pages? Yes, daddy. He moved, pulling her up as he sat back on the couch, and she knew everything she had to do as she looked into his eyes, and she straddled his lap and moved to kiss at his neck, her hands moving into his soft hair to scratch at his scalp, before she leaned back, liking her lips as she looked into his eyes. You want to be inside my PP, daddy? He nodded and she moved and slid down onto his length, softly miming as she did while Shoyuta growled. He loved being inside of her, loved her tight and warm CNT that pulsed around his hard and thick pages. His eyes met hers as she looked to him, biting her lip as she began to move up and down on her length, and his hands moved to grasp hers, giving her the leverage she needed to push off and move even better on his length. Shoyuta. That's it, Y/N, he told her. Keep going. She began to move up and down more feverishly, though soon she began to wear out, and he just nodded his head. You need to work on your stamina. She gasped as he moved, lifting her off of his length and putting her face down on the couch as he got on his knees. Not everyone is a superhero, Shoyuta. Irrelevant, he replied before moving into her from behind, making her out as she pushed back against him. He began a quicker pace, pushing into her and hitting all the right spots as she began to come undone below him, her face flushing as her second orgasm neared and neared. Shahedi. His hand moved and ran over her back, even gripping lightly at her hair while his other hand teased at her puckered ring of flesh, circling it before slipping his thumb inside, making her out as he gripped at the back of her neck. Do you like my PP, daddy? Yes, he told her. I love you tight little pages. Her M's increased in volume as he drilled into her even harder, making wet sounds and skin slapping against skin echo throughout the room as he fed her. Come in me, she told him. Please, Shoyuta. He grunted as he felt his peak near as well, and he looked to her, loving how gorgeous she was, loving every aspect of her, and just before he tipped over the edge she called his name hoarsely as her core tightened and twitched around him, pleasure shooting up her spine and washing over her as she relaxed more against the couch. Y/N, he hemmed out before spilling into her as well. The hand around her neck moved and braced against the wall as the orgasm racked through his body, and after a few moments he looked down to her and pulled out, moving to lift her carefully and carry her into the bedroom where a cot was set up. He tucked her in gently, smoothing her hair out as she laid down, his dark eyes looking into her as his hand rested against her cheek. Love you, Shoyuta. He smiled and kissed her temple, I love you too, Y/N. Y/N walked out of the shower, a robe wrapped around her body and towel around her hair, and she moved and turned on the TV in the bedroom and got her clothes laid out while she listened to her favorite gossip channel, though when they mentioned a specific name she looked up. Lemillion sure seems to be popular among the ladies, huh? Y/N's face soured, the familiar jealousy beginning to burn inside of her again. At first it had been easy to ignore, all of the pictures and the squealing and all the fan mail that he kept bringing home. It had been sweet and innocent at first, and she loved the look on his face that beamed when he read the letters of admiration from his fans. Though now the luster had faded, and every time she saw a letter she wanted to sneer, and every time she went for a walk and some girl would want to take a picture and touch him she wanted to scream, but she had held her smile. After all, she loved Mirio, and this was his dream. She wasn't going to stand in the way. Oh, Y/N. A soft smile came to her face when she heard him, and he popped his head in the room, a bright smile on his features before he moved over and gave his fiancée a sweet and gentle kiss. You look appealing. She just smiled. Mirio, I just got out of the shower. You're gorgeous wherever you are. She just nodded her head and she moved down at the bathroom to finish getting ready for the date Mirio had planned, drying her hair and putting it into her favorite style, before wearing her favorite set of casual formal clothes before she walked out, and he smiled to her again, beaming like a mini sun before he moved and wrapped his arms around her. I love you, he told her. I love you too, Mirio. He took her hand and they moved out the door and onto their date, and Y/N looked up to him as they walked, happy to be out and about with her beloved, though when she heard a squeal her face immediately fell. Lemillion. It's Lemillion. She let out a deep sigh as teenage girls immediately began to surround them, an ache in her head becoming very apparent as they all began to throw questions and ask for autographs and pictures. Mirio smiled nervously and looked down to her. Do you want to just head to the restaurant? I'll see you there soon. She gave him her best fake smile. Of course, love. She then pulled away and pushed through the girls before making her way to their casual restaurant, the one they had gone on their first date to, a small little Italian-Japanese fusion one, and she ordered them a bottle of wine while she waited watching the clock. 5 minutes turned to 10, 10 turned to 20, and 20 turned into an hour, and when an hour and a half passed and the bottle had been half finished she got up, a bit tipsy, and paid for the bottle before sending a quick text to Mirio. Going home. When she got home she moved and kicked her shoes off, practically launching them across the house before throwing her purse down and moving into the bedroom, changing into her pajamas and then going into the kitchen, pouring herself another glass of wine before turning on her favorite TV show, rage dripping off of her, the alcohol failing to soothe it. About 15 minutes later she heard the door open and she didn't even turn to look, and she heard Mirio scramble over and look to her. I'm so sorry, Y/N, he told her. I never meant for that to happen. I tried to get away, but then a news crew showed up and it just turned into a nightmare. She looked to him, and she wanted to be terrible, she wanted to pout and everything, but she took a deep breath. It's fine, love, I understand. He moved and kissed her temple before he moved to capture her lips. I swear I'll make this up to you, I promise. It's all right, it's not your fault, she replied. Though when she found herself in the same spot 2 weeks later she went ahead and finished the bottle she had left before stomping back home, and busting through the door, even putting the chain on in the ultimate form of payback so he would have to phase through the door before she took her shoes off and chucked them as well before she threw her purse too. That's it, she yelled, moving into the room, tearing the pins out and changing her clothes, almost falling a few times. Y/N, she heard. Y/N. Come open the door. Please. Phew, she snarled. Mirio sighed and he moved, rolling up his sleeve before phasing through and unlatching the chain before opening the door and moving into the house. He made his way to the bedroom, and when he walked in she flashed him a look of rage, making him freeze up for a couple seconds. He bit his lip. Please, Y/N, I'm so sorry. No, she yelled. No more promises. No more bullshit. She looked to him, feeling her conviction waver when she saw the look that mimicked that of a kicked puppy, but she held firm. I'm sick of this, Mirio. I'm sick of having to watch every single woman in this DMN city flaunt themselves in front of you and send you love letters and put their hands on you. I'm sick of all of it. I just want one night out with the man I love and we can't even do that anymore. Tears began to well in her eyes, and when one slipped down her cheek she moved to wipe it before she moved and sat down on the bed. I'm sick of having to compete for your attention. His brows furrowed. He should have seen it earlier, should have talked to her about it, and he felt guilt swirl in his gut, and he moved over to her and he took her head in his hands and moved to kiss her forehead before he wiped her tears away. It's not a competition, he told her. I'm sorry you ever felt that way. It's never been a competition, there's only you, there's only ever been you. He then moved and kissed her softly on the lips. I'm so sorry, he said. He moved his hand into her hair and kissed her again. I'm sorry. He continued to kiss her softly before he moved and pushed her down lightly onto the bed, and looked to her, and he realized how long it had been since they had last been with each other like this, and he felt heat surge inside of him as he looked to her. He moved and kissed her softly again before he moved down and began to kiss her neck slowly before his hands locked around her own, and he brought them up and pinned them by her head. I miss you too, Y/N. She relaxed against him, gripping her hands with his loosely, as he continued to kiss and lightly seek at her neck, shamelessly marking her before he pulled away and unbuttoned her shirt and spreading it so he could move down her chest, before reached her burse, gripping at them through the fabric before he took it off as well and kissed both nipples before moving to Sion 1, his blues eyes meeting her own as her hands moved through his hair, tugging at the blonde strands the way he liked. As they both hummed, Mirio, she gasped out as he sucked nipples, before he began to kiss down her core, moving to lick her belly button before moving even farther down and stripping her of her bottoms before he continued pecking her skin softly down each of her legs before her spread them, looking over her body, lust in her eyes and love shining in his one as he looked over her. I love you Y/N, he told her. He moved and took off of his own shirt, and her breath caught when she saw his muscled form for the 1000th time, and when he moved to kiss her again she kissed him back, wrapping her arms around his neck before she pulled away and looked to the scars on his chest, moving to press her lips to his skin before dragging her tongue across another, making him shudder before he moved and kissed her again, his fingers lancing into her silk hair and scratching at her scalp. Emirio, I can't wait, she told him. Please, please do it now. He nodded and moved, pulling away and taking off his breathes and freely his hard length, giving himself a few pumps before he locked lips with her again before moving his fingers over her core, groaning when he felt how wet she was before he slipped his fingers into her core, the muscle contracting and pulsing around his fingers as he kissed her, making her them into his kiss as he continued to finger her before he pulled away. He looked into her eyes as he gripped her thighs and spread her legs apart before he moved and lined himself up and sliding into her slowly. She bit her lip and gasped, pleasure flooding up her spine as he moved, enveloping her in his arms before they locked lips again, pressing their foreheads together as he began to rock softly against her, his hands gripping at her back and holding her close as he did. Determined to show her how much he loved her, to show her that there was no one else he even thought about being with. I love you, she whispered to him before he kissed her once again. I love you, Mirio. He kept the loving pace, watching her face as his pee-pee lit her up as it hit all the right spots inside of her, making her out as he drove her closer and closer to the edge, steadily picking up the pace as they both began to grip and mark each other up, loving the feel of each other's lips, hands and skin rubbing and pulling against one another. Mirio, I'm gonna... He moved to capture her lips again. Me too. She held him tighter, wrapping her legs around his hips and holding on to him as he held on to her. Inside, she told him. Please come inside. Inside. I want a baby, Mirio, she told him. Please. Please give me a baby. He looked to her and he realized that he wanted a child too. He wanted a little baby with her appealing eyes. I want one too, he told her. He smacked his lips against hers again and he upped his pace a bit, making her pleasure spike. Before she cried out as she came around his length, springing his own release, and he poured inside of her, moving a few more times, before he fell against her, breathing lightly. After a few moments he then looked up at her and smiled. I love you, Y/N, he told her. I love you so much. I love you too, Mirio. He then moved, pulling out of her before he kissed down her chest, and when he got to her belly he gave a gentle kiss. I'll love you too. He then looked back to her. I promise, next time we go out, I won't stop or anything, he told her. You're the only woman I'll ever love and the only woman I want to have my children. She smiled brightly to him and moved, putting her hands on his cheeks to pull him back up so she could kiss him once again. Thank you, Mirio. Y/N breathed heavily as she continued to sprint through the woods, every sense on high alert as the leaves and twigs snapped beneath her feet, fear pumping inside of her mind. She could hear the yelling and fighting as she made her way towards it, and she felt like such an idiot at the same time. Y/N, where are you going? Momo asked, raising a brow. The girl looked back to her a bit ashamed as she pressed her legs together. I really need to pee. Momo laughed a bit. Is that all? She asked. Just run to the bathrooms and go, I'll be fine. You're awesome, Momo. She then turned and began to run towards the restrooms. Truce, she shouted, hoping that someone from Class B wouldn't jump out and make her pee her breathes. Truce. She wondered if she was all right, knowing that if she knew this would have happened she never would have left by herself, mostly because she was scared out of her mind, more for her friends than for herself. She stopped and looked around trying to search for a sign of anyone close by as she breathed heavily, her lungs and legs exhausted. Oh, and what do we have here? Fear made her freeze as her veins ran cold, but she managed to turn to her side, her eyes wide when she saw the young man there. She was frozen as he moved forward and put his finger under her chin, tilting her up as she looked to him. Who are you? He asked. She looked to him, swallowing as she looked into gorgeous teal eyes that reminded her of Todoroki's left side, and when he liked his lips as he looked to her, her cheeks began to heat up against her better judgment. Well, are you Dash? You're hot. She moved her hands covering her mouth, as he blinked at her a few times, caught completely off guard. He then looked to her and smirked. His blue eyes dragged over her form, looking her up and down thoroughly before he liked his lips and moved to run his thumb over his lip as well, feeling himself getting wound up as she looked to her, getting even more excited thinking about she was a little FNG version too. He then moved forward, catching her chin between his fingers and looking into her eyes. You know, he started. I was going to kill you, sweetheart, but now I want to you. Her eyes went wide as he moved, his eyes locked onto her as he pressed his lips lightly against her own, stealing her first kiss before he closed his eyes and moved in for a deeper kiss, backing her up and pressing her up against a tree, his knee moving between her legs, and after a few moments he pulled away and looked to her. What's your name, sweetheart? Y/N, she answered. His hand moved, gripping her hip before his fingers slipped under the fabric, his fingers tracing over her hip making her shiver as he did, and he moved and pressed his mouth to hers again, before he nipped at her lips, making her gasp and allowing him to plunge his tongue into her mouth, making her out as his tongue explored her mouth before he pulled away, smirking down to her again. A naughty little UA student, making out with a villain, he breathed, moving to kiss down her neck, making her tilt her head up to him in silent consent. What would your teacher say? She closed her eyes. Stop. Stop what, sweetheart? He asked, his hand moving around to grip her but firmly, making her mind fuzz over. She didn't answer and he moved and kissed her lips once again before he looked into her eyes, smirking to himself as his hand moved, gripping her chin and running his thumb over her soft lips. He bit his own before he moved and shoved her to the ground on her knees, making her gasp. If you're not talking, then you must want to use your mouth for better things, right? His hands moved to his belt and he pulled out his pee-pee quickly, and she looked to his length, her breath slow and heavy as she looked to it and then back up to his vibrant blue eyes that were locked onto her own, hunger and lust glowing in them. He moved, gripping his length and running his tip over her bottom lip, and she opened her mouth obediently. Good girl, he said, his hand moving into her hair as she began to SCK at his length, making his head tilt back as she did. He looked back down to her, her eyes meeting his own as she continued to escape, some of her saliva even dribbling down her chin. He smirked before he gripped her hair a bit tighter and began to move lightly into her mouth, making her GG a bit, but his hand keeping her in place. He began a rougher pace, hitting her mouth as he held her still, and when he pulled her off of his length, he looked to her heat-dazed face. Her cheeks and ears red, her eyes glossy with a few tears running down her cheeks, her lips swollen plump. You like that? He asked her. You like it when I use you like a little F toy. She nodded, still breathing slightly, and he felt his heat swell up a little bit. You're a little slut, he said, moving to slap her cheek a little bit before he hauled her up and pushed her against the tree, gripping her neck and bending her over until her butt was perfectly on display. His hand moved over the soft athletic flesh of her butt, and he looked back to her before he pulled his hand back and gave her a sharp smack. She gasped out as the pain washed over her, and he smirked and moved, landing a smack on the other cheeks, loving the heavy breath that left her mouth as she did. He took in a deep breath before he moved, pulling her shorts down, and he groaned as he looked to her wet pee-pee that was glistening beneath the shorts, happy to find that she wasn't wearing any panties. You are a salty little girl, aren't you? He asked. Not wearing underwear around all these boys. You're just asking to be fed. He crouched down and looked to her twitching and dripping heat, giving her another playful smack before he moved in, kissing her swollen silly, making her jump a bit as she gasped out. He ran his tongue over his lips, loving the taste before he dove back in, running his tongue over his CLT and through the folds of her pee-pee before finally moving to her hole, and moving to slip his tongue inside, groaning in delight as her tight hole pulsed around his tongue as she ummed out, heat running up her spine as her nails scratched as the bark of the tree. The pleasure making her mind fog as her heart raced faster than it ever had. Yes, he groaned out. Do you want my pages? You want me to F you? When she didn't answer, his brows twitched in annoyance, and he stood up and pressed his length up against her folds, reaching and grabbing her hair, pulling her up with a firm grip, making her whine as he did. Tell me you want my pee-pee, he rasped in her ear, before biting down HRD on her neck, marking her. Tell me you want my big villain the inside of your tight little hero. Pages. She let out a shaky breath before she swallowed. Yes, I want it. A smirk came to his face and he pulled away a bit, moving to line himself up before he moved inside all at once. Her eyes went wide as she cried out, a mix of pain and pleasure bursting from her core as his pee-pee pulsed inside of her, his rough lips moving over her skin as his hands moved under her shirt and came up to squeeze and meet at her BRs. Yes, he growled. So FNG tight. He gave her a few more moments, liking over her ear. He wanted her to enjoy it, he wanted her to crave and want his pages. He wanted her to think about him, night after night as she touched himself, craving to be pleasured like this again. Are you good, sweetheart? When he moved slowly and experimentally, she nodded. Why? He moved, moving any hair she had back before he kissed the back of her neck, softly and gently before he pulled back and slammed his pee-pee back in, jolting her body as she let out a, That's right, he told her. Let it out, let me hears those cute little ums. His hands moved over his body as he continued the slow and rough pace, he her thoroughly and enjoying her soft and athletic body. It was too much for her as her mind fogged over completely as she forgot everything past this. She couldn't think of anything else besides his hard pee-pee moving into her, making her feel like nothing else ever had. His hands tracing over her skin, holding her to his firm and lean body. Yes, he growled out as she began to push back on his length, trying to get even more of him inside of her. Such a good girl. Please, she gasped out, more? He felt his palms heat up a bit as the excitement made his pee-pee twitch inside of her. He then moved and pulled out of her, making her whine before pulled out of her and shoved her up against the tree, picking her legs up and pinning her there. She looked into his appealing electric blue eyes before she moved and connected their lips again, her hands moving into his black hair. Please, she whispered out. Please. Just of me. Of course, sweetheart. He then moved and moved up into her, she ummed out as he entered her once again, his eyes watching her face as he began a rough and quick pace, loving how her appealing features contorted in pleasure as he moved into her. He then moved forward and pressed his scarred lips to her own again, and she ummed out, loving the feel of them against her lips. And lift. Lift up your shirt. She did as he said, and moved to lift up her shirt and her BR, exposing her bouncing breasts to him, and he moved, lifting her up a bit higher, taking her NPL into her mouth, skiing at the flesh, greedily making her arch her back into his mouth. Yes, he groaned out before he focused back on her. He loved the feel of her tight pee-pee pulsing and contorting around his pee-pee, and how her mms got louder and louder, her pee-pee began to twitch and pulse even more. "You going to come, sweetheart?" he asked her. She nodded and she moved, clinging to him, her hands moving into his hair as the heat began to increase, the temperature rising as she felt like she was going to be consumed by him, and the pleasure that he conjured inside of her, and as it continued to build and build she felt herself drift further and further into the pleasure, and when she finally came she let out as her pee-pee contracted around his pages. "A sheet, sweetheart," he said, his moves going ragged like his breath. Her pee-pee continued to milk at him as he fed her through his orgasm, and when he felt his own coming on he embraced it, and when he finally felt the need he pulled out of her and moved, shoving her to new knees. SCK. She moved obediently, taking his length into her mouth, miming as the taste of herself and his pee-pee blended together. His hand moved into her hair, his face contorting in pleasure. He then looked back down to her and he pushed her off of his pee-pee with his knee, and his hand moved rubbing at his length as she watched, and he let out a long as he came, his cum spurting and landing on her face, coating her soft skin with his essence. He looked down to her and he smirked as the afterbuzz of his orgasms ran through him. "Such a good girl," he said, moving down, burning the image into his mind before he moved to wipe his system off of her face, out of pure courtesy of course. He then pressed his lips to her own once again. "Such a good little salty hero, Y/N." He then got up, pulling his breathes up, and he then got up and moved away. Her eyes went wide as she did, and she stood up. "Wait." He looked over his shoulder to her, his hands back in his pockets, along with the bracelet he had snagged from her wrist. What's your name?" He smiled to her. "The name's Dobby, sweetheart," he told her. "Make sure that's the name you call out when you touch that pretty pee-pee for me later." Y/N looked to her classmates who were all sitting around watching the news like they would after breakfast every morning, in the hour or so before school started, and she moved, sitting on the floor, and soon Momo and Ochako joined her there, and all was usual, just reports of heroic acts that happened over the night, though when one report in particular popped up she began to feel sick. Reports of heat suppressants being toxic have been confirmed by the government, and the company responsible is now calling a massive callback, asking pharmacies to send back their products and urging their customers to throw away their current pills, the woman on the television said. All Omegas are urged to see their doctors immediately and to stay indoors immediately after. She waited a few moments, trying to control her expression, knowing that those around her had no idea that she was an Omega. "Wow, that really SCKS, Ochako said. "I hope they'll all be okay." "They'll be alright," Momo replied. "Omegas are smart." "I hope so," Ochako said. Y/N felt herself starting to panic, but decided to wait a few moments before getting up and moving to her room, where she began to pace, biting her thumb as she did. Sheet. She knew she needed to go see a doctor, but at the same time she didn't want to risk it. Her parents lived in North Japan, nowhere near UA, and no one else at the school knew she was an Omega. Somehow she had even managed to keep it under wraps from even Recovery Girl and the school's records. No one would take her seriously as a hero if they knew she was an Omega. She took a deep breath and looked to the pill bottle and disguised perfumes on her dresser, and she moved to rub a hand down her face as she moved and dumped the pills. She took a deep breath. If she could just last 2 more days until Saturday, she could go see her doctor over the weekend and get replacement suppressors. "I can do this," she told herself, and moved to get dressed, and before she left she moved and sprayed herself with the synthetic beta smell to disguise herself before moving to go to class and walk with her friends. When she woke up the next morning she let out a sigh of relief. All the heats she had experienced had kicked in overnight, and since she wasn't feeling anything. She then moved and went through the usual routine, and after the day was done she watched as the usual crew left to see their parents for the long weekend, and she moved and saw that only a few people were left. Kirishima, Bakugu, Midoriya, Ida, and Kaminari. "So Y/N's the only girl this weekend, huh?" Kaminari asked. "Don't make it weird, BSRD," Bakugu growled. "Or I'll kill you." "Noted," Kaminari replied. Y/N just smiled. "Well, I probably won't be here most of the day tomorrow, so don't worry about me cramping your guys' style." "Impossible," Ida replied. "You are vital to this class and this group. You are always welcome despite gender Y/N. Thanks, Ida, she replied before she moved towards the elevators, continuing to force her smile, and when the door closed she let out a breath of relief. One more night Y/N. One more night. When she woke up she immediately began to panic. She could feel it swirling inside of her. Her fists clenched and she put her head down on the pillow as she felt the hormones swirling around inside of her, the slight longing that was beginning to grow into her, the slight weakness and dizziness, as well as she squirmed a bit. Sheet, she swore and moved to get up. She already felt a bit out of breath just moving over to her vanity, and she felt her body heat rise as well as she began to sweat a bit. Sheet, she swore again. If she could just make it to a doctor, if she could just make it before then they could give her a replacement inhibitor shot. She moved quickly, dressing in a sweatshirt and jeans, putting a mask over her face and a hat over her head, making sure her hair was down and flipping her hood up to help mask the scent coming from the glands on her neck before she moved and practically doused herself in half the bottle of her synthetic hormones. She snagged her purse and moved out of her room, pushing through the slight vertigo and to the elevator, and when she got downstairs she saw all of them there, sitting around the couch and watching the news. "Ah, Y/N, Midoriya said, giving her a bright smile. "Good morning." She nodded to him and moved, and as she walked past them she felt herself become even weaker. She knew every one of them was an alpha, but it had never really hit her system until this moment in time, and as she moved towards the door past them the dizziness spiked as her legs went out from under her and she fell to the floor. Ida, Kirishima and Midoriya shot up and looked to her. "Y/N. Are you dash? Stay back," she told them. "Just stay over there." They all looked to each other, and Ida, being the class rep, then moved over to her and she looked up to him weakly, breathing from under the face mask as her body heated up like never before. Usually it took hours to reach the stage, but it was all happening so quickly, no doubt because she had abused the suppressants since the beginning of the year, not allowing for a CYCL every once in a while to prevent exactly what was happening. "Y/N, are you all right?" "Get back," she told him. He moved and slipped her hood off and looked into her eyes, moving to press a hand to her reddening face. "You're burning up. Are you sick?" "Get away," she yelped and moved to smack his hand away, scrambling away from him before slowly getting up to her feet. Just let me, idiot," Bakugo said, moving over, looking down to her. She looked back into his red eyes and she felt his scent stirring something inside of her as she leaned forward, putting a hand on his chest to balance herself out. His scent was making her mind numb, having an alpha this close when she was moments from going insane. He then moved, pulling the mask off, allowing her to breathe a bit better before he moved and lifted her hair up, exposing her neck, and he moved and took in a heavy whiff of it. He then looked to her. "You're in heat." Her eyes went a bit wide. "I'm not, just let me." He caught her hand as she moved towards the door. "Are you effing insane?" he asked her. "Going out there like that? You're already starting to smell even under all that synthetic sheet. Just look at those BSRDs. She looked past him and she could already see all eyes on her, not the eyes of her classmates, but the eyes of 4 unmated alphas looking at an unmated omega in heat. She let out a gasp as Bakugo moved and pulled her against him, and moved to inhale her scent even more. "F-, he breathed. "It's even getting me going." Midoriya swallowed, clenching his fists, determined not to give in quite yet, despite every instinct in his body telling him to take this omega right now, her hormones stirring him and no doubt the other towards their rut. "Keikachin," he said. We should get her to her room and go get a doctor. Maybe they can dash." "It's already too late for inhibitor," he replied and moved, opening up towards the others. "Just look at her." They all did, and they could see her crotch darkening, her slick beginning to fill the room, making her sweet scent overwhelming them as even the Honorable Ida began to look to her like a meal, his length hardening in his breathes. "She's already ruining her goddamn breathes. They can't help her anymore," he told them. "And I bet she's been FNG on suppressants this whole time, so she'll be like this for a week." Kirishima nodded his head, the need to fight it as his morality told him that a real man wouldn't take advantage of an omega in heat. "We can't, Baku. We need to put her in her room and just leave her there." Bakugo looked back to her and liked his lips, as he felt his PP harden as well, and when she looked up to him, completely doused in her heat, he moved and connected his lips to her own. She gasped into his mouth as her legs went completely limp as she leaned up against him, submitting completely as her mind went completely numb, overtaken by the heat and the intoxicating scent of a strong alpha. He pulled away and let out a slight growl. F-, he said, and moved, tightening her neck and taking in her scent again, the synthetic hormones drowned out long ago. I'm going to F you, Omega. He then turned to lead her away, and her growled when he saw the other alphas there, staring him down. Everyone in the room had been overtaken by the need to mate and to breed. What, you F-airs want in? He asked, and moved, pulling her against him and holding out his palm, letting out small explosions in warning. Then come dash. No, she said, moving and gripping his forearm weakly. Don't. Bakugu. Then what? He asked and smirked a bit. She didn't answer, just. He then moved and locked lips with her again and pulled away. Fine, I'll play nice, but I'm effing you first, Y/N. His hands moved, pulling her sweatshirt over her hair, exposing the sports beer she was wearing underneath, and he moved, pressing his nose against her skin and inhaling her sweet scent, growling as he did before he moved, and his hands reached around and grabbed her rear with both hands roughly, squeezing her skin, making her gasp out as he began to kiss at her neck as well, sking a mark into the flesh before he moved, dropping to his knees and carefully moving to lower her to the floor. Bakugu. Ida chimed. We can't do this here. Why not? He asked, moving to pull off her skinny jeans, tossing them across the room. No one's coming. But dash, shut up, he growled. He turned back to Y/N, who was completely flushed, looking to him with lust-filled eyes as he kneeled, her legs on either side of him. F-, he growled and moved, kissing at her shoulder, ignoring the sounds of the others as they moved and began to gather around, watching as he unhooked her BR and exposed her body to the world before he moved, his hands gripping at her BR, squeezing and kneading at them before he moved and began to kiss between them and down her abdomen, kissing and sking at her belly button, making her tremble and gasp under him. Bakugu, she breathed out, her hands moving into his hair and scratching roughly at his scalp, making him groan before he looked down to her core. Her underwear was entirely soaked, her slick coating the inside of her thighs and a bit even dribbling down to the floor, and as he moved to take her underwear off, he watched as Kirishima was the first to move and kneel down, locking lips with her, his breaths completely tented. He ignored him, focusing as he slipped the offending cloth off, and as he did, her scent bombarded the room again, making all of them growl as Kaminari kneeled down and traded off with Kirishima as the redhead moved to lick and nibble at her nipples as the other blonde slipped his tongue into her mouth. And when Bakugu moved, too impatient for any boy, plunged his length all at once into her. She howled, Kaminair pulling away from her mouth as pleasure and relief flooded like never before into her system, and she moved to look into Bakugu's eyes, submitting completely beneath him as he began to F her, all of her instincts on fire, set ablaze by the alphas that surrounded her. That's right, he told her. This is what you FNG wanted, isn't it? She wasn't able to nod as he began to move into her, every single movement intensified by the heat, making her mind go completely numb. Her only concern in the world to get fed and to be bred by the alphas that surrounded her, their hands moving over her skin and caressing her as Bakugu's PP moved up and into her roughly, his hands gripping tightly at her hips, so tightly that there was no doubt she would be bruised for weeks. Yes, she yelled out as he leaned back and began to hit the magic spot. Just, please. Kirishima watched her face, liking his lips as he watched her reaction to his friend's PP, and he moved, pulling his PP out of his basketball shorts and holding it out to her, jipping her chin, Y/N. She moved, her mouth immediately wrapping around his PP, making him out as he gripped her hair. He knew he shouldn't be doing this, shouldn't be taking advantage of his classmate, of his friend in heat, and the couldn't stop himself. She looked so damn good, her eyes covered in lust, her body covered in a light blush. It made him want to devour her, made him want to F her like a goddamn animal, just like Bakugu was doing. Good girl, he purred as she continued to isekai, looking up to him with those gorgeous eyes. Yes. He was caught off guard when Bakugu moved and flipped her onto her belly, smacking her but harshly before continuing to P&D away into her. And this time she came face to face with Midoriya, who moved instantly to capture her lips softly and hesitantly. Sorry Y/N, he told her. I tried to, Deku, she breathed out and he moved to kiss her again, drinking in her M's as they got louder and lewder with each move. You're going to come, aren't you? Bakugo asked. You want me to come in you, huh? She pulled away from Deku and nodded furiously, yes. Please come in me. Bakugo growled and they all watched Y/N's face as her pleasure began to spike, driven insane by the alpha's PP and the sense that surrounded her, and she came with a shout, her body spasming and convulsing before Bakugo still inside her as she let out a long as his seed spilled into her, and when he pulled out she looked to the others, her need now were near satisfied as she looked to them. Please. I need more. I need all of you. Kirishima was the next one moving to enter her before even half of Bakugo's seed could slip out of her, and he growled as her tight core convulsed around his thick PP and he immediately began to move hard and slow into her, her body jolting with each targeted move that made her out with each one as he treated her body like AF toy. Yes, she gasped out. Keep effing me, all of you, me, give me your PPS. Kaminari and Midori moved, taking off their breathes and showing their heart's PPS to her, and she moved kissing at their heads and liking at them before she took Kaminari into her mouth first, looking up into his golden eyes as he did. Yes, Y/N, he breathed out. You're so hot. She continued to SEK, the vibrations of her M's making him throw his head back before she moved to swallow Midoriya's. His hand moved to lace in her hair as he out, even bucking into her mouth a bit making her around his length before she pulled off and looked to the both of them as Kirishima continued to P&D into her, the same M's beginning to leave her mouth as she was pushed towards another orgasm. Come in me, she told him. Kirishima. Please come in me. Please. Y/N, he gasped out and moved to kiss at her back, even teasing at her glands making her push back towards him. And he felt his heat spike as he buried his head in the crook of her neck and he out as he spilled into her once again, taking a few moments to inhale her scent that drove him absolutely mad before he pulled out. Kaminari was next and he flipped her back over, his mouth locking with hers before he lifted her legs up and bent her over, teeing her with absolute vigor as he howled out in pleasure. Oh shit Y/N, he out. Your pee-pee is so damn tight, yes. Lewd wet sounds and the sound of skin slapping on skin echoed throughout the room as Kaminari made another orgasm roll through her and Midoriya then began to her as well, spilling even more cum into her, and when he moved to pull out she moved and pushed him down and began to ride him even more, making him out beneath her. Ida sat there and watched, his body screaming at him to move and to her, to let her ride his PP in pure heat like she was Midoriya's. But the slightest hesitation still existed inside of him, but when she turned and looked to him, all reservation was thrown out the window as he moved, bending her over Midoriya and forcing his PP into her already filled hole. Yes. She howled out as the pleasure intensified as he began to her with powerful strokes, his strong legs allowing him to move deliciously hard into her. Y/N, he out. You felt so good. You feel amazing. She sat up a bit as the other three got up and stood up around her, her eyes looking to them as they began to jack off right above her, their eager hands rubbing at their thick and long PPS, looking to Y/N, their innocent classmate who was absolutely lost in her heat, alphas come in her stomach, and when it even began to hit her face and her beers she out as she came again, making even more cum spill into her as she completely passed out, falling forward and onto Midoriya. When her eyes opened back up she looked around and saw that she was in the living room lying on the couch. Her body had been bathed, all excrement and cum cleaned out and off of her, her skin smelling like roses, and her hair carefully weaved into a braid. She moved to get up hissed immediately, her entire body in complete protest. Don't move, Dunce. She looked to Bakugo who sat there, casually. The memories all flooded back to her and her face blew up in red. Tell me I was dreaming. Nope, he told her. We fed you until you passed out. Oh God, she said covering her eyes. She took a deep breath. Where are the others? Bathing, he answered. You and I bathed first. You washed me. And changed you too, he replied. It has FING pain. Don't pass out like a pages. Sorry, she replied. Don't be, he told her and then looked to her and smirked. I can't wait for your next iffy heat because next time, you're going to be all mine. Y/N bit her lip as she looked to her boyfriend who was packing up his bag as everyone exited the class. She waited until the last person was out the door, before she moved over to him, leaning over his desk as she watched him. When he was finished and looked up, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he caught the sight of her cleavage in her hot pink BR, her shirt unbuttoned, her tie slightly undone. He moved quickly, grasping her shirt and pulling it closed, his face bright red as he looked up to her. Are you crazy? She just laughed before she moved and captured his lips with her own, and he pulled away. Y/N, seriously, he hissed. Are you trying to get us expelled? She rolled her eyes. Relax, she told him. No one else is here, we're third years, remember. Everyone ditches as soon as the bell goes off. He wanted to protest, but he knew she was right, but on the other hand this was still too much. Though even then he felt himself grow hot under the collar as he looked up to her gorgeous face. Come on, Izuku, she purred, moving to grip his tie, tugging on it a bit as she smirked. I need some vitamin D. He nearly passed out as steam whistled out of his ears, and he took a deep breath. Can it wait till we get home? He asked her. Nope, she told him, and then she leaned forwards. Besides, we've never done it at school. Most people don't. Y/N. She just laughed. Come on, we graduate soon, let's just do it. He took a long and deep breath and he looked up to her. She was appealing, and he had to admit that idea got his BLD pumping a bit as well, and it wasn't like he hadn't thought about it either. His foot began to tap as his thoughts began to race, as he even began to mumble too, making her smile softly as she bit her lip. He took one last deep breath. Fine, he told her, but not here. All right, where? The bleachers, in the training field. She nodded and moved to button up her shirt as they began to walk out, trying to keep their pace slow and normal despite having the urge to sprint and giggle. Bakugo rolled his shoulders as he walked out to the training field. The tension under his skin and in his muscles had been eating him up all day. It had been weeks since he last had a decent fight, and since they all had internships, their training had shifted a bit more towards basic education than hero training, and had left him twitching and flexing in his seat. He moved to put in his headphones, but when he heard a gasp he turned, raising an eyebrow. Though when he saw no one there his brows furrowed a bit as he looked all around, before nodding it off and moving to put in one bud, but before the other slipped in he heard a small He turned around again and looked around carefully, and when he saw what he thought was movement under the bleachers he moved forward and around the bleachers quietly, being mindful of his step, and when he came around the corner his eyes went wide in shock when he saw what was there. He saw Deku there, turned to the side, and Y/N on her knees there in front of him. He watched as a smirk crossed her face before she moved and undid his belt and used her teeth to pull down his zipper, and Deku growled a bit. You're a tease. She giggled lightly, and she moved lowering his breathes just enough to be able to pull his D out, and she looked up into his eyes as she kissed the head of his PP before she moved and ran her tongue over the slit before taking him into her mouth, miming as she did and closing her eyes. Bakugo watched, his eyes fixated on her as he watched her SCK at his rival's length, and he couldn't help but to feel the heat bubble under his skin, and as she continued to SCK at lap at Deku's length, he felt his own hardening. Though when her eyes flickered over to him, he jumped and moved quickly, ducking behind the support and out of sight. That's it, Y/N, Deku said, his hands moving into her hair. Yes, SCK that pages. Bakugo moved and peeked back around the support, and he watched as she continued to SCK at his length, before she pulled off, looking up to Deku, heat in her eyes on her cheeks. He smirked as he looked down to her. Such a dirty little girl, he said. You like my PP in your mouth? She nodded and moved to a CK at his tip, running her tongue over the slit before taking him further into her mouth again, miming at the taste of his skin in her mouth and at how hard he was, moving to rub her CLT with her free hand as she did. Bakugo's hands went to his own breathes as he watched, his length hardening as he watched her slurp at Deku's pages. He had never seen anything so RDC in person, and it was starting to rile him up as he began to imagine her sking and rubbing her CLT to his PP as well. Y/N, Deku ummed out before he pulled her off of her PP, moving to pull her up, his strong arms able to turn her around, bend her down a bit, and she gasped, her hands moving to press against a metal beam. Her butt and legs were perfect, and Bakugo growled a bit as Deku yanked down her skirt, revealing that she had not in fact been wearing underwear, making her boyfriend look to her as she peered over her shoulder. "I told you that I needed you," she replied, her tongue poking out and running over her bottom lip. He smirked and he moved, spanking her muscular but before going down to his knees, and kissing at the back of her thighs, even moving to bite one side, loving the squeak that left her. "You're such a dirty girl," he told her, as his fingers moved and spread her lips apart. Growling a bit as he looked to her, dripping, "See? You're so effing wet, did sking a pee-pee get you off that much?" She just bit her lip as he moved, first kissing at her entrance before moving and slipping a finger inside, groaning as he felt how tight and wet she was. Her M's were music to his and Bakugo's ears as he fingered her slowly before pulling away and moving to spread her butt cheeks before burying his face into her pages. His tongue lapping at her silly eagerly, before sking it into his mouth, making her out as she gripped the steel beam even harder. "Izuku," she emmed out. "Yes." He pulled off of her core and he moved to slap her again, and the that slipped from her lips made Bakugo's pee-pee twitch. Never before had he realized how goddamned hot Y/N was. 3 years of being in the same class, and not once had he thought to even imagine her like this. If he knew about this, he would have stolen her out from under Dim and Deku. "You want my pages?" he asked her before biting at her butt. "You want my pee-pee in your tight little pages?" "Yes, please. Please, Izuku." He smirked and he stood up, looking over her. He then moved and turned her around, and moved to lift her up, holding her up against the metal of the pole with his strong arms, and he gave her a firm and solid kiss before he slid into her, making her gasp into his mouth before he pulled away and looked to her face as he moved up and into her, starting with a slow pace, watching her face contort in pleasure before he moved and began a rougher pace, groaning at how tight and wet she was. Their audience was now rubbing at his length as he watched and listened. Listened to the dirty noises of skin sleeping against skin, the obscene squish of Deku's pee-pee slamming in and out of her tight and wet core. "You're so CCY/N, Deku ummed into her neck. He then moved and bit down on the flesh, and she gasped out as he continued to hammer into her, and her eyes drifted over, and another gasp left her when her eyes met with red. His eyes went wide as well, and he moved to speak, but when she said nothing he froze as his eyes were locked with his own. She then let out another and bit her lip before looking back to him, liking her lips a bit. His hand moved even faster at his length as he looked into her eyes, and he held in the as Deku increased his pace, moving even harder into her core, slamming into just the right spot and making her legs and body tremble as her heartbeat began to hammer in her chest. "Right there," she called out, her hand moving to bury itself into his curly hair, her eye looking into his green ones. He moved and locked his lips with her own, before forcing his tongue into her mouth, groaning at her taste before he pulled away. "You going to come for me?" he asked her. "You going to come on my pages?" "Yes," she called out. "Yes, please, just keep. Her toes began talk URL as the pleasure began to expand and expand throughout her body, her hands clutching at his skin desperately, and when she finally came she cried out as her body jolted, her pee-pee convulsing around his length and tipping Izuku over the edge, and as he came into her, Bakugo held in a grunt as he came, his seeds spilling and falling to the ground. All three of them breathed for a moment, the orgasmic afterglow forming on their brows, and Izuku pulled away and moved to kiss her before pulling out of her, and as he moved to clean up, Y/N looked and she saw Bakugo about to walk off. She smirked. "You should at least tip, Bakugo." Izuku's eyes went wide as well as Bakugo's, and the blonde turned on a dime and looked towards them, and her boyfriend's face blew up in red as he panicked a bit. "Kachin," he stumbled out. Shut up, Deku. I'll kill you." Izuku gulped as he moved into the elevator, looking to the robotic operator who stood there as he realized that his choice of attire consisting of a t-shirt, jeans and tennis shoes was not at all what he should have worn. "Floor. The top one," he said. "Access code 41127. All right, going up." He fidgeted as he rode up to the top floor, heat on his cheeks as they rode up. This wasn't the first time they had met up after that initial appointment. He knew that, but this was the first time that they'd be alone since then. He moved and scratched his cheeks, and when the elevator stopped and the doors opened up, he saw a hallway, and he moved towards the door, and he moved and jiggled the handle, and his eyes went a bit wide when he felt it was unlocked. His hand clenched at his sweatshirt, and he moved and took a deep breath, his heart thumping in his ears as he opened the doors and moved in. He waited for a moment, and he saw he was in a mudroom, and he took his shoes off and went through the sliding door, and his eyes went wide as he walked in. Izuku knew she was loaded, but holy CRP. Not only was her apartment a loft one, but it was also the nicest he had ever been in, kind of like the ones that he had seen on his mom's drama TV shows. He moved further in, and when he heard a voice, he turned to the left and moved across the nice living room and to a door that was slightly open, and he opened it a bit more and peered in, and he saw her there. She was sitting on a nice couch in the office, a laptop in her lap as she spoke on the phone. "Tell them that I'll call them tomorrow," she spoke on the phone. "I'm done working tonight." Another voice on the other side of the phone spoke. "If they ask why, then tell them that I'm their demon boss, and I don't pay them to bother me on my off time." She growled. She then moved and ended the call and moved and set the phone down before taking a deep breath, her hand moving to rub the back of her neck. He gulped a bit, realizing again how appealing she was as she sat there, wearing a V-neck top with fancy leggings. "Is this a bad time?" he asked. She looked up and she smiled softly as she looked to him, moving to close the laptop and set it in front of her as she spoke. "Of course not, Izuku," she told him. "Come here." He moved and walked over a bit stiffly, and he took his backpack off and set it down next to him before sitting down next to her. She smiled a bit as she watched him fidget a bit, and she moved, putting her finger under his chin and turning him towards her. Her lips then locked with his own, softly and gently, and he felt himself relax a bit as she kissed him, moving and tickling his tongue with her own before pulling away. "Were you okay getting here on your own?" she asked as she got up and moved away. "Why, yeah," he answered. He watched as she moved towards a purse that was on the large desk in the center of the room. She then moved and pulled out her wallet, pulling out a couple 10,000 yen bills before passing them to him. "There, for the train ticket." His eyes went a bit wide. It's okay, I have a train pass." "Then take it for the taxi in the morning, and to get breakfast tomorrow morning as well." "Do you have to work?" he asked as he took it gently. "Maybe, I don't know," she answered. "They call me in sometimes early in the morning, and I won't wake you up on your day off." He nodded. "Thank you, Y/N." She looked down to him and smirked a bit as she moved and sat down again and moved, pulling him onto her, making his eyes go wide a bit as he straddled her lap. Before he could speak, she moved and connected their lips again. Her hands moving and traveling over his clothed back before gripping his firm but tightly, making him gasp into her mouth. She then pulled away and looked to his red face. "Of course, you're a student," she purred, moving to kiss at his neck. "You should save your money." He gasped a bit as she kissed and nibbled at his neck before she moved and inhaled his scent a bit. "You smell good, Izuku." He nodded a bit and she smiled. "What is it?" she asked. "Are you too shy around your mommy?" His face glowed a bright red as he looked away. I mean. A laugh left her lips and his heart fluttered a bit as she did. "It's all right, Izuku, I'm just teasing." Her hands then moved under his shirt, her nails scratching lightly at his skin, and she looked down to his crotch and smirked. "Izuku, take off your breathes." He got up off of her and moved, taking off his breathes and pushing them down a bit, and he waited for her to give her next instructions, but he was caught off guard as she leaned forward a bit and tapped his D-, a smile coming to her face when she heard the slight ping. "Underwear." He moved and took them off as well, and he watched as her tongue darted out and licked slowly at her lips as she saw him still wearing the cage, his hands moving and pulling up at his sweatshirt a bit as he showed it to her. It was cute and green, specifically picked out for him, and she saw that his D was a bit red as it sat there in the cage. "Did you take it off?" "No," he answered. "Good boy." He waited as she continued to stare at his cute pee-pee. "Come here." He moved a bit closer and she moved and reached for his ball, cupping them in her hands before she moved, her hand going up and into his sweatshirt, rubbing lightly at his nipples that were already hard as he gasped as she touched his body. She then pulled away. "I have a present for you, Izuku." What is it? She then got up and took his hand, leading him away and down a hallway and into a room, and his eyes went a bit wide when he saw it was her bedroom. It was appealing with a large king bed, bedposts and a barred headboard. She then took him towards the bathroom and flipped on the light, and he looked next to the mirror, and immediately the outfit on the hook caught his eyes. Put it on, Izuku, she told him. I'll be waiting. He walked out of the bathroom, shifting on his feet a bit, and he saw her waiting there for him. A smirk came to her features as she looked over him. Do you like it? His hands clenched at the short sailor skirt and he looked away, his thighs rubbing together. Wife's. He had never told anyone about this, not even Y/N, though somehow she had deduced that his secret K&K was cross-dressing. What do you say? Thank you, mommy. A smirk came to her face as her eyes dragged over him, her tongue coming out to lick her top lip as a bit of heat swelled in her core. He looked delicious as he stood there, wearing the short skirt that was just long enough to cover his PP, and wearing those thigh-high stockings that were low enough to let some of his cute thighs uncovered. And the top was just as bad as the shirt, stopping right after his nipples and leaving none of his abdomen to the imagination. Then there was the cute little headband with a bow, that was her little added touch. She then moved and sat on the ottoman in front of her bed. Come here, Izuku. He moved over to her, keeping his eyes averted as his face beat red. Lift your skirt. He did as she said and then looked to his PP that was all red and aggravated in its cage, and she moved, stroking her finger over the cage, making him gasp lightly. Do you want me to take it off? She asked. No doubt you've been itching to come, huh? Please take it off, he told her. Please, mommy. She smirked a bit. Only if you do something special for me, Izuku. He looked to her and watched as she slipped off her leggings and spread her legs, showing him her core that was covered with a bright-colored thong. He let out a shaky breath and he looked back to her eyes and she raised a brow. Well? He moved down onto his knees and moved and pressed a kiss to her core, making her smile as his green eyes peeked up at her as his tongue darted out and ran up across the thin fabric of her thong, a light groan leaving him when he felt his flesh twitch against wet appendage. Good boy, Izuku, she purred, her hand moving to run through his messy hair. Do it how mommy likes. His head nodded and he moved and pulled her underwear off before she spread her legs once again, and he moved and dove in, making her head tilt back as he got to work. His lips wrapped around her silty and began to esike, his green eyes looking back up to her as her hand gripped at his hair, making him whimper. You're so cute, she told him. Sking on mommy, see, like a good little boy. He felt his D twitch inside of its cage, making him around her silty as his eyes drifted up to her face, watching as she let out a sigh. He began to use his tongue more as his eyes stayed locked with her own. Please, he said, his words muffled by her core. Please come, mommy. She liked her lips as she looked to him, and her eyes closed as her head fell back, vibrating from her throat and into the air. Her core beginning to twitch more and more, making his little pee-pee twitch even more as it glowed bright red in its cage. His mouth and tongue became more feverish as her pleasure began to climb and climb, her legs slightly twitching as her free hand moved to grip and knead at her b. Please, mommy, he whined loudly as his fingers even came up, inserting into her core to play with her G-spot. Good boy, Izuku. She cried out as she began to hit the peak of her pleasure. And when she finally flew over the edge, her legs spasmed as a breathless left her, and her little boy as her core spasmed and twitched in his mouth and milked at his fingers, and after a few moments he pulled away and looked up to her, her juices trailing down his chin and neck. She looked at him and moved to bite her lip, her skin still flushed from her orgasm. Such a good boy, she purred as his thirst and longing for her made his mind start to fuzz over. Come sit on mommy's lap. He did as she said, and when he was settled on her lap, stranding her thighs, she moved and placed a gentle kiss to his soft and plump lips, as her hands moved and gripped at his round and firm butt. A gasp leaving his cute little mouth. A smirk came to her lips and she moved and nipped at his ear. Do you want mommy to play with your butt, Izuku? She asked him, her hands moving under the skirt as she began to trace the crevice of his butt before moving in and beginning to circle at his bare little hole, making his mind even more blurry as he let out a cute little gasp. Yes, he told her. Please, mommy, Please play with my butt. Please make me feel good. Get on the bed. Immediately he moved and got on the bed, and he sat up a bit and watched as she moved over to a closet and slid open the door, and what he saw there made him perk up as heat hit his core. Excitement to try all the toys and all of the punishment tools she had stored away. He watched as she grabbed a bottle of lube and a toy, and when she finally grabbed the strap-in, he felt himself start to drool at the idea. She then came back to the bed and smirked. "Since I know that you're a little slut who loves to play with his butt," she started, "I'm guessing you won't need too much preparation." He nodded to her, and she moved and set the materials down on the bed and moved over to him. She first moved and took off his skirt, deciding the fabric would just be a nuisance before she moved and pressed her lips to his own again, her hands moving to spread his legs gently and spread them over her hips as her tongue moved into his mouth and played with his own. He ummed into her mouth before she pulled away and moved to run her hands over his muscular thighs a few more times before sitting back and looking to his pages. It was twitching in its little cage, bright red as well, and she moved carefully, beginning to unfasten the little cage before pulling it off. She looked into his eyes as her hand moved to gently tickle over it with her fingertips, and her hunger for him grew as he whimpered and fidgeted, his pee-pee sensitive after being in the cage for so long. Such a good boy," she told him. "My good little salty Izuku." "Yes, mommy," he replied. "I'm your little slut." Her tongue came out to lick her lips, and she let go of his pee-pee before reaching for the lube, and he watched his little hole twitching as she put lube on 2 of her fingers before she looked him in the eyes. "Hold your legs back, Izuku." He nodded and his arms moved and hooked under his knees as he showed his cute little hole to his mommy, excitement clear in his eyes as his pee-pee twitched against his abdomen. Y/N moved, her fingers circling his holes making him gasp a bit as she was gentle with his hole, and when she slipped the first finger inside he ummed lightly as his mommy began to finger his butt for the first time. "Do you like that, Izuku?" "Yes, I do." It felt so much better than when he did it himself, and when she easily found his he jolted a bit as he ummed out, and a smirk came to her face as she watched his cute little face. She moved a second finger into him and her excitement grew and grew as his hole twitched around her fingers, his pee-pee and legs jolted as she massaged at his little G-spot. "Mommy, that feels so good," he told her. "I love it when you play with my butt." She loved watching him turn from the shy little schoolboy and into her perfect little toy. "Do you want more?" He nodded eagerly and she moved and pulled out of his butt, a whine leaving his throat as she did, and he watched as she moved and grabbed one of the toys. His eyes watching as her hand moved around it and lubed up the dildy before she looked back to him and positioned it at his butt. "Do you want it in your butt?" she asked. He nodded vigorously and a moment later she moved and pushed it into him, making his head fall back as the plastic pee-pee entered into him. Bubbling in his throat at the deliciously stretching of his muscle. "Good boy," Y/N purred. "Take it." She continued to push it into him until it bottomed out and she laughed a bit as he shivered when she stopped. Her hand moved and began to slide his pee-pee making him as the DLD pressed against every nerve in his butt, the sensation driving him wild as his butt and pee-pee twitched away excitedly. Pre-cum dribbling out of the head of his pee-pee and over her hand. Such a good boy. Her praise drove him even more wild. Such a good little slut, taking such a big pee-pee up his cute little girly butt. She then began to slowly pull the DLD out before pushing it back in, being gentle and letting him get accustomed to the feeling of it in his butt. After all, the one she would be fing him with was even bigger, and she needed to see how he did with this one. "Mommy," he ummed out. "Please, faster." She raised a brow before she smiled. "Oh, you want it faster," she teased. "Yes, please." She bit her lip as she obliged him, beginning to piston the plastic pee-pee in and out of him, her hand moving in sync as she stroked at his pages. His back arched, his head throwing back once again as he cried out. Hot breath left her mouth as she continued to drive the pee-pee into him, suching up the angle to drive straight up into his the pleasure beginning to drive him wild. "Are you going to come?" "Yes. Please, mommy. Please make me come." She began to him even harder with the plastic pee-pee as she moved, putting her mouth around his pee-pee making him look to her as the surprised pleasure. Though he didn't get to look for long as his eyes began to roll back into his mind as his pleasure increased as he felt the need to spurt into her mouth, and soon it became too much as the greatest orgasm he ever had rolled through his body as his cum spurted up and into her mouth. She ummed around his pee-pee as she held the DLD in his but as his cum continued to spurt into her mouth. When he was finally dead she pulled off, her tongue coming up to lick what was left of his cum off her lips as she looked to his flushed face. He looked a mile away as he breathed, his eyes up at the ceiling. She moved and pulled the pee-pee out of him, making him shudder as he released his legs and his body relaxed. "Do you want more Izuku?" He looked back to her and into her eyes, and even through his hazed mind there was only one thing on his mind. He wanted his mommy to F him, to F his salty butt and to make him a girl. "Yes," he spoke, barely above a whisper. "Please use me, mommy." She nodded and she moved and looked to her strap-in and got off the bed, and Izuku watched as she slipped it on and tightened the straps, his eyes looking to the big and thick pee-pee that made his D twitch against his stomach. And when her pee-pee was all lubed up and ready she moved in between his legs, moving and gripped at his muscular thighs. She moved and lifted one of his legs, putting it over her shoulder as she lined up with his hole. "Are you ready?" He nodded and a moment later she moved and pressed into his butt, forcing his big and thick pee-pee into his tight butt. And when she was completely inside Izuku ummed out as his butt tightened around her pages. He felt so full, so deliciously full and his eyes looked up into her own. "F me," he told her. "Make me yours." A predatory look entered her eyes, and his pee-pee twitched as those eyes ran over his body like he was a piece of meat, and she moved and began to move into him, making him out as the pleasure rocked his body like nothing he ever had, and as she began to move harder into him, he felt everything in his mind slip away as she fed him. The only thing he could think about was the hard pee-pee driving into him, making his pee-pee twitch away as his tongue fell out of his mouth as he cried out. She liked her lips as she watched him fall deeper into the pleasure, and she moved and pulled out of him and flipped him over easily. She lifted his hips before her hands gripped at them roughly before she rammed into his butt, making him scream out as he came once again. The cum shooting out and covering the sheets below. Her hand slapped at his butt. "Coming from your butt already?" she asked. "You're such a slut." He couldn't even reply as everything went blank as she continued to drive into his butt, tears coming to his eyes as he was completely overwhelmed. His only thought to get bred by his mommy. "Yes," she groaned out, loving the sight of her pee-pee driving into his butt. She then moved and grabbed at his curly locks and pulled him up. Her teeth moving to dig into his shoulder making him jolt as he felt the need to come once again. Her eyes then looked to his face as she continued to drive into him, sweat appearing on her brow as his tongue fell out of his mouth as his eyes rolled back. "You just want to be f'd, huh?" she asked him. "Maybe I should let some of your classmates come over and F your butt too." He ummed out at the thought and she smirked a bit. "I bet you would like that, huh? Having those PPS F you and come in your butt? You're just the biggest little slut, aren't you?" "Wait, Mommy," he told her. She smirked as she moved, her other hand going back to his pee-pee making him cry out at the extra simultan. "Come for me, Izuku," she told him. "Come one more time for Mommy. Can you do that?" He nodded as her hand continued to slide vigorously at his pee-pee as she began to move into him even harder, her other hand moving to slap his but making him out as his pleasure only grew and grew as the tears streamed down his cute little cheeks and freckles. "Mommy," he ummed out. "That's right," she told him. "You're my slut, you're my little FNG boy slut. Yes, I'm yours." He called out. "I'm Mommy's." Her hand moved and smacked him once again, and when she drove into his butt hard and quick he felt himself shoot over the edge as his entire body spasmed and jolted as the cum shot out of his pee-pee, coating the sheets below him once again. She let him fall into the puddle of his cum as she pulled out of his but as she sat there, looking down to his trembling body as he came down from his orgasmic high. She moved and quickly took off her strap-in, knowing that he was done for the night, and she moved and sat on the bed and pulled him into her, letting him rest on her body as his legs still trembled a bit. Her hand came up and ran through his hair. "Good boy," she told him. "You're such a good boy." Kirishima growled a bit as he stood in line, waiting for a taxi to take him home. He looked back to his watch, his foot tapping in irritation as it took everything in him to not use his hero status to move to the front of the line. He moved and pulled out his phone and read the messages he had gotten from his mate when he had gotten off the 11-hour flight from 10 hours ago. Y/N. I think my heat is starting early, please call when you get off the flight. Love you. 6 hours ago. Y/N. Babe, when are you landing again? I can feel it starting. 5 hours ago. Y/N. Come home. The fact that his mate had gone into heat gave him an absolute hard-on. The hormones that controlled his rut already starting to get revved up as he imagined it, but the fact that she had gone into heat and had endured it for 5 hours without him set him off. It wasn't manly of him to leave her to suffer through her heat, especially since they had decided together for her to stop taking her inhibitors. As soon as he got home he was going to F the sheet out of his little Omega, and he was going to impregnate her and fill her with his pups. He moved and pulled his bag out of the taxi before hurling too much cash into the back seat as he rushed, wanting to get up and into his apartment as soon as possible, and when he made to their door and quickly opened it he growled as the scent of her heat washed over him. He moved, closing and locking the door behind him before scrambling to take his shoes and jacket off before nearly sprinting to the bedroom. All of his instincts were in overdrive, everything in his body screaming at him to get to his Omega and to finally bury his PP inside of her after being separated for 2 weeks. With every step closer to the bedroom her scent grew more and more potent, and when he finally opened the door his mind went completely blank as he saw her there. She was ND, her skin completely glistening with sweat as she clung onto one of his dirty shirts and she lied on their bed. Her fingers teasing at her slit as she inhaled every pheromone left in the shirt desperately. "Ijiro," she ummed out softly. Y/N. Her distant eyes turned and looked back to him, and she shuddered as her eyes met his appealing red ones. She immediately abandoned the shirt and he moved over to her as she reached out to him. "Ag," she called to him. He growled a bit as he moved onto the bed, his lips immediately moved against her own. His hands gripping roughly at her thighs, spreading them so he could settle in between them as his tongue pressed into her mouth. Her scent was intoxicating him, making his entire body go into hyperdrive as he looked into her eyes. He wanted to breed her, impregnate her and fill her tight PP and belly with his pups. He wanted to knot her and leave her begging and aching for him for the rest of her life. Her legs wrapped around him, every instinct in her screaming, begging and crying to be filled with his pages. "Ag," she rasped out. "Please, I need you. Please just, he growled and moved, gripping his shirt and tearing it off of him like it was paper before his mouth moved back onto hers, before moving to her neck. She gasped as his sharp teeth lightly dragged down her neck before his lips kissed at the scent glands before he hissed at the sensitive spots just above her clavicles, making her tremble beneath him as she nearly lost her mind with just his touch. "I'm gonna impregnate you," he growled. "Gonna impregnate you and breed you." She trembled as he spoke, his hands moving to his breathes and tearing them off along with his boxers, his quirk kicking in a bit, some of his face and neck hardening as the BLD, pheromones, and heat pumped between them, both of them. She looked to his PP and ummed a bit as she watched him twitch, feeling her core shudder in anticipation as he flipped her around onto her belly, his mouth moving to the back of her neck where his mating mark laid scarred and forever imprinted into her skin. He moved and liked at it as his PP pressed into her butt cheeks, and while he knew her slick probably made her but ready to penetrate, that wasn't what he was looking for. He moved and found her entrance, coating his length with her slick and sitting up a bit, watching as it pressed into her. La Vig, how his Omega's back arched even more as she held a bit, her long need for his PP finally satisfied as he buried himself inside of her. Her eyes rolled back as he immediately started with a brutal pace, slamming into her harder than he usually did, and she FNG loved it. She loved feeling like his cock sleeve, loved feeling like his good little Omega, and as he moved and pressed his chest to her back, her joy only increased as he began to growl and whisper into her ear between bites. "Such a good girl," he cooed. "Such a good little salty Omega, begging and crying out for her alpha big pages. Such a good girl, Y/N. You're my where Omega, you're aware for your alpha's PP, aren't you?" "Yes," she cried out as his hand moved to wrap around her throat lightly, the action making her core clench around him, spurring a deep growl from his throat. Come for me, Y/N, come on your alpha's fat pages. Her eyes rolled back as he just continued to P&D into her, her throat going hoarse from the m's as the pleasure built and built, ready to completely overwhelm her. That's my good girl, he spoke. Come babe. Come babe so I can knot you, so I can put my pups in you. Come for me. He moved and bit down over his marting mark and the pleasure shot straight to her spine, making her convulse as her core clenched around him as she came, and just as she did he tipped over the edge, his knot swelling as he moved greedily into her. Desperate to put his pups into her belly. She breathed as his knot and cum made her feel so full, her omega instincts finally settling down now that her biological purpose was fulfilled. When she came back to reality, she could hear him purring as his neck rubbing lightly up against the back of her own as he bathed her in his scent, his hot and thick cum still pumping into her core. Good girl, he cooed as he moved to kiss at her shoulder. Such a good girl, Y/N. My good little omega. Maruko sighed as she closed the front door of the apartment. Finally glad to be home. It had been a long day full of patrols, autograph signing, picture taking, and the most disappointing part is she didn't even get to blow off steam on any villains. Even after the hard run she had gone for at the gym and the heavy weight lifting her legs and body still felt fidgety. Babe. Rumi called out. You home? When she heard nothing her ear twitched a bit as her frustration seemed to grow a bit more. Nothing was better than coming home to her girlfriend at the end of the day. She kicked off her shoes before moving into the living room and flopping on the couch to pull out her phone. She turned it on and she saw a message from Y/N come in. Sorry Rumi. Work is running late today, I won't be home until later. I'll make sure to bring home your favorite sushi though. A huff left her and she moved and put down the phone as she remembered it was the cultural festival for the school Y/N worked at. She had honestly been surprised at how busy being a school teacher was. Constantly grading, writing tests and quizzes and adjusting lessons for her students. It was admirable, extremely so how much her girlfriend worked to make sure her students were learning as much as they could. She looked up at the ceiling and let out a sigh as she closed her eyes, figuring she could just take a quick nap before her girlfriend got home. Rumi-chan, Y/N called out as she came through the front door. Are you home? When she didn't hear anything she looked down and saw her girlfriend's shoes and she smiled when she saw it looked like her girlfriend had just haphazardly kicked them off. She moved and straightened them up before slipping her own Vans off before continuing into the home. Rumi-chan. She continued into the house and when she came to the living room and saw her girlfriend passed out on the couch she smiled and moved to put the sushi away in the fridge before coming back over to her. Y/N leaned over the couch and looked down at her, a soft smile on her face. Rumi was always so passionate and fierce, but when she slept she looked so peaceful and for a second Y/N could picture her as a kid. Though when her eyes started to trail down her body a smirk came to her face, a bit of excitement coursing through her veins. She loved her girlfriend's strong body, and she'd always been a sucker for a female warrior's body, and Rumi looked absolutely delicious as she laid there. Her arm was draped over her head, one of her legs up on the couch, displaying the power in her muscular leg easily with the short shorts she had on. Y/N looked back to her sleepy face before she moved around the couch and leaned over the side of the couch, and she let out a hot breath as she looked to her girlfriend from a different angle, feeling a bit pervy as she stared at Rumi's core, a little bit of her left lip peeking out from under the short, signaling that she wasn't wearing underwear. Y/N felt the tingle in her core and she rubbed her thighs together a little bit. It had been more than a week since they'd last intimately touched one another. Y/N had been so exhausted from getting the cultural festival ready that she'd been passing out as soon as she got home. She bit her lip and looked to Rumi's sleeping face as an idea popped into her head, and she moved, hiking up her pencil skirt up to her hips to allow her to crawl over the arm of the couch, letting her move in on Rumi. Y/N crawled over Rumi, straddling her waist before she moved, her hands giving under her thin shirt and moving it up. The teacher felt a husky breath leave her as she looked to Rumi's chest, as she wore a white sports bra. Rumi-chan, she spoke softly as her hands moved under the bra, and she let out a light as she groped and kneaded at her birs. When she was satisfied with that, she looked to her girlfriend's face and saw her ear twitch a bit as she lifted up the BR, before moving and leaning down to kiss at one of her nipples before taking it into her mouth. She ummed around the bud as she ate it greedily before she began to lick and lap at it while she ate as well. "Rumi-chan," she whined. When her girlfriend still didn't wake up, Y/N began to pout a bit, her body feeling anxious to have her girlfriend's strong hands gripping at her skin. She then moved and kissed down her BRs, sliding down her before she came to her girlfriend's core. She moved and kissed at the muscular thighs, drooling a bit as she felt the muscle twitch underneath before she moved and did a mark into the skin. She then moved back towards her girlfriend's core, her head becoming a bit lightheaded when she saw the wet spot in the shorts. Her hand came up and moved the athletic shorts to the side, revealing her girlfriend's bare core. A shaky breath hitched in her throat as she looked to Rumi's wet and thick pages. "Rumi," she whined again before she moved and kissed at her miming against it. "Wake up." She kissed at her CLT again before taking it gently into her mouth, moving her lips around the bud gently as she it. She watched her girlfriend's reactions, one of her ear twitching a few times before her red eyes fluttered open. Those red eyes looked down, and when she saw her girlfriend there, eating her out, the pleasure suddenly hit her spine as she ummed out lightly. "Hey baby," she said, her hand moving to run over her girlfriend's soft hair as she ummed out again. "Couldn't wait, could ya?" Y/N pulled off and gave her a negative nod. "Sorry, Rumi-chan." "It's okay, sweetie," she told her. "Just finished what you started." Y/N nodded obediently and went back to work, liking, sking, and eating her girlfriend out. Her tongue made sure to circle her CLT, before dipping down and inside of her. Rumi watched, highly entertained as she watched her, the heat beginning to pool in her core as she gripped her hair a bit rougher, making Y/N dumb into her core. "Such a dirty girl," Rumi purred. "Are you such a slut that you can't even let me wake up, huh?" Y/N nodded eagerly, and the pro-hero rolled her hips into her mouth before she threw her head back, miming out as her girlfriend's tongue got more eager, and when she felt herself come to the edge, she gripped her girlfriend's hair tighter. "That's it, good girl." Y/N moved more feverishly, and when Rumi finally came, she moaned into her core as her girlfriend's core twitched and spasmed against her tongue, and a smirk came to Rumi's face as Y/N even obediently cleaned her up without being told to do so. Good girl." Y/N then pulled away and looked to her girlfriend. "Rumi-chan, please." "Please what?" Y/N rubbed her thighs together and whined, and her girlfriend only smirks before sitting up and pulling her into her lap, locking lips with her before pushing her tongue into her mouth. Claiming her as her larger and stronger hands moved and gripped her rear roughly. "It's been a while, babe," she told her. "Please, you can do anything, just touch me." Rumi lipped her own lips before she moved and stood up, making Y/N gasp a bit as her strong body held her up effortlessly. "I can do that, babe." She moved and locked lips with her again as she carried her to the bedroom, and when they arrived, Rumi tossed her down onto the bed, before she moved over Y/N, her hands going to her blouse and ripping it open, knowing it was worth being scolded later. She moved and pulley/N bear up before she moved and began to devour her girlfriend's bears greedily. Y/N ummed out as she liked and disagreed at her nipples before moving and biting down on her right BRT as her other hand pinched at the other NPL. "You're so hot, babe," Rumi breathed as she moved to kiss down her stomach, deciding to leave the pencil skirt where it was before she took in the sight of her girlfriend's thighs in the stockings, absolutely loving the little squish that came from the band holding them up. Her eyes then drifted to the white lace underwear and she moved without hesitation, spreading her girlfriend's thigh before diving in. Y/N ummed out as Rumi liked her through the lace, her tongue dancing over their clothes a few times before she moved, pulling off the thong, before diving back her, putting her girlfriend's thighs over her shoulder as she dove in, making Y/N's back arch. "Rumi. Such a good girl," she purred into her PP, "so wet for me, what a good little slut." Y/N ummed out as Rumi's expert tongue explored her folds, every movement making a bolt of pleasure shoot up her spine. And Rumi just took everything Y/N gave her, as her hands reached to grip at her beers, absolutely loving the feeling of soft thighs on her cheeks. She wouldn't trade eating her girlfriend out like this for anything in the world. The way Y/N ummed and writhed, the way her wet seenie pulsed against her tongue and leaked out even more of her intoxicating juice, only rewarding her girlfriend for her hard work. "You gonna come for me, babe?" Rumi asked her before she moved and spat on her CLT and moved even rougher against in, moving forward, forcing Y/N's hips up, allowing Rumi to run her hands down her back, isming her skin and her twitching hole at the same time, making Y/N them out. "That's a good girl, come on, come for me." Y/N moved and locked her hand with one of Rumi's as she ummed out, the pleasure building and building quickly. The lack of pleasure had made her core sensitive and her girlfriend's tongue was like heaven against her, and when the pleasure finally became too much she cried out as her back arched into her girlfriend's mouth, one of her legs straightening out as the orgasm intensely threw her. "Yes," Rumi growled, liking her a few more times before pulling away. "That's my good little slut." She pulled off her girlfriend's core and moved up on her arms as she looked down at Y/N, watching the flush flow over her cheeks, shoulders, and chest as she basked in the afterglow of the orgasm. She smiled a bit. "You're so cute," she told her before removing to lock lips with her, giving her some soft kiss before pulling away, "But I'm not done with you yet." Y/N smiled a bit as she watched Miruko go for their drawer, and she moved, going onto her knees and arching her back in the way she knew her girlfriend loved as she watched her pull out their favorite toy. It was a double-sided strap-on. She watched as Rumi slid the first side into herself, letting out a light before tightened the straps around her waist. Red eyes then trailed over her girlfriend's body and her smirk deepened as she moved over, looking how Y/N peeked at her from over her shoulder and loving the gasp that left her lips as a hand met her rear just as much. "You ready, baby girl?" Y/N nodded and Miruko moved over her, looked over her girlfriend's wet and glistening PP before moving, lining up the other half of the strap-on. She then slid in slowly, making Y/N softly as he did, and Miruko gave her a moment, allowing her to brace for what was coming as she moved and gripped at her hair. "I love you, baby girl." "I love you too, Rumi-chan." She then began a hard and slow pace, making Y/N tremble a bit as she felt the DLD slid into her with a force that made her weak and sent pleasure surging up her spine. "FF-, Y/N stammered out. Rumi was only smug as the DLD inside of her pressed into her G-spot and CLT, giving her pleasure as she f'd her girlfriend, and when she was done with her slow and hard pace, she moved and tugged back on Y/N's hair a bit rougher before she began to snap her hips down into her girlfriend. "That's right, take that PP you little slut." The rough pace drove Y/N made with pleasure, already beginning to tremble as the PP the nerves inside of her, rubbing up against the G-spot, making her and wail out as her girlfriend treated her Sinti like a glorified cocksleeve. "Such a good girl," Rumi praise, making the pleasure only increase for Y/N. "Rumi, please." "More?" Rumi asked, a bit amused. "Is this not good enough?" Please, Rumi, please just." The rabbit hero only smirked, her heart pumping a bit in excitement, and she moved and pushed her white hair before she moved to flip Y/N over onto her back, before she gathered her legs, forcing her hips to tilt up as she moved and performed a mating press down into her scene. "Is this what you wanted?" Y/N nodded furiously as she began to F her even harder than she had before, making Y/N cry out, her eyes rolling back a bit. "Yes, Rumi-chan. So good. So good. F-, you make me want to knock you up," Rumi growled as she felt her own release just around the corner. "Such a little where." "Yes, I'm your where." Y/N cried out, the pleasure making her mind go absolutely numb as the plastic PP made waves of pleasure crash into her over and over again, and when she ever squirted a bit over the PP, Rumi only growled. "Yes, that's right. Find his QR on my pages." She moved and locked lips with her girlfriend, and she pulled away and watched as Y/N's face contorted a bit. "That's right, baby, come for me, come on. Come on my pages." Y/N's thighs trembled against her, and when she finally came her vision went completely white as wailed out, as one of the best orgasms she'd ever had absolutely tore through her. "Rumi-chan." "Yes." Rumi growled before she came as well. They both breathed for a few moments before Rumi looked down at her, moving to kiss her softly and gently. I love you Y/N. I love you too.